Well, good morning from a sunny BS7 on day 3 of Gloucestershire against Somerset. This is Ian Randall. Dan Whiting's alongside me as usual. It'll be our pleasure to bring you this third day. Weather is set fair. Might be a storm tonight, we understand, and what that will impact on tomorrow remains to be seen. But as for today, Dan, it's bat, isn't it?
Oh, yes, indeed it is. And I'm really looking forward to watching Jacob Bethel. Thought he batted very well. He's going to resume this morning on 17, but I thought he played Jack Leach very well, and I thought Jack Leach bowled beautifully last night. I really did. I thought he bowled just at the right pace, and I think he's probably the best bowler I've seen here this season. I'd put Matt Fisher up there for Yorkshire, but I thought Jack Leach last night on a pitch that nobody else has got any sort of response out of, any purchase out of, and I thought Jack Leach was absolutely spot on last night.
So was it him having the footmarks available and being really accurate and bowling into them?
Yeah, I think a combination of both. I think having the left-handers to bowl at suited him, and there is a little bit of rough there, a little bit of dirty stuff where the right arm over batsmen have made footholes there outside the left-handers off stump, but you've still got to exploit that, and I thought Jack Leach did it very well.
So the numbers today, as the umpires are on their way, Nigel Long and Paul Baldwin, the numbers are that Gloucestershire need 322 to avoid the follow-on. Now that's not a dissimilar number to what they needed against Surrey on the third day, and they got very close to achieving it. And obviously with only 2 wickets down with that double hundred from Chris Dent, the game was basically saved by that point, even though the last day was rained off. Different challenge here, because Gloucestershire are 4 down, effectively 5 because Graham Van Buren isn't going to bat. And they've got a young man playing only his second first-class game, coming out here with, at the moment, 17 not out against his name, as Dan said, with Ryan Higgins alongside him with 20. And apart from these two, and Zafar Gohar, who would not be, by dint, a negative batsman normally, a lot will depend on how these two, and Zafar to some degree, can hold up Somerset, I think, against the old ball this morning. Can they, could they get as far as lunch, these two? And I suppose the question for that, and I come back to something that Dan said yesterday, will we see Jack Leach bowling almost all the time from this Ashley Down Road end?
I think so. I think we're going to see him have a good twirl. But the man who's going to start us off this morning is Peter Siddle, who I thought bowled very well, and he set the tone. He trapped George Scott, LBW, first ball of the game yesterday, and that was just what the doctor ordered, wasn't it? And it was absolutely Somerset were cock-a-hoop. But he's going to start us off as the umpires are already in place. Paul Baldwin and Nigel Long officiating today, with James Whitaker as your match referee. So 119 for 4, or in effect 5, with Graham Van Buren, and that was a horrible injury that we saw yesterday. And Jacob Bethel is about to face the first ball, as Siddle gets us underway for day 3. And Bethel lets that one go outside his off stump.
Just a thought about Graham Van Buren from yesterday. I heard part of his interview that he did at the close last night, and he just said, the club are going to wait probably until Monday before they get that shoulder scanned, because it's got to settle, and then they'll have to decide, whether rest will do, or whether actually the scan shows that it needs an op, and you obviously hope that the latter isn't the case.
Yeah. Here's Siddle from the pavilion end. Bethel up on his toes, runs that one back to the square, and Higgins calls him through for a quick single. And that's the first run of the morning, 120 for 4. Bethel moves on to 18. And I had a very nice evening last night, Ian. I was a guest of Backwell Flax Borton Cricket Club, which was very pleasant, lovely venue, just down the A370.
Jameson, though, might know this more than me. When did it become Backwell Flaxport rather than Clifton Flaxport?
Yeah, in the
doesn't know.
In the early 2000s,
right,
I believe.
Okay.
But Siddle in. Higgins defends down the pitch. Yeah, there was a lot of kids running around, and there was a barbecue, and you know, they gave me a beer and a burger, which is all a man needs when he's on a Friday night out in Bristol. And it was very pleasant. And a good friend of mine, Adam Burns, doing a lot of good work down there, head of cricket, and it's fantastic to see a club right at the heart of their community, looking after, you know, the kids in there. So great work. Siddle in. Oh, and that's a good delivery past the outside edge. Ryan Higgins, good movement there from Siddle early doors.
He had to play at that. Just there's a second look at that. This side on camera on the Kennington Avenue side, looking at Siddle's running, and yeah, just a little bit of movement away, just enough, not too much, just enough.
Yeah. Rolls his finger over, rolls the leg cutter. Here he comes in again, and Higgins is behind that one. And having a chat with Tom Abel this morning, century maker yesterday, and he says there's still a lot of work for his side to do on this. It's still pretty flat, and remember, they still need another 16 wickets in 2 days. So there's still a lot of work for Somerset to do, and there's a little bit of rain around tomorrow morning, we believe. Siddle in, and Higgins gets a thick inside edge, goes out into the leg side. So Somerset slip cordon in vibrant mode already. And Ian, you said they're quite vocal.
Oh, they always are. They always are, and that comes from a kind of a confident mindset, I think, of always being, by and large, there or thereabouts for a lot of tournaments over the last decade or so. And we've mentioned how they've been runners-up. I think it's 9 times in different competitions in recent years.
It's amazing to think a side of Somerset's calibre has never won the county championship. I mean, even Prince Harry had a title at one point.
Dan writes all his own material, you know. I know he says he drives a long way to get here in the mornings, but really he's just doing material all the time. Craig Overton is going to switch ends from yesterday, and he's going to bowl from this Ashley Down Road end into Jacob Bethel. He gets right across and just pushes that up to mid-on, fielded by Josh Davey. We were had a conversation with somebody last night, and we were talking about the widespread of people watching the stream both at home and abroad, and all the sort of the various nations. They said, well, you ought to make a list of where these nations are, and you can just look at the reach that cricket has. Overton round the wicket, Bethel forward.
Yeah, we're going to put a map up on the wall.
We ought to have a map somewhere. Now Overton's calling for something. I don't know what he's bowled 2 balls. I don't know what he's calling for. Change of boots, perhaps, if he's not happy with the ones he's wearing, or whether there might be a call for a helmet for a short leg, or a silly mid off shortly. We'll see. Anyway, around the wicket, Overton onto the pads, almost onto the boot of Bethel, and popped down to the onside, fielded by Lammonby. He's got 3 slips in, who are Hildreth, Renshaw and Gregory for Overton. Overton himself was at 3rd slip for Peter Siddle's opening over. And you'll go back there, no doubt. But very pleasant conditions for playing today. And Overton into Bethel, who punches that down the ground. That'll be 4. It's a nice shot. Just on the side of the stumps, but nothing Davey could do about that. And drives it firmly up towards this shortish straight boundary here at the Seat Unique Stadium, first boundary of the day. He's just got to get back into that mode he appeared to be in last night, where his concentration looked really good in that 45 minutes.
I really like the look of him. I thought he played Jack Leach better than anyone yesterday, and I really like the look of him. I think he's potentially a future international player.
Overton round the wicket. That's a full toss and punched again. That's beat 4 more. But Bethel will like that. That's off. Gone down through the channel at mid-off. Nothing that Leach could do about that. And Overton striving here.
The thing about Bethel, his setup's good, he's very uncomplicated, and he lets the ball come to him. He doesn't go chasing the ball away from his body, outside of his eye line. He plays under his head, and he's a joy to watch. He really is, and I hope he's around for a long time.
26 now to him. Overton to bowl to him. It's short, and he gets back. Does just enough to play it almost dead weight out into the offside. In fact, Overton wanted a sweater. That was so he can just make sure he stays warm in between his overs, unless he wants to go off.
Overton got the attention of Paul Baldwin yesterday, where...
Look, in fact, it is Overton, actually, I think, who is going off for the moment. I'm not quite sure, having literally left the dressing room 7 minutes ago, why he feels the need to go off. But after 2 balls, he said he did.
Yep.
Well, so clearly something isn't right. It wasn't a very impressive first over, truthfully. So he's gone off. There is I think Lewis Goldsworth is out as 12th man.
Yep.
And there could be a bowling change straight away.
He grabbed the attention of Paul Baldwin here, so I'll come on to it after this ball from Peter Siddle. Oh, and that's rocked off the back foot, carved away, but good work there in the covers. I think that's the skipper, no, it's Lammonby, Tom Lammonby there in the covers, which is great stop. But yeah, Overton and Marcus Harris was a really good battle, and the touch paper was lit in this West Country derby. So Harris defended one back to Overton. He threw the ball back and it hit Harris. Siddle comes in, and that's a thick outside edge. That's going to run away for 4 as well. And moral victory there to Peter Siddle. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, we seem to have lost the replay. But yeah, so the touch paper was lit yesterday, and Paul Baldwin got involved, and this West Country derby was on fire. Siddle in to Higgins, leaves that one alone, goes through to the gloves of Steve Davis. He's got Hildreth there at first. I think we've got...
This might be the edge. Hopefully it is the edge.
This is the edge, yeah.
That's the last one he left.
Ball. Yeah, so we've got Hildreth at first. I think we've got Renshaw.
We'll get
at
Mr.
second.
Healy to try and find that previous clip.
Siddle in. Higgins leaves well alone. So we've got 3 slips in. We've got no Gully, so Gully seems to have gone out of fashion a little bit, doesn't it, Ian? It seems to have... Gloucestershire used that sort of
floater, as you call it.
Yeah, Marcus Harris tends to float around that region between the slips and the gully, but Somerset have got the 3 slips in. They've got a backward point. They've got a conventional cover point where Tom Lammonby is as Siddle comes in, and that goes to backward point. And then we've got mid-off, a mid-on, a man sort of between square leg and mid-wicket, and then we've got a long leg down here.
Yeah, Josh Davies down there. No sign of Overton reappearing. Oh, no,
there he comes.
He comes down the steps. So that was I say it could be that a change of foot, or he may have felt something odd about his landing foot.
Siddle in. A big appeal. Hits Higgins on the pad, but angling down the leg side, I think. But sometimes bowlers take on so much fluid, don't they, in the mornings? And they sometimes just need a comfort break, as it's known in the trade.
Even 7 minutes after you've gone out of the dressing room?
Well,
it's you know, how many parents have said to a small child before going on holiday, you know, just Go before we go.
Yeah, well, I'm sure many people are nodding their head at that comment. Many Bristolians who've had to stop at Lee Delamere services down the M4, 15 miles away from Bristol or whatever it is.
So, fully restored, Overton is going to continue from this Ashley down road end. Bethel to face him, coming around the wicket. Oh, and that was a big off-cutter, just straightened again. A bit more comfortable there, Overton. That was a good line to bowl. Nothing, Bethel didn't do a great deal wrong with this. He played exactly where he should be. He's literally just fractionally outside the off stump, covering everything. And he's punched that away. That's raced to the boundary for 4. Away through extra cover.
Oh, glorious.
That's a booming shot. It really is. And Overton is no slouch on pace. I know we sort of joked yesterday that at Test match level he might be not quick enough, but this is that's a tremendous stroke. That would have felt good off the bat, apart from sounding good. Bethel to 30. Overton again to him, goes back, just dabs that out to Abel at point. Just to remind you of the overs position, Somerset started having bowled 43, so they've got to bowl 37 overs until the second new ball, which will take us after lunch. So Gloucestershire will be facing the old ball until lunch, albeit, as Dan predicts, and I think he's probably right on this, it may not be long before Leach is introduced. Overton, short, Bethel ducks, and read that well actually, got out of the way, and
lots of chat from the Somerset slip cordon trying to unsettle the 18-year-old.
He does look to be quite calm at the crease though.
Yeah, he won't be fazed by that. I'm sure he's heard it all before.
Overton tries to York Bethel, and did he throw the ball there?
No, he didn't. He kept it in his hand that time, but he does like a little chuck, doesn't he?
Just to remind the batsman that he's there, and more. I mean, I think the umpires have to be reasonable about the amount of chat, and indeed, it's not just the chat; it's what is said, isn't it, to some degree?
Yeah.
Staying around the wicket, Overton. Short again, Bethel again sways out of the way.
Yeah, I mean,
he's played those 2 bouncers well. Actually, he looks like somebody who just picks the length of the ball really fast mentally.
Yeah,
there's the overall card. 136 for 4. Gloucestershire starting today at 119 for 4.
You like to see a bit of fire, don't you? You like to see someone with a little bit within. But yesterday he threw the ball back and it hit Marcus Harris. It was only on the pads. But there was a case last year where a guy got hit by a ball coming back, and I can't remember what game it was. I think it was Leicestershire v someone. And there were 5 penalty runs given. And it's interesting. Anyway, here's Siddle to Higgins, who leaves that one alone. And I think you're right. The umpires will step in at some point if they think it's getting too much. But I was speaking to one of the Gloucestershire supporters earlier who was talking about Craig Overton and what happened yesterday, and he seems to think that Craig Overton's got a responsibility to the game now. He's an England regular. I don't know if you think that. Let us know. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Siddle in, Higgins works him through the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple. Yeah, just the 2. So, I mean, do you think Craig Overton's got a responsibility to the spirit of cricket? Now he plays for England. Because he's a role model, isn't he?
Yes, I mean, do you not think that all the professional players have a responsibility?
They do, in a way, yeah, they do, yeah.
To the game. 50 partnership between these two.
But also, you know, I think Tom Abel's probably encouraging him to you know, have that little bit of mongrel, as the Australians call it. Siddle in, and Higgins defends that out to mid-off.
There are almost two phases to this, aren't there? There look to be two phases to it. The seam bowlers have struggled to take wickets. I know Siddle got George Scott first ball yesterday, and I think that really was credit to him, actually. Just as with any loosener, I go back to it's strange how cricket moments stick in your memory. I'll come back to it after this ball from Siddle.
Siddle in, and that's defended back down the pitch.
In the days when terrestrial television carried Test cricket, I remember an England-West Indies series where Clive Lloyd had made a century at the Oval against England, and he was not out overnight. On the following morning, I think Jeff Arnold got him first ball, and you thought, that's just, it's not a question of having a loosener and kind of getting your eye in, but just being out there and being literally spot on first delivery up.
Yeah, in the zone. Siddle. Oh, that's a good delivery. Goes past the outside edge of Ryan Higgins. Well bowled, Peter Siddle. He's obviously had his bananas this morning.
And that's where Siddle was yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of that ball to George Scott, which hit him front pad halfway up.
Yeah.
Here's a second look at that last delivery. Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah, lovely.
Nice shape to
Lovely.
that from Siddle.
As we said yesterday, Siddle, animal rights activist, campaigns against factory farming. He's also an ambassador for Edgar's Mission. Oh, and that's well bowled as well. That goes past the outside edge of Ryan Higgins. He's an ambassador for Edgar's Mission, which is a sanctuary for farm animals, and he also gets involved in a sanctuary for penguins on Phillip Island, out in Australia as well. And it's good to see. Good to see a man with interests outside the game, and a man with a conscience as well. So one of the good guys.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm sure that particularly players at the top level, as he has been, have to have somewhere an outlet to balance up their cricket, even if it's only a fraction of their time. Overton, he's
limping.
He's pulled up there on the way in. Now remember, he even after 2 balls this morning, something wasn't 100%. Then he went off the field and has come back on again. He's not moving.
No, he's not
freely at the minute.
No, he's not. I don't know if he's holding his knee. It's his left knee that he's worried about there. And this could have an impact on not only Somerset but England this summer.
I wonder if it was something to do with how he landed when he. I don't know whether it was literally either the first ball or the second ball he bowled, and whether he's just landed awkwardly on that front foot. I mean, he's a big frame. I don't know what his weight would be, but think about the relative force here. Overton round the wicket to Bethel. He clips that away on the leg side. They'll get one. Lammonby's onto it, and here they'll just keep him down to a single. Now, he is not moving comfortably.
No, he's not. He's not. He's going to take
he's coming off.
Yeah.
So, and not only is he coming off from bowling, he's coming off the field. So it makes you wonder whether that was actually worth that ball at all, to be fair.
Yeah.
But Josh Davey is going to complete this over, and yes, it's not a hefty limp. He's walking off, unaided, but clearly there is some discomfort there for Craig Overton.
Yeah, I'm sure Jamie Thorpe and the medical team at Somerset will have a look at him straight away. But that's not a good sight to see for Somerset fans or for England fans. See Craig Overton limping off 20 minutes into the morning here, and it's a headache there for Tom Abel as well without his talismanic bowler. Round of applause there for him as he leaves the field, and that's a couple of injuries. One on each side now.
Yeah, so Josh Davey will complete the over. So just 2 overs and 1 ball from Overton this morning. You say, who clearly, I don't know whether when he went off after 2 balls, there was even something then that might have been an issue for him. But obviously he'd finished the first over, bowled the one other over, and he's gone straight to the dressing room. So Josh Davey then to complete that over, and Higgins into the leg side. A different challenge with Davey. You don't have the height.
It's nagging accuracy, isn't it, Josh Davey?
He in particular bowled well here in the rain-affected game last year, and they've got a short mid-wicket and a more orthodox mid-wicket for Higgins, and just 2 slips. Davey in and clipped into the leg side, fielded by Gregory, who's just in front of the umpire at square leg. Yeah, I think Davies' stock ball really is the one that is really accuracy-wise. It's middle and off, and just trying to straighten away from the right-hander. And then if you're playing across the line, that's why that short mid-wicket is in there. Davey back at the end of his run, and Sun just goes in as he bowls to Higgins. That's almost Yorker length, but it's just steered out into the covers where Lammonby does the fielding. He's in one of the few players actually in a long-sleeved shirt but no sweater. A few of the other Somerset fielders have got a sleeveless pullover on, sleeveless sweater on. What colours were your clubs? Did your club you played for have sweaters with their own colours embroidered in?
Yeah, green, brown and gold.
Right. Higgins, bat raised, waits again for Davey. Skews that a little out on the offside.
And yours, Ian?
Light and dark blue.
Okay. Like Wickham Wanderers.
Yeah, yes, not from Wickham in any way, but yeah, light and dark blue. Yes, the halves of Wickham. It's the halves at Wickham, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they've played in quarters like our friends up the road here, Bristol Rovers, in the past.
Davey again to Higgins. That's nicely driven, square driven. It was fuller from Davey, and a square drive from Higgins again picks him up another boundary. So Davey completes the over that Overton started. He's now gone off the field, and I don't know whether this is true or not, but it feels to me sometimes as if Overton is the driver of the chat, apart from anything else. That's a second view of that square drive from Higgins, and therefore whether it might get a bit quieter with Overton off the field. That remains to be seen, but at the moment the overnight pair are still together, and their stand is worth 55. It's got to be worth quite a bit more than that, but it's a start.
It is a start, and there have been some very pleasant shots this morning, mainly from Jacob Bethel, but Ryan Higgins now joins the party as Peter Siddle is going to start us into his fourth over of the morning. He bowls to Bethel, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Conscious it is a Saturday, and you may have other things to do. You may have club cricket to go to. I hope you have a good game wherever it might be. Certainly conditions in this part of the world pretty good, so no weather issues for the match this afternoon. Oh, Siddle's not happy with the ball.
Here we go.
Nothing's happening. Let's just ask the umpire if we... Oh, no, I'm not even prepared to look at putting the ball through the hoop there.
Here we go.
Paul Baldwin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, say wherever you may be, whatever you may be doing, certainly have us around if you can. And if you have a chance to drop us an email, certainly do.
Siddle. Outside the off stump.
That was your ball, Dan. My apologies.
That's all right. It's okay. I'm sure we've only messed up about 6 or 7 times this season here. So I've taken yours on a couple of occasions as well. So it's all's fair in love and marriage.
Yeah, the point you make is right, though. We've had 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and these two appear to have got themselves back into the mode of batting together again.
Yeah. Fingers crossed for Gloucestershire fans as Siddle comes in, and Bethel, equal to that, plays a very pleasing forward defensive. He's good to watch, this lad. He's only a kid. Ian Bell described him as the best 17-year-old he's ever seen, which is, that's a big call for someone who's played 100 tests like Ian Bell to say that. It's a big, big call, and I really like the look of this lad. He looks technically correct. He sets himself up nicely as Siddle comes into him, and again he plays that head down over the ball.
And to pick up on that, you're watching him and you'll kind of forget. Actually, here's an analogy. At the 2012 Paralympics, I was watching David Weir, the wheelchair racer, in his final, and after this ball,
Siddle approaching the crease and gives him a bumper, which he weaves, and it goes through to Steve Davis.
So the concept is that sometimes you watch Paralympic sport, and it is not the same as able-bodied, and everybody understands that, and there are classifications and what have you. But the biggest tribute I could give to David Weir in that race was that you were watching the race purely as an event. You were not in any way compartmentalising it between a para event and an able-bodied event.
No. As Bethel rocks onto the back foot.
And here, you're watching a batsman, and you're completely parking the fact that he's 18 because of the way he looks.
Oh, he's playing county cricket, so if he's good enough to play county cricket, then let him go for it. But I think that's the same, and that's the beauty of cricket, because I love watching cricket, whatever it is. I can watch test match cricket, I can watch our third 11, and I just love watching cricket, whatever it is.
Simon Bennett's been on the email, and he says that in the match between Gloucestershire and Middlesex at Cheltenham last year, hope James is all right, Dan Worrell was penalised 5 runs for throwing the ball back and hitting Sam Robson. That was the end of Siddle's over, and here is Josh Davey to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, and Higgins just able to squeeze that out on the onside, fielded by Tom Abel.
Thank you for everyone joining us on the stream over the last couple of days. We've had just short of 100,000 people watching, which is, again, good figures, and we're grateful to all of you who join us and get involved and sending us emails. It's great to see.
Davey, sun's just gone in for a moment. Bowls to Higgins, who lets that go almost on length more than anything else. I mean, yes, it was 4th stump, but it was going over anyway, or would have gone over off stump. Good crowd in already. I mean, the Hammond Roof a bit busier than it was yesterday at this point. Again, particularly the top tier of the pavilion. Good sprinkling of spectators there.
Yeah, and quite a few have made their way up the M5 this morning as well. Big, healthy contingent of cider men and women.
Higgins always beaten by a jaffer from Davey. That was the previous ball, only straighter, and I think there probably is a bit of respectful chunter between Higgins and Davey there.
I think they may have played at Middlesex together, actually, those two.
And this was a beauty. The only thing it didn't do was bowl Ryan Higgins, but it did everything but beat him all ends up.
James Hildreth couldn't believe it at first slip.
How did that miss? They'll be saying in the slip cordon. Higgins has got to put that out of his mind here. And again, I think I said yesterday whether he was an under the radar bowler, Davey, in a sense that he's probably one of the ones who's appreciated by the players on the circuit as much as anybody else. And actually, to be appreciated by your peers is arguably the best compliment you can have.
Ian Randall, world-class commentator here next to me.
Steady. Davey, in again to Higgins, who defends off the back foot from the crease. But Davey, I mean, we don't know with Overton going off how much he was troubled by that knee and whether that contributed to a couple of the loose deliveries he did bowl. But Davey has not offered anything loose at all.
No, he hasn't. And Craig Overton's been unusually expensive. 12.1 overs, 1 maiden, none for 50. It's very unlike Craig Overton, isn't it?
I think 3 boundaries off the bat of Bethel this morning. Davey again to Higgins, who's let that go well, just about on length, but he was also he got himself into a rather odd position when he finished up there, but he covered everything, and the ball would have gone 4th stump anyway, through to the keeper. So
the Somerset bowling figures: Peter Siddle, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 31. That was George Scott, first ball of the innings. Craig Overton, 12.1, 1 maiden, none for 50. Josh Davey, 5.5, none for 10. Lewis Gregory, 5 overs, none for 23. But the star man, the pick of the bunch, Jack Leach, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 29. Bowled beautifully yesterday, bowled just at the right pace, I thought. It's Siddle. Into Bethel, he's going to come over the wicket now, and Bethel works him out to mid-on. Ball bobbles a little bit over the ends there of the practice wickets.
I mean, there are a lot of wickets here at Bristol when you consider that they describe it as pitch 18 as being the central one, and just because Dan will be a newbie to the Cheltenham Festival, there are 2 squares at Cheltenham.
Siddle in. Oh, that's a good delivery. Goes the other way. Beats Bethel on the outside. Well bowled, Peter Siddle. So there's 2 squares at Cheltenham.
There are 2 squares. There is the college square, where the match against Lancashire was played in 2018, I think it was, when they played a match against Lancashire at the end of May, which is an extra game. Not normal that you'd play a Cheltenham game at that time of the season.
Siddle in, and Bethel defends that into the onside. They think about a run, but Siddle's around quickly to field off his own bowling.
So the college square is used by the college. There is then the county square, which is only used by the county at the festival every year.
Okay.
And it's only probably 5 pitches across, because the ground is it's quite narrow, from as you'll find out, from the Sanford Road side to the Thurleston Road side, and therefore they haven't got the width to have any more pitches than that in there.
Okay, I can't wait. I cannot wait for making my bow at Cheltenham. Good bumper from Siddle. Bethel weaves it, limbo dancing. Lets the ball go through to the gloves of Steve Davis.
And here's a thought, by the way, just something that was said to me on the way into the ground today. That was the way, the sway, if you like, that we think caused Chris Dent to have that ankle, that problem, that injury that he's currently got, by getting himself into an odd position, trying to sway out of the way of a bouncer. But I may have some news on Dent.
Ooh, a scoop. Ian Scoop Randall. Siddle in, and that's the other one that goes straight on, or moves away from Jacob Bethel. It's gone in. Don't keep us in suspense.
And you never know how much weight you put to this, but I've no reason to disbelieve the word. I had a supporter talk to me this morning who said Dent making better progress than perhaps originally thought.
Well, that is wonderful.
Wouldn't commit to a date back.
Yeah.
But I think those of us who thought he mightn't play before Cheltenham, there might be better news on that.
Siddle in. Bethel flashes outside the off stump, chases that one, and that's a quality over there from a quality bowler.
So hopefully that sort of whisper is right, but remains to be seen exactly how long Chris Dent might be out. So think about it from the championship point of view. There are 2 championship games in June, I believe, which are Lancashire here,
which is at the end of June, and there's Kent away,
which is before that.
Yeah,
so,
which is about the
and
12th.
then obviously you go into July and festival time at Cheltenham. I think some supporters were intimating that Dent may not play until the festival, but if he could be back before that, that will be a big bonus, particularly with Charlesworth out and Harris probably away. Jack Leach coming on. Only 36 minutes down before he's into the attack. Somerset haven't waited long.
No surprise there. But I think that will be really encouraging news for Gloucestershire players or Gloucestershire supporters and members, because the injury list is just growing.
Yeah, and that's not from an official source within the club. That was just, sometimes supporters at that end of the ground hear things that we don't.
Certainly do.
Yeah, and that was just something that I was told this morning. Progress, better than perhaps expected at this stage.
And obviously Marcus Harris will be away at that time as well, won't he? Which Somerset fans will be losing Matt Renshaw as well at the same time.
So here is Jack Leach then into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end. He'll bowl with a slip and a short leg to Ryan Higgins, 3 saving 1 on the offside, and Gregory notionally as a sweeper on the cover boundary or towards the cover boundary. It's a comfortable single to Gregory. The other 3 backward point at extra cover and mid off, all saving the 1. Leach probably the key. If there's one player in the game that might decide it, you have to say he might be it. And there's Higgins driving up to Davey at mid off. Frankly, Davey bowled 11 balls and did very little wrong actually at this end. Having beaten Higgins all ends up in the last over. You would have thought he might have had at least one more. Here is Leach wide of the crease at this Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, Leach just blowing into his hands there, trying to get some warmth into those fingers to get it around the ball.
See how wide of the crease he is. Not very wide. The last delivery is so again here. And Higgins clips that past the man at short leg, and Siddle will slide round and keep them down to 1 run. With Overton off the field, Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, is out as the subfielder at the moment.
Who's that at slip? Is that not Overton at slip? I can't quite see.
Well, yes, it is actually.
Yes, it is.
It is. Sorry, Overton's come back out, but he's. I don't think he's going to be bowling for a while. So.
Is it Renshaw? They're both tall men. No, it is Overton.
It is Overton, and Banter, I think, under the helmet at short leg. So Leach over the wicket to young Bethel. I must stop calling him young Bethel. I know he is, but I'm old enough to be his grandfather, which is a scary thought. Here is, I must call him Jacob Bethel. That's what his name is, and he's there on merit. Faces Leach forward.
Wasn't Bethel a place in the Bible? Isn't it somewhere in the Holy Land back in the day, I believe? .144 for 4. Leach off about 3 paces in, and Bethel again forward. Plays it out almost dead weight to Hildreth. And Leach is through his first over of the day. He may have quite a few more. And obviously, if he does have a long bowl, there's 2 issues. One is, he's bowling and bowling well, one would assume, if he has a long bowl, and also it keeps the quicker bowlers fresh. And what Somerset are going to do is they're going to switch Josh Davey and bring him back at the other end. Yeah, he hadn't done much wrong. He bowled very well this morning, I thought, and hadn't done a lot wrong. So he's going to come in from the pavilion end, and Oh, we've got an email in from David Nichols. He said, mention to my twin nephews, Owen and Patrick, who are watching their dad Alex before his game. From James Healy here. Watching their dad Alex before the game for Yeovil Cricket Club this afternoon. As Davey comes in and Higgins defends that one. I've seen Owen's leg spin, I think. I think you showed me a clip of it, and it's really good. How old is he? He's 9 years old, and he bowls absolute gun leg spin. It's absolute really good to watch, so wonderful to see. David Nichols, has come in, though. He said Josh was born in Aberdeen Hospital to English parents. His dad was in the oil industry and moved to Suffolk when Josh was very young. Davey comes in and that skids on a little bit. A slick delivery for a man from the oil industry. I'll get my coat. I'm off.
Yeah,
I'm off. I've been fired. I'm off.
And just to go back to our map, by the way, here's a pin that's got to go into Toronto, Canada, where Darryl Fraser says, I'm a Somerset supporter, really enjoying the coverage. It's early morning here, but watching the game or getting in a workout is a great way to start my Saturday.
Ooh.
Then breakfast during the lunch interval.
And who's that from?
It's from Darryl Fraser in Toronto.
Oh, Davey in, and that's cut very firmly, and it's a good stop there by the skipper Tom Abel, who's skippering from point, which is quite an unusual place to see someone skippering from, but he's an absolutely wonderful fielder. But sounds very energetic there, Darryl. It sounds a bit... Did you ever work out this morning?
No, Dan.
No. I'm staying on when I stay in the West Country, I stay down on a farm out in the middle of nowhere. It's on my cousin's farm, and she's away on holiday at the moment, so I had the place to myself last night. As Davey comes in, and that's just let go. And part of my duties were putting the chickens away last night and letting them out first thing this morning.
How many of them?
I think there were 3 hens and a cockerel, and cockerel was rather aggressive towards me. Looked like he wanted a bit of a fight. I was most unnerved. Ted Keen's been in touch on the email. He's been watching us on the live stream. Davey comes in. Oh, and that's will bowl. Wicket to wicket. Keeps Higgins honest. Higgins plays it back down the pitch. He's living in Luxembourg, so that's restricted the amount of live games he goes to. But he's a Somerset supporter, and he hasn't been to the county ground in Bristol since he saw Tom Graveney bat, which was probably 62. Did he go, I think?
Yes, because he went to Worcester and then didn't play for a year.
Yeah. Ian Randall was merely a middle-aged man back then. So, brilliant commentary. Many thanks. Thanks, Ted. Davey comes in. That's a good delivery. Hits him on a pad and he's given him. Higgins has gone. And that's the breakthrough that Somerset wanted this morning. Ryan Higgins has to trudge off back to the pavilion. As we're going to see a replay here, and Davey deserves that. He's bowled wicket to wicket this morning. And yeah, it's hit him, I think, on the back leg. And Higgins has to go. And that's not what the doctor ordered for Gloucestershire fans.
No, he and Bethel would have wanted to certainly get to lunch, and now Zafar Gohar will come out at number 7 in the order. And Zafar, generally, I mean, he does have a first-class 100, but generally he would be somebody who would look to, you know, play a few shots. Now here, rather more patience is required, and I wonder if Jacob Bethel, as a teenager, will be advising the test match spinner as to how he might go about this.
Well, Bethel's played this Somerset attack better, as good as anyone, or even better than anyone, and looks to belie his tender age.
That stand was worth 56, so you know, some rebuilding done, but there's still an awful lot to do. And now Zafar Hart comes out to join the loanee from Warwickshire.
That was the last ball of the over.
And
Josh Davey moved 1 for 10.
And we're back to 2 left-handers again.
Yes. Jack Leach will be looking to exploit that, although he's going to come. No, he's going to come over the wicket. But he's going to be looking to exploit those footholds that Ian Randall spoke about earlier.
Bethel here isn't being hurried. He's making Leach wait. And still a slip and a short leg. Leach in and Bethel into the ground. Stopped by Leach off his own bowling. Did you not jokingly refer to him yesterday as Alan from accounts?
That's what he was described on Test Match Special as when he was that famous 1 not out at Headingley when he kept Ben Stokes company. Referred to him as Alan from accounts.
Leach in. Bethel again into the ground.
Cleaning his glasses.
Yeah. I mean, there may be other famous 1 not outs, but there won't be many more well regarded than that particular single. Bethel goes back. Leach pushed that through a little bit quicker.
There's a beautiful cartoon with his run graph there of just 1 going square out to square leg.
It essentially would have been almost more remarkable had he been not out. Leach in again. Bethel goes back and plays it sort of under his eye line, doesn't he?
But Jack Leach was so calm during that.
Yeah.
Like everyone else was, you know, hiding behind the sofa at home, and Jack Leach just there cleaning his glasses, wasn't he? Great to see.
Leach from over the wicket, and Bethel again works him to Lammonby at short mid wicket. I know that there are all kinds of tales about, you know, batsmen not moving from seats until milestones are passed, etc., etc. Get desperately superstitious. Here's Leach in again, and Bethel goes back. I was at home that afternoon.
Yeah.
And I think Gloucestershire might have had a T20 game maybe on the Tuesday, and I was just doing some background notes, and I thought, I'm not moving. I'm absolutely not moving whilst Stokes was making hay, and you thought it'll stop in a minute, of course, and the closer it got, you just thought, right, I cannot turn this off. And numerous tales were told, you know, where were you? And lots of people saying, I was driving in the car, hitting my hand against the steering wheel. But please don't do this, by the way, at home.
No.
In celebration at every boundary.
Yeah. Well, what I expected it to be the sort of reverse of, remember the 82-83 tour to Australia, where I think Jeff Thompson nicked one to Jeff Miller and Chris Tavares came round there. We won by 2 or 3 runs. As Davey comes in to Zafar Hart, first ball, solidly defends that. So that's what I expected. I expected one of those, you know, where we'd get really close and then it would be, you know, we'd snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
It would be agonising.
As England have done in so many sports over the years during my lifetime. But no, we didn't. And that will be remembered. It's probably the best Test match of all time. Although Edgbaston in 05.
That would run it tight.
Davey in. Zafar Hart out. Caught Hildreth. Nicks off to first slip, second ball. Davey doing the damage here for Somerset.
Well, he's been very accurate this morning. He deserved to get Higgins' wicket before he switched ends, but having switched to the pavilion end, Davey now has 2.
Regulation catch there for James Hildreth at first slip. He won't shell those. He's a good slip fielder. And Josh Davey, 2 for 10. Breaking Gloucestershire hearts here.
So now then we have Chappell, Matt Taylor and Brad Wheel to come. Matt Taylor did get a 50. His only first-class 50 was at Taunton last year. Zach Chappell's record suggests that he can hang around. He averages 20. He does have 2 first-class 50s.
I think this is Zach Chappell coming in here, actually.
But it would be a frightful waste, if that's the right phrase, for Jacob Bethel to run out of partners here. It is Chappell coming in at number 8. But Graham Van Buren isn't going to bat here, so Gloucestershire effectively won 4-4 for 7.
Yeah.
But Bethel has looked very comfortable, very compact. And the one thing, you said yesterday that you thought that Chappell looked quite disciplined in the way he bowled, and if that, I suspect that a lot of the Division 1, the established Division 1 teams, and that's where his parent club is, they have a certain mentality about them, and you would hope, therefore, that Chappell wouldn't be somebody who would, come in and flail the bat and give his wicket away. He'd understand the position.
Yeah, there's good disciplines, aren't there? Here's Davey into him, and he defends that one stoutly out to mid-off.
So he only played 3 first-class games last year, so some of those runs may have been a while ago, but there clearly is some ability in there, so can Gloucestershire root it out, but Bethel needs a foil now from somewhere.
Certainly does. And I presume that Tom Abel would follow on here, or make Gloucestershire follow on as Davey comes in. Chappell defends it. I'm sure he'd make Gloucestershire follow on, wouldn't you?
I think
a bit of rain around tomorrow morning.
If there were, it depends how long it takes to bowl them out, but I think even without Overton, I think you'd really try and press the pedal, wouldn't you?
I think so. I think so. He would gain nothing out of, the lead at the moment is, that's just defended back out.
Nearly 450.
Yeah, yeah. He doesn't need any more, does he?
No.
I mean, if they get 450, they get 450. But he doesn't really need any more. His bowlers are only 55 overs old, aren't they? So they've had their feet up for the best part of 2 days.
And they didn't bowl last week because they had a week off. That's the other thing.
Exactly.
And if you've got Leach at one end, then you can rotate the faster bowlers anyway.
Davey in. Chappell leaves that one outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. That's another good over from Josh Davey. And Jacob Bethel's 31 not out. 144 for 6, or in effect 7, as we don't believe that Graham Van Buren will be batting.
Thanks for your interaction already this morning on the emails. Do keep them coming. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Dan and I will say serious points welcome too, as well as pins on the map, as we'll call it. And
not so serious points as well.
They're not so serious points as well. That's true. Leach from the Ashley Down Road end. He's got a man back at long on. I suspect he doesn't need him there really. Into Bethel, who again defends back up the pitch. So with there are no other left-handers in the Gloucestershire batting lineup, so it will be a left-hand right-hand combination as long as Bethel stays there. Leach wheeling in once more, and again Bethel forward. takes quite a big stride too. When he comes forward, he's right forward, isn't he?
Yeah, he's positive even in defence.
Waits again with Stephen Davis. Tight behind the stumps. He tries to cut that. That was a first time he's tried to play that shot and taken by Davis. The yelp you heard was from the close fielders. By and large, he hasn't played a lot off the back foot, actually.
No.
And that was a bit tight to play it. Leach in. That's front foot well forward again.
Do you know what I mean about being positive in defence?
Oh, yeah,
he's either right forward or he's right back.
Yeah.
He's not half cock, is he?
No.
He's
whatever the movement is, he's all in, as they say.
Yeah.
Worked round his flit, round his pad to Siddle at short fine leg. No run there.
I really like the look of him. I really do. I think he's definitely one for the future.
Bethel waits again for Leach, and again solidly forward into the ground, and taken by Lammonby at mid-wicket. Another maiden for Leach. He's bowled at 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 30. In fact, before this match, only 3 wickets for the season, so he's doubled his total in this game. But from an England perspective, you don't want Gloucestershire to bowl him into form exactly, but you kind of get the idea that a long bowl probably wouldn't hurt him, and a long bowl without much more joy would be delightful for Gloucestershire supporters.
You don't think the national cause is more prevalent than him?
I mean, there is the clamour for Parkinson from Lancashire, though, continues.
Josh Davey in, and Chappell defends that one down the pitch. There is a lot of clamour for Parkinson. There are some good young spinners around the country coming through. Jack Carson at Sussex, the Northern Irish lad, who's come over here. I think he got a scholarship at Hurstpierpoint College. He's a good one. He's been out injured though this year, but he's one to watch. Callum Parkinson, Matt's twin brother at Leicestershire. I like the look of him. As Davey comes in and Chappell defends that. I really like the look of Callum Parkinson. He's a proper old school spinner. He gets it above the eye line, gives it a bit of loop. He's not afraid to bowl slowly through the air, and I really like the look of him. Luke Holman at Middlesex is another one. He's a leg spinner, and I think he's going to be a fantastic all-rounder. Actually, he got 82 in the game last week, and he's a wonderful cricketer through North Middlesex Cricket Club in North London, who provided so many to the Middlesex side in recent years. As Davey comes in to Chappell, who gets a thick inside edge, runs down to fine leg for a single. He's off the mark. Yep, North Middlesex have provided the likes of Ethan Bamber, Joe Cracknell, and they've also got a guy called Maxie Harris as well coming through. Took a few wickets and got runs in a second team game for Middlesex last week. So, yeah, they're definitely doing their bit.
Not to be confused with Austin Maxey, which was Dan's first car.
A Citroen Visa, actually. Wouldn't go into reverse though after a while. I had to be very careful where I turned it round. I'd have to find people with a driveway on a hill. Davey in, and Bethel just defends that. Yeah, people will sort of get rather irate about you turning around in their drive as well. I mean, how sort of pernickety must you be to deny someone just that little bit of concrete, that little bit of road? There's people have signs, don't they, saying no turning in my drive. Well, I mean, what's all that about?
So I'll come back to that after this ball.
What's all that about? You must be really mean-spirited to deny someone the chance to turn around in your drive. Davey in, Bethel leaves it alone. Go on.
Do you remember the Bob Newhart sketch about the driving instructor?
No, no.
I can't recite it, but it was very funny. It goes back again to it probably goes back. How far would it go? 45 years, probably 50 years back. And it's a monologue.
Okay.
And it's the voice of a driving instructor with a new driver, and you never hear the new driver because he's going through just all the instructions.
Okay.
Very, very funny.
Davey around the wicket at Bethel, on his toes, defends that out to mid-off.
And I shan't spoil it. If you actually have a computer and you do look it up, it's an audio sketch. It's about 3 minutes. It's a monologue, but to my sense of humour, very, very funny. All you hear is the voice of the driving instructor referring to the driver, what they should be doing, what they actually do clearly, and you're just imagining what the process that the driver's going through the thoughts of the instructor. Very, very funny.
Can you imagine being the driving instructor? The stress. You must see some absolute horrors. And I mean, personally, I just wouldn't have the patience for it.
You have to be very patient
to
have that kind of role. So Zach Chappell to face Jack Leach for the first time from this Ashley Down Road end. Same field, pretty much, with just the 2 close catches, the slip and the short leg. And how will Chappell deal with him? Leach doesn't have the footmarks really to help him outside the right-hander's off stump.
No, he's spinning it off the untouched part of the pitch.
Six men saving 1 for Leach. In and Chappell, he's beaten by that. That's
well bowled.
Literally, that's not straightened. That's literally spun past the outside edge. Beautifully bowled. Got Overton and Banter as his close catches. It's a bit shorter, and Chappell able to defend. It's a bit shorter and a bit straighter, actually. That was not quite on the right line. Probably more middle rather than on the off stump. And Banter's going to come across now to silly mid-off. Leach in, and Chappell bounces it, bump ball into the ground, fielded by Leach off his own bowling.
I like that move. In fact, I'd like to see a short leg and a silly point in from Tom Abel.
Leach in, and Chappell works that down the ground to mid-on. Davey does the fielding. He was not a bottom hand in that shot.
I think you could probably lose. I think that's James Hildreth round the corner at backward square.
It is Hildreth there, that's right. Here is Leach round the wicket, flatter. That was the one that was fired in.
Or the deep cover, and I'd like to see, he's got the runs to play with. I mean, he's 450 ahead, and it's time now, isn't it? And he'll want to have this wrapped up. He'll have one eye on that weather forecast for tomorrow, and he'll want this wrapped up, and I'd like to see him with a short leg and a silly point, and really get those fielders in under the eye line of the Gloucestershire batsman. And watching a left-arm spinner like this is really beautiful to watch. It's like watching a master at work, and Jack Leach is one of the best protagonists of his trade.
Well, Josh Davey is going to be taken off rather surprisingly. This morning he's taken 2 for 5. And you wouldn't ask much more of that than one of your seam bowlers in a spell in the first hour of the day. And he's bowled from both ends as well, because he completed the Overton over when Overton came out of the attack because of clearly some problem with his knee. Lewis Gregory's going to have a bowl for the first time today.
Yeah, he is, from the pavilion end as he approaches the crease. And that just goes down the leg side, and I think that's going to be a leg by. No, maybe there's a little bit of bat involved. There was a little bit of bat involved, so Bethel moves on to 32. Josh Davey's come in. Or Somerset have got a whole host of seam bowlers, and Jack Brooks was little bit unlucky not to make the final 11. Jack Brooks from Tiddington Cricket Club in Oxfordshire, like the Taylors here at Gloucestershire, like the Prices, like the Charlesworths, like Miles Hammond. As Gregory goes back over the wicket to the right-handed Chappell. Jack Brooks is somebody who's had injury problems in recent years. He had both his Achilles operated on at the same time.
Ooh, ouch.
And I know Jack quite well. He wrote the foreword in my third book, The Definitive Guide to Club Cricket. And he was there in what looked like a couple of leg warmers, and I did ask him whether he was auditioning as one of the kids from Fame, which he told me something that I can't actually say on air. But Lewis Gregory comes in, and
actually,
defends
I mean, we did sort of chuckle about the fact that Somerset have got, if you look at their squad for this match, Van der Merwe 37 left out, Brooks 37 left out, Siddle and Hildreth both 37, Davis 35. Particularly, I guess, irritating, annoying, that kind of adjective you're looking for a bowler of Brooks's age to not be playing. He's desperate to be playing because he knows that the clock is ticking on his career.
Gregory in, and that's punched off the back foot. They're going to run a single. It's a dash at the stumps, and that's well backed up by Tom Lammonby. But that was absolutely superb work in the covers there.
Davey again.
Josh Davey, yeah, fantastic. That had 4 runs written all over it, and he goes sprawling away to his left-hand side and parries it to Tom Abel, who had the shot at the stumps, shy at the stumps. It
was probably a one-stump view, though, for Abel from there, wasn't it? So it would have been a really good hit.
He does hit them, though. He does. He's a wonderful fielder. Gregory around the wicket to Bethel. Plays that into the covers. 147 for 6. Bethel on 32. Chappell on 2. But yeah, Jack Brooks is one of the good guys.
Do you get the impression that he would stay in cricket when his playing days are over? Or do you think he would go off and do something else?
Well, his other half lives in North London. As Gregory comes in. And Bethel just works that one off his legs out into the leg side. His other half lives in North London. I think she's... and I have asked him whether he'd like a game occasionally for Southgate Adelaide third 11 on Saturday afternoon. Which again, he sort of replied to the same thing, more or less. That
unbroadcastable.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I think when he's done, he's done. And some cricketers do that. Speaking to O.A. Shah last season, and I said, because he turns out for Welwyn Garden City in the Hertfordshire League, and he just prefers golf these days. So it doesn't take as long. And I mean, some continue to play though, don't they? When they retire, some continue just have that inbuilt love of the game.
Leach with Gloucestershire's 2 of their loanees out in the middle at the moment, into Bethel, who defends. No, I just, some people want to stay in the game because they want to coach. Some players obviously do the courses, make sure they've got all the experience and go on to become umpires. And one might argue the former players have got a much better idea as an umpire. Bethel defends to Leach. How can I put this? I think, wasn't Nigel Long a former police officer?
Oh, was he really?
Yeah, I'm sure so.
I'll go and get the tyres changed on my car.
As opposed, Leach again in, and Bethel sweeps, and it does get quite a lot on there, more than I thought actually. That's beaten Peter Siddle, and the chase is going to be in vain for Lewis Gregory, and it will bring Bethel 4 more. He's got a little bit becalmed after that little flurry of boundaries off Overton, but he's picked up 1 more there. So let me just draw the comparison. Nigel Long, who hadn't been a player, to an Ian Blackwell, who has been a player.
Yeah, Long played. He played at Kent.
Oh, sorry, Long. Yes. So who am I thinking? Nigel Plews.
Nigel Plews
was the police officer.
That's all right. You had me worried. He's not even here.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, Nigel Plews was the police officer. Sorry. But you have to think that. I will complete that point after this ball. In comes Bethel again. In comes Leach, as you were. Bethel plays it firmly, but firmly enough that Leach can field off his own bowling. Still got Gregory out there at deep square. Bethel goes back and defends out on the offside again. Not afraid to play those defensive shots. I've used the phrase dead weight quite a bit, but it is that you just very softly out into that safe area on the offside. Goes back again. And Leach puts his hands on his head there. I thought he got through. Bethel made sure he didn't. But somebody who's been out in the middle for 15 years, maybe more, has that kind of empathy with the game, and I think has the mental ability to make those snap decisions when you've seen an incident once, in terms of giving somebody out or not in particular.
Yeah, I do think it helps umpiring if you played at a certain level. Some players go into the media, some go into coaching, and Steve Kirby's one, who's assistant coach at Somerset and ex-Gloucestershire, and I've been having a chat with him last few days, and he's as Gregory comes in and Chappell defends that. He's someone who retired from Somerset, I think in 2014. He left the game for a couple of years. He was qualified as a level 4 coach when he was a player, so he did his qualifications, did at the same time as people like Graham Fowler, Matt Maynard, people like that. But then he left the game for a couple of years. He worked in recruitment for Michael Page. But I think if cricket's in you, it's a holistic lifestyle, isn't it? And if it's in you, it's in you, and you live and breathe cricket, and someone like Curbs does. As Gregory comes in, and that sneaks a little bit low there. And Chappell goes forward and covers it, but he missed it.
How low was it?
No, I think
he's a tall man, so let's see where this goes past.
Yeah.
3 parts of the way up, not shooting along the floor.
No. But yeah, so Curbs is, he's in his element here. He's out with the boys in the morning doing their warm-ups and still living and breathing the game that he loves. Chappell defends that into the offside.
Chappell only has 2, but he won't be bothered by that.
And, the likes of Hildreth, Brooks, Van der Merwe, Siddle have probably got those decisions ahead of them, haven't they? And you still have to work after cricket. It's not like, say, professional football where you have, all this money behind you. I mean, cricket pays, a decent lifestyle, but in the context of professional sport, it's nowhere near what footballers get, or even rugby players, elite rugby players. Gregory in, Chappell leaves that one alone.
Was there not? I remember this now. Was there not a story? Might have been last year, or was it in 2020? That obviously there are certain brackets where you cannot pay younger employees in any industry less than certain levels. I'll come back to that after this ball.
Gregory in, bustles into the crease. Chappell plays it out to mid-off, gone.
And certain counties were certainly under the microscope for not flaunting what they were paying, but you had to look at what they were paying via the hours that were being demanded. And ultimately the net effect is you end up with an hourly rate that is below what it should be. And I think that in certain, it may have been some of the smaller counties, 1 or 2 of them had to just revise what they were doing, I think.
Yeah, Is Gregory in? Oh, he's bowled him! Middle stump out the ground. And Chappell departs for 2. That was spectacular.
We haven't seen that much on this pitch.
No.
In terms of somebody really being beaten like that. But
I wonder if that's nipped back quite a long way there.
A sharp bit of work from Gregory. And James will try and just get us back to the beginning of that delivery in a moment. But Chappell has to go on 152 for 8. You know, the pessimist amongst the Gloucestershire supporters might have woken up this morning and thought, if Graham Van Buren isn't going to bat, I wonder what odds there might be on the game being over today. I mean, they'd be long, but it would not be impossible. A lot would depend on how long the first innings took. And at the moment, Somerset, we're 45 minutes from lunch, and Somerset need 2 wickets to get Gloucestershire back in again before the resumption.
Yeah, I think it's vital that Gloucestershire do not lose another wicket before the lunch break. I think it's absolutely crucial.
And in fact, if they lose 1, then lunch could be delayed.
Yeah.
Because Somerset can claim an extra half an hour or 8 overs with 9 wickets down.
We don't like that, do we, Ian? We don't like a delayed lunch. We're not happy when it's a delayed lunch. James Healy, working with us on the stream, is definitely not happy when it's a delayed lunch.
James Bracey and Mark Thorburn and David Payne having a wander around the ground here. Matt Taylor's come in at number 10, and that will leave Brad Wheel at 11. Now, as we said, Taylor was very much a foil for Gloucestershire in the game at Taunton last year, where he did really well in the first innings with the bat, wasn't needed second time round. And Leach, that was the last ball of Gregory's over, by the way. So Leach is going to bowl to Bethel, who's got 37, but he's only got 2 partners left in this Gloucestershire first innings. Are we going to get to a point here where Leach is happy to give Bethel the single?
Wow.
Let's just see what he's doing with the field. He's bringing another man onto the leg side, so he's got a sort of a fine leg halfway back, a deep square, a deep mid-wicket, and a big gap on the offside with no sweeper on the boundary. Bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who tries to sweep, and Leach asks for the LBW, as does just about everybody in the close catching cordon.
Got outside the line of off stump, but I've seen umpires give those on the shot.
Umpire Nigel Long wasn't drawn. Leach again to Bethel. Works that away to the man at sort of fine leg on the 1, Peter Siddle.
Yeah, Nigel Long not giving anything. Nigel Plews would have given him 10 years inside.
Bethel looks down the pitch at Leach, and he's fired in this time. Umpire Long says that Bethel playing back got tucked up, and Leach has the youngster out for 37. Here's the replay. Oh yes, he's absolutely plumb in front, hit on the front pad, and Jacob Bethel has to go, but he has impressed in making 37. It's only his second first-class game. He's batted for over 2 hours for those runs, and he'll certainly have to bat long in the second innings, you'd have thought, as and when his time comes. So Brad Wheel comes out, and with his departure, I think was a flurry of runs in that early spell from Overton, but strangely, when he's been out of the attack, Somerset have been pretty miserly.
Somerset have bowled well here, but you should not be getting bowled all out for 150 odd on this wicket. You really shouldn't.
And it will be, I'm afraid, almost inevitably, another occasion where Gloucestershire will be without first innings batting points.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and only one bowling point. Could be a paltry total from this game.
Well, they need to obviously it needs a big second innings from Gloucestershire here. They're going to need to get, well, they need to bat until the end of play tomorrow. That's the simple truth. So Brad Wheel to face his first ball, and he defends out on the offside. So Leach now has 4 for 34. Into Wheel, and just squeezes that out on the leg side. You've got a Lammonby is in at shortish mid-off. He's just for the little mistimed clip. Wheel defends, or for the one that just pops up. But Wheel negotiates the last delivery, and Leach now 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 34. There is the Gloucestershire card. 4 30s.
Yeah,
and you know, so people getting starts but not going on. It's been a recurring theme first innings wise of the season.
Yeah, that's an issue as well, because I think at the top of the order you're always going to get one with your name on it, aren't you, early on, and you will get your low scores. That's inevitable. But once you get in and get to 30, you've then got to make it count, and you've got to go big.
And I would excuse Bethel that, because you know, this is only his second first class match.
Yeah. Yes. Gregory in, and oh, it's going to be a run out. Oh, that is calamitous. Tom Abel has a shy at the stumps and just misses. And Taylor, do not take on Tom Abel. He's the one man in this Somerset side you do not take on.
Well, that was Wheel's call, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's gone backward of square, so it's the non-striker's call. Taylor's interested. Wheel wasn't. And Tom Abel has a shy at the stumps and just misses, with Taylor stranded. Here's Gregory in to Taylor. Lets that one go through to Steve Davis. Dale Benkenstein would have been furious there, wouldn't he?
You certain things you can't legislate for. If an opposition bowler bowls a good ball, you have to hold your hand up.
Yeah,
but that would have been self-inflicted.
It certainly would have been. It certainly would have been. Gregory in. Taylor lets that one go. And Somerset. It's all a little bit easy. This looks like a bit of a procession, doesn't it, for them?
Well, the last 2 games on this ground, which finished with positive results, were both innings wins, 2006, 2007.
Gregory into Taylor.
1 for each team, I might add.
Yeah.
But they were both comprehensive results. Gloucestershire's win 2006, the Somerset win 2007.
Yeah, I think what Gloucestershire need is to break that, or it's the 9th wicket between Mark Lane and Andy Stovall, which was here back in 1987 in Gloucestershire v Somerset games. Gregory in and flashed.
So 9th wicket stand between Mark Lane
and
Andy Stovall.
Yeah,
Gosh, that's an odd setup. That
Yeah,
those two should be batting together for the ninth wicket.
Stovall must have come in low down. I wonder if there might be an injury, perhaps.
Yeah,
but
possibly.
also in the same game is Somerset's ninth wicket stand between Gloucestershire and Somerset here at Bristol back in 1987. That was Steve Waugh and Neil Mallender, the ghost, the umpire Neil Mallender. And that's defended back. That completes the over. 152.
And that's more logical, isn't it? Because you've got a proper batter and a tail ender.
Yeah, yeah. But the 10th wicket was, I don't know if you witnessed this one, Ian, between
1923.
W.R. Goldsworthy and G.W.T. Besant. Here in 1923 of 131.
No, I couldn't be here that day.
You have to work.
Yeah. 64 overs bowled, as you can see. So Somerset trying to wrap up this Gloucestershire first innings. I mean, they would love nothing more than to have Gloucestershire in for an awkward quarter of an hour before lunch.
Yeah.
That would be kind of dream territory for them. If Gloucestershire do get to 1 o'clock with this pair still together, then lunch will be taken at either at the fall of the 10th wicket or the 9th, or the last wicket as it will be, or at 1:30. But quite a way to get to there, particularly with Leach in the frame of mind he's in at the moment.
He's got the short leg and city point in now.
Looks like Banter and Renshaw, I think, are the two catchers. Banter on the leg side, Renton on the off side. Wheel in and one bounce. It goes to Renton, who just underarms it onto the stumps just to keep Wheel honest there, make sure his back foot isn't raised.
Renshaw having a little appeal to the umpire as well.
Leach around the wicket to Gloucestershire's number 10, Brad Wheel, as it now is. Graham Van Buren, I mean, I'm sure Somerset will know that Graham Van Buren isn't going to bat. Leach into Wheel, who fends again out on the offside. One bounce into the hands of Renshaw. Leach got quite a leap actually in his delivery stride. It's only a short approach. You could never see him bowling a no ball, could you? He shouldn't anyway. Here he is into Wheel once more, and again on the bounce to Renshaw, who again flicks it back to Stephen Davis behind the stumps. So Wheel's got to be really careful here, because even as a reactionary movement, Renshaw's on the money. Will get solidly in behind that and turns it out onto the offside. Brad Wheel as a batsman, let's just give you an idea about him. His average is 11.31 in 41 matches. So, you know, I think if he was playing in a club game, he'd be probably batting somewhere in the middle order. In this game, he effectively is Gloucestershire's last man, because the skipper is resting that shoulder, and here we are Saturday. I think we can say probably on Monday maybe no later than Tuesday, it will have settled enough to have a meaningful scan on it.
I think he'd probably bat higher up the order than that in club cricket. I think there's such a gulf, such a difference between the professional game and club cricket. I think he'd probably bat in the top 3. Anyway, here's Gregory through to Taylor, lets that one go. Played against Andy Clark once, who was a number 11 for Essex, famous for breaking James Foster's arm. And he was
How did he do that?
He was in the nets, I think,
Oh,
bowling at him, and Foster was batting. And wasn't an arm wrestler or anything like that. And he just took us for a mere 143 one year in a club game. So, yeah, there's a big gulf. There's a big gulf. That's carved off the back foot for no run. Finds Tom Abel out at point. Yes. This game's sort of meandering. They can take the extra half an hour up to lunch now if they want to. I don't know if they will, but they could do.
Well,
We've still got 29 minutes to the normal
Is it not
lunch.
automatic if there's 9 down, Dan?
It might be. It might be. That's defended.
That was the impression I had.
It might be automatic. I thought it was down to the skipper's prerogative, but you might be right, Ian. Here we go. We've had an email from Andy Fox, who's watching us on YouTube, and he's not really a fan of Gloucestershire or Somerset, but the latter do hold my attention. They're one of the few counties to never dispense with proper cable knit sweaters. And I think Gloucestershire have them in the long sleeves as well. As Gregory comes in, and that's worked backwards. That was deliberately played there, and Matt Taylor's going to get off the mark there. Runs that down to third for 4 runs. Much to the joy of the home supporters. What Andy says, though, is that there was a section on commentary late yesterday about Gloucester's colours, and I wonder how they've ended up with yellow and black chevrons on their tops, which, apart from Marcus Harris to date, have adorned the modern, flimsy, shiny overshirts, which I must say are a poor man's authentic cable knit sweater. Well, I've got to say, some of the kit in the shop here, the New Balance kit, as Gregory comes in to Taylor, defends it, I think is absolutely fantastic. And in fact, it's so good that Ian Randall wears his down the Gloucester Road on a Friday night. It's that good. It really is.
Sleeveless.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful. But at least like a lot of counties, Gloucestershire have dabbled in recent times with the real thing. See, he sent us a picture of Craig Brathwaite. Though arguably nothing beats the heyday of the likes of Mike Proctor again. Attached, he sent us a picture of Mike Proctor. Does everything have to be minimised these days in media imagery? We're sporting uniforms of... and that's 4 more runs. Crashed off the back foot by Taylor. Runs it down to the same place. A bit more edgy, that one, but same result. And I'm sure he'll be saying to Lewis Gregory, look in the book. What's your thoughts, Ian? Are you a cable knit man, or I mean, for a commentator's point of view, we like these because they've got their names on the back and numbers.
Yes, and I guess that actually embroidering the numbers into a cable knit sweater will be really difficult.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to have, dare I say, one of those, the ones that are ironed on or something. Yeah, just it would look awful, wouldn't it? I had a conversation with a neighbour of my parents. They couldn't understand, and they're not cricket fans, why the bowlers or why players have numbers on their backs. I'll come back to that in a sec. Here's Leach to Brad Wheel, who defends, and I kind of explained the move about identification for supporters on the ground, and obviously it's driven to some degree by services such as ours, which makes it easier for you to see who is who at home. Here is Leach in again to Wheel, who defends out on the leg side. I do like the traditional sweater, I must say.
Yeah.
But if you can't have a number on that, then 11 sweated players takes you, back to where you were before the numbers were there. So I can kind of see how the modern sweater, which is of a fabric where you can have the number on the back, does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. But it's got to be said, some of the kit from... I'll come on to it after this ball.
Leach in. Oh, a little paddle from Wheel. He certainly got a bat on that. Leach was asking, I think, for an LBW, but he'll come back for 2. And Wheel is off the mark. 160 for 8, Gloucestershire. Remember, they are still 300. No, they are 429 behind. Leach with the 3 close catches still in. for Wheel again. Gets solid enough forward to defend.
Some of the kit, would Gloucestershire have got a new kit manufacturer this year in New Balance, and some of it's really nice gear though. I mean, you know, Ian Randall doesn't wear it out on the Gloucester Road on a Friday night, but it is really good.
Leach in, and Wheel gets far enough across to not play a shot, let that go and survive another Leach over, but he is causing no end of bother here. 4 for 34 for Jack Leach. The wickets to fall this morning. Gloucestershire started the morning on 119 for 4 with Bethel and Higgins as the overnight pair, and both those two, along with Zavagahar and Zach Chappell, have already been dismissed this morning. Davey taking 2 wickets in 2 brief spells, both of them coming in quick succession from the pavilion end.
Gregory to Taylor. Bouncer, ducks underneath it, goes through to Steve Davis. Going back to the kit though, I mean, I think, you know, it's online at the through the glossccc.co.uk, and I think, you know, it's really nice gear and it's well worth some, and it's being modelled today in our studio here by James Healy.
There's our email, top right hand corner of your screen.
Yeah.
Commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Drop us a line. Lewis Gregory in, and that's wide of off stump.
If you want, you can actually talk about the cricket.
Don't be silly, Ian. Don't be silly.
I mean, in terms of the elements, actually, here's a question for you. Let's just assume that Somerset are going to enforce the follow-on here, which I think they are. Give us a thought about where Gloucestershire are at the end of this 6-game run at the start of the championship. Remember, they have played 6 out of 14 already in the championship.
Yeah, Gregory in, and that's played out to mid-on.
You know, what does the shape of the summer look like to you as a Gloucestershire, not to you, Dan, necessarily, but to those watching at home, as a Gloucestershire supporter, what does the shape of the summer look like, championship-wise? You know, we know that Glenn Phillips is coming for the T20. We know that Naseem Shah hopefully will be fit for the T20. He had a bowl in a second-team T20 yesterday at Taunton Vale. But red ball-wise, you know, how do you see it panning out?
Gregory into Taylor, and that's a good bouncer, and goes past Matt Taylor's nose. Just about gets his gloves out of the way. That's a good bumper there. That's what you want, a bouncer, directed at the throat. So you see the replay, and just jags his head out of the way and drops the hands, which is how you should play it.
You see,
played.
If Gloucestershire cannot avoid defeat here, that would be 4 losses out of 6.
Yeah. Gregory in, and that's hit him on the thigh. Goes through to Renshaw.
And you know, we are not betting people. Neither Dan or I are gamblers in any way, shape, or form. At least I'm not. If you walked into one of those turf accountant gentlemen's offices at lunchtime today and said, what odds would you give on Somerset winning this match, they'd be very, very short, because they've got bags of time, they've got a huge lead. Yes, they're a bowler down, but it's scoreboard pressure, isn't it?
Certainly is. Gregory in, and that's a lovely shot there, out through mid-off. He's going to get 4 runs for that, and that's a delightful shot from Matt Taylor. And that's the end of the over. 166 for 8. Are the runs immaterial, or well, you never know, because if they get, I think they are immaterial, but you know, you never know. It might come down to it tomorrow where it comes into the game.
Yeah, the time element is such that, you know, if Gloucestershire are to bat really long, then they do have to get close to that. I mean, that was the equation in the Hampshire game last season at Southampton, where Gloucestershire were trying to save the match, and I'll try and recount that briefly during this over. Goldsworthy's back on the field. Somebody's just trotted up the steps at the far end, not sure who that is, but Goldsworthy's back on as a sub-fielder. When Josh Shaw and Dom Goodman were trying to save the game at Southampton, and when they joined forces, Gloucestershire was still behind, but ultimately they got their noses in front. Here's Leach.
It's Tom Abel, I think.
From the Ashley Down Road end, and Wheel plays it into the ground, past the man at Silly Point, or
I think Abel's gone off for a tactical chat, hasn't he? Or was that him round the corner there? No, that's him round the corner on the 45.
Yeah, he's orchestrating the field from there. Wheel picked up a single off that last ball, and therefore it would be Matt Taylor to face Leach. You can probably see all three stumps there, and Taylor comes across and plays that out on the offside, fielded by Gregory. I mean, from batsmen who might take, you know, middle stump or even off stump as a guard, Matt Taylor's certainly giving Leach a pretty good view of all three there, and he goes back into his crease and defends. But Goodman and Shaw got themselves ahead on, so ultimately not only did Hampshire have runs to chase, but they had overs being soaked out of the game with that chase still on, with that chase still needed, and that's why ultimately Gloucestershire managed to save it, rather than being a long way adrift where they didn't have to worry about the runs. Now, given the time in the game here, it's not impossible that Gloucestershire could get almost into that equation again tomorrow if they do it well, if they bat well enough, but they're having to deal with Leach here, who's making the ball talk.
The other thing that will come into play is whether Craig Overton is fit to bowl.
True, but if you've got Leach and three good seamers, that might. We haven't seen Abel bowl yet either.
So no, he can bowl.
Yeah, there's another possible bowl. Lammonby isn't able to bowl at the moment. He's had an injection in an ankle, so he isn't an option. There's the view from our Kennington Avenue camera, right in the corner of the ground, looking right across towards the main stand and the pavilion in the distance. And Gloucestershire this morning, I say Higgins 31, Zafar Gohar without scoring, Chapel for 2, and Jacob Bethel for 37.
I think it was Davey who went off the pitch, actually. No, it wasn't. Craig Overton's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end.
Interestingly, Overton is going to come back.
Well, be interesting to see how he does as he comes into the wicket. And Wheel gets up on his toes. Plays it.
He wasn't off the field. To be fair, he wasn't off the field very long. Even when he walked off second time.
Yeah, for those joining us late, Craig Overton broke down mid-over after about 15 minutes of play, didn't he, this morning? And he looked at his knee and then hobbled off the pitch, took his sweater, hobbled off the pitch, and Josh Davey had to finish off his over. But here he is, back. And Wheel plays that into the offside, no run. It's a miraculous comeback, you know.
It was Lazarus type. Is it Lazarus?
It was Lazarus, yeah. Yeah. Till I went to a good Catholic school.
That's not Mark Lazarus, who used to play for Queen's Park Rangers. That's a bit too much knowledge there, isn't it?
Overton approaching the crease, and Wheel drives quite nicely, handsomely out to cover.
15 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch break. But with this being the last wicket pair, Somerset can stay out there till 1:30 if necessary.
Overton at the top of his run here, approaching the crease. Cut! Oh, and Tom Abel's nearly got that. But it flies past his fingertips and goes away for 4 runs. But that was perilously close to being the end of the Gloucestershire innings. Fantastic effort.
Abel is an agile fielder.
He certainly is. Certainly is. I had a chat with him this morning. I said that one was perilously, that 6 he hit yesterday was perilously close to my automobile in the car park. Did ask him if he had shares in a certain windscreen company. As Overton comes in and Wheel just leaves that alone. He said that he hit one last year. He did a car last year somewhere. He said he couldn't remember where it was. But yeah, he hit a car last year.
Numbers filling up a little bit in the stand to our left from our commentary position at the Ashley Down Road end. Certainly the Marker Lane and Jack Russell stands at this end of the ground, looking towards the pavilion, have been pretty well populated the first 2 days.
Certainly have. Here's Craig Overton in, and Wheel rocks onto the front foot, and that's the end of the over. 171 for 8. Wheel on 7. Matt Taylor on 12.
10 overs to go until a second new ball, if they wanted to take it. Somerset. Whether they'll get that far remains to be seen. Jack Leach again hands his sweater to umpire Nigel Long. Leach today has bowled 6 overs and he's taken 1 for 5.
Just showing our commentary position there on stream, where we're just to the top right hand corner of that side screen in view there.
Leach then into his 7th over of the day, and he's been accuracy personified. Matt Taylor, as you were, quite an open stance. And again, just pushing that quietly back up the pitch, trying to take Renshaw out of the game in that silly point position. He chopped that away past Renshaw and indeed past the man at extra cover, and Josh Davies coming round from long off to field. They get a comfortable 2.
Paolo doing a decent trade in his ice cream van there.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's Paolo or Anna today. Actually, it was Anna on Thursday. Steered away by Taylor down towards the 3rd man boundary, and they'll come back for a couple.
You'd be purchasing a flake at lunchtime, do you think?
Oh, yeah, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
No sprinkles, no sprinkles.
Definitely no sprinkles. Those who are looking to beat the lunch queues might be heading round there shortly. Gone back to 2 slips now. They've taken the silly point out, and that's whipped away into the leg side. That might be 4. It's going to beat the fielder, who is, I think, Lemmonby up at wide mid-on. That's the shortest boundary there, and Taylor finding the gap, and Lemmonby couldn't haul it in.
Got a little bit of a mullet going on, Tom Lemmonby, hasn't he? He's got sort of like Chris Waddle back in the 80s.
Leach around the wicket. Lost you 179 for 8. Obviously, plenty of overs to go in terms of potential time to get batting points. The issue is that this is the last pair, so it would be frankly, it would be a decent effort even to get 1 batting point from here. They still need 21, but they've added 17 so far.
You never know. You never know.
They've added 27 so far, as you were.
That point could be crucial come the end of the season, couldn't it?
Well, I think there was a school of thought maybe after the first couple of rounds that Somerset would get better, which they clearly have, and the bottom three might be between Gloucestershire, Northampton, Kent.
Craig Overton in, and that's fended down. He's got it quite fine. I think he's only going to get one. Yes, he is, because Jack Leach comes round there. Throws it in right-handed. Bowls left arm, throws it in right-handed. There's Paolo's ice cream van. The groundsman shed. Club shop there to the left, where you can get those fantastic New Balance kits. Overton in, bouncer. One for the over.
Very short.
Very short, not threatening. Advert there for Bath Gem.
It's an ale, is it?
It is an ale, yeah. It's quite a nutty, dark beer. It's quite nice.
The view obviously across to the scoreboard.
Yeah. Craig Overton into the crease, so that's pitched up. But Taylor equal to it.
What has been noticeable today is that the breeze is not quite as strong as it was yesterday in particular.
I lost my notes seeing yesterday. They ended up down on the crowd below.
who are subsequently very well informed.
They are. They've got all the Somerset batting averages from 2021. Overton approaching the crease. Taylor almost sneaks that one through his defences. There's 8 minutes left to lunch if a wicket falls. 180 for 8.
So, in fact, there will now not be a short period until the lunch interval.
No.
For Gloucestershire to bat.
No.
And the openers will be relieved about that.
Overton approaching the crease, and that's cut away, and that's fantastic work there by Tom Abel. They come through for a single, but he saved a certain boundary there.
It's a good stop again, isn't it?
And what a wonderful all-round cricketer he is. He can do all the disciplines of the game very well, and that includes captaining, which is often undervalued, isn't it? A good captain, and I think he's got it. And I wonder if we're looking at someone who's future England captaincy material. Slower ball from Overton, driven out to Gregory in the covers. No run, that completes the over. 181 for 8. Matt Taylor's moved serenely on to 21 with Brad Wheel on 8.
So he's actually scored more runs in this innings than he has in the season to date.
Yeah.
Matt Taylor.
What's going on around the country? Have we got any scores in?
I can update you on what is happening elsewhere. A lot of big first innings scores in this round of games. In the First Division, Northants 597 for 6 declared at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, who are 130 for 3 in reply. Surrey broke a record at Beckenham yesterday, 671 for 9. Declared that was against Kent. Jack Leach to start a new over from the Ashley Down Road end in on. Chopped away by Matt Taylor, who's going to get another couple, I think, down towards the third man boundary. They might even get 3 here, and Wheel will turn for the third, and they'll come back and make it comfortably. Yeah, that's Surrey innings, the highest in their history without a century, and Kent 104 for 4 in reply, so not finding things easy, and indeed neither are Yorkshire at Leeds against Lancashire. 566 for 9 declared, and reply Yorkshire 135 for 5. Matt Taylor on to 24 now. Brad Wheel, 3 close catches in, and Renshaw is fielding on his knees in there at second slip.
Yeah, Trescothick used to like doing that for Somerset, didn't he?
With the helmet on, as Leach again wheels in, and Brad Wheel steers that away.
Oh, seamlessly and
on the offside.
There's an experienced commentator. We'll have a chat about
He is,
commentating in a minute because we've had an email in, but let's go through this.
He's probably 5 yards from the bat, no more, Renshaw. And Brad Wheel again forward to defend against Leach. So every expectation here that lunch will be taken either at 1:30 or when this pair are split. And again, Brad Wheel defends out on the offside. They have got, there's going to be 4 men saving 1 here. I mean, actually Davies probably giving Wheel a single down at long off. Gregory's on the single, and a man's been moved across now to short mid-wicket. They're just tweaking the field a bit, so they've got a short leg and a short straight mid-wicket now for Wheel. And he works it to the right of that fielder, who is, I think, Lewis Goldsworthy, and they'll come through and rotate the strike, and Wheel will take 185-48 Gloucestershire.
Email come in from your old buddy Jerry Wolstenholme, Ian, and he said he's loving the chat about names on shirts, jumpers, and it reminds him of when he was commentating on Radio Gloucester at Cheltenham, and his co-commentator, whose name has been surreptitiously withheld, said it's gone down to third man and it's being chased by, I don't know who it's being chased by, but he's got a short name on his shirt. So in between overs they laughed. As Jerry said, it wouldn't have helped the listener very much. So thanks for your email there, Jerry. And email in from Jack Ronan, currently watching the game right now, and he's having lunch. You lucky, lucky lad, Jack. Craig Overton in, defended by Wheel. He's having lunch. Somerset fan, it's going really well. Well, it is. I'm sure their lunch will be going down rather well. Can you say hello to A.D. Phillips, who's my stepdad and an amazing captain for Broad Windsor Cricket Club? So, hello, A.D., and hope you're enjoying what this morning's offering. I'm sure as a Somerset fan, you probably are. There's Craig Overton comes in. Good bouncer that is, as Wheel has to evade it. Ducks down under it. Got the leg slip in place as well, so wouldn't surprise me if he gets a little bit of chin music. And
interesting, I had a note actually sent to me last night about obviously the cricket community sometimes can seem quite small because people know people, and I'll come back to that after this ball from Overton.
Here he comes into the crease, down the leg side, whipped away. Going to find Jack Leach down at long leg, who again hurls it in with his right arm.
So Jerry talks about commentating on Radio Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, and the note I was sent was that Jerry used to do commentary at Old Trafford on Lancashire as well. I think presumably that was for either for BBC Manchester, as it would have been, or indeed for Radio Lancashire. So yeah, Jerry's been behind the microphone a bit.
Experienced man. Overton. Oh, that's a good bouncer. And that nearly hits Wheel there. That didn't get up as much as Wheel thought it would. We have a look at the replay there, as Wheel sort of goes to weave this and it doesn't get up as much, and he had to adjust again. Good bouncer that from Craig Overton.
Yes, that was probably not much more than 9 inches up above the stumps in the end.
Yeah. Here he is in, and Wheel just plays that one into the onside. Lammonby comes and picks it up, shining the ball now. And
we should just say to you that if you've got something on the stove and you timed it to be ready at 1 o'clock, A, the clock has just ticked round, so it should be ready now, but B, the cricket is not over.
No. But Craig Overton in, and that's pleasantly driven out to mid-off. But, you know, some people do like their eggs hard-boiled, don't they, Ian? So, you know, continue with us. Are we going to go for lunch? I think it is Tom Abel's decision.
Well, and I suppose they may say because it's 8 and not 9, and they don't. Somerset don't know whether Van Buren will bat or not. I mean, they can draw various conclusions, but
that's a very good point.
It is technically 8, not 9, and therefore the players are in fact going off for lunch. So during that morning session, Gloucestershire's score advanced by 67, but they did lose 4 wickets in getting there. It was a brightish start between Ryan Higgins and Jacob Bethel, but Higgins was first to go LBW to Josh Davey, who only bowled a handful of overs this morning, only in fact 4 overs and 5 balls, but he took 2 wickets in that time. Zafar O'Hara he had caught by Hildreth at first slip. Zach Chappell was spectacularly bowled by Gregory, knocking out the middle stump for 2, and then Jacob Bethel, who really I think applied himself really well both last night and this morning, batted for over 2 hours for his 37 before he was LBW to Leach playing back, and Gloucestershire at that stage were 152 for 8, and they are now 186 for 8 as the players head off for lunch. I will give you the bowling figures of the Somerset bowlers if my screen will just update. The bowlers in play at the moment: Leach 24 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 49. He's been the star really. And Overton, who obviously went off after bowling 1 ball of an over this morning, but has since come back 15 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 57. Davey has 2 wickets, and Somerset need, in theory, 2 more wickets to have to make a decision about the follow-on.
They certainly do, and Gloucestershire need 14 runs for that first batting bonus point, which, as we said, could be crucial. But we're going to go and grab a spot of lunch, as Tom Abel has also done, and his Somerset guys, and their lunch will be going down rather better than the home side's fare during the luncheon interval. But we're going to go and grab some lunch. We'll be back at just before 1:40, so join Ian Randall and myself then. Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session here at the Seat Unique Stadium, where the hosts have had a bit of a rough morning. 186 for 8, and the probability that their captain Graham Van Buren won't bat either in this innings. So just 1 wicket needed for the visitors Somerset here. Gloucestershire needing 14 runs to secure a first batting point. My name's Dan Whiting and I'm joined by Ian Randall this afternoon. Afternoon, Ian.
Hello, Dan. I like your optimism. The 14 runs for the first batting point.
Yeah, well, you know me.
Yeah.
Glass half full and all that.
Yeah, and other factors of bringing here is that there are 6 overs until a second new ball, should Somerset wish to take it. Briefly, the scores elsewhere in the first division, and then an interesting little stat which was told to me over lunch, which I must confess I had not spotted, perhaps largely because Gloucestershire haven't played Kent yet. So in the other 3 games in the first division, Jack Leach is going to open up after lunch, by the way, from this Ashley Down Road end at Edgbaston. Northants 597 for 6 declared, Warwickshire 162 for 3 in reply. At Beckenham, Surrey 671 for 9 declared, Kent 116 for 5 at lunch, and in the Roses match, Lancashire 566 for 9 declared, Yorkshire 171 for 5. It's been a half century for Joe Root in that game. Here, Gloucestershire's 9th wicket pair are together, Matt Taylor and Brad Wheel. Expectation, though, is that this will be the last pair and that Van Buren won't bat. So, at the splitting of these two, Tom Abel's got a decision to make, which I don't think will be too difficult for him. Leach with the slip and a short leg in the close catching positions. First ball after lunch pushed out on the offside, and the stat I was given, which is actually correct having checked it, is that Kent have conceded 500 in the first innings of all their championship matches this summer.
Interesting one.
Leach round the wicket and played pleasantly out into the offside by Wheel.
It's not like you to miss out on a stat.
Well, no, I mean, it's one of those ones that you kind of, it sort of jumps on you when you haven't been looking at all the scores of all the teams, and they say Gloucestershire haven't played Kent yet. Leach in and Wheel lets that go. And in fact, they only play them once, which, given the position in the relative position in the table, they would probably like to play them twice.
Stat tabulous.
Leach past umpire Nigel Long in, and Wheel again defends, just bounces out on the leg side. Banton is under the lid there. Overton at slip. Renshaw in at short cover, I suppose you'd call it. It was for the mistimed drive. Not that Wheel is probably going to play too many aggressive strokes just at this point. 186 for 8, and Leach immediately back into that groove that he displayed before lunch. He's been economical today, started the day with 3 wickets. He now has 4, and Somerset have, if I can use the phrase, they've bossed the morning despite the best efforts of Jacob Bethel in particular, Dan.
They certainly have, and I was very impressed with young Bethel. He's got his super K, isn't he? But no, he looks delightful cricketer. I think we're going to see Lewis Gregory. He looks like the man who's going to start us off from the pavilion end. Craig Overton came back. He broke down in the sort of 15 minutes into play this morning, and he limped off. And then, surprisingly, he came back at lunch, just before lunch, and we saw him bowling practice wickets here on the side with his bowling coach Steve Kirby, and he wasn't moving overly freely there. So anyway, here's Gregory. Pardon the pun with Overton moving overly freely. I didn't mean that one at all, actually. Here's Gregory, and that's defended.
And so since that moment at which he appeared to have done his bowling for the day, he's bowled 3 overs. So maybe that was as much of a... I think, actually, he probably wouldn't need even as much as 3 overs to work out whether it was painful or not.
No. Davey and Abel, just swapping places there. Davies gone into cut-off point and Abel gone to extra. Gregory in and driven out to mid-off by Matt Taylor.
So, well, first target for these two, if they can get there, will be to get Gloucestershire to 200. And then it's about soaking up overs, isn't it? Really?
Certainly is. Yeah, certainly is. And getting through to lunch was vital because they've taken another 2 overs out of the game, haven't they?
We've not seen much, but it would have been an awkward period for the openers to bat.
Gregory and Taylor gets up onto his toes and rides the bounce there and plays it softly out into the offside. Those 2 overs could be crucial come tomorrow evening. You never know. You never know.
Yes, James Healy's looking after our cameras today. Had a look on his. There's numerous weather apps you can have if you've got a smartphone. Any number of weather apps that will try and tell you what the forecast is going to be. The forecast I heard in the car coming down this morning suggested a storm overnight.
Gregory, and that's one hand off the bat, plays that softly.
And then James's app at about 10:30 suggested that there might be the more than 50% chance of rain through most of the morning tomorrow.
Ooh.
I don't know whether it still says that. James says it still says that. So Somerset will be conscious that if there is time taken out of the game tomorrow, they've got to make progress today.
Gregory into Taylor again, who defends that. James Healy's the Michael Fish of the West Country here, and he's but having a chat with people around the ground. Both sides seem a little pessimistic, and Somerset fans don't think it's going to be really hard work and that the weather will beat them tomorrow.
That's what they're saying, is it?
Well, yeah, they think it's going to be very hard to bowl Gloucestershire out twice. They don't think Gloucestershire will bat as badly on this wicket. And Gloucestershire, it seems doom and gloom from the fans here. As Gregory comes in to Matt Taylor, that's defended, that's the end of the over. And a very nice apple cake we've had made for us by a lady called Rosie, who's on Twitter at the Gas Queen.
That's very generous of her.
Very generous, yeah, and I'm sure Ian Randall will scoff a few later on, and there's the scorecard. We see it, a few 30s in there, 186 for 8, but no, thank you, Rosie, and I'm sure the team here will be very pleased with that, and I'm sure there'll be just a few crumbs left when Ian Randall and I finish this commentary stint at tea, and we can't come off mic, can we? So I'm sure there'll be just mere morsels left for me and you, Ian.
Davey again is back at deep long off here, but at the moment Wheel and Taylor occupying the crease, and that's what they have to do. Deficit still more than 400. Leach around the wicket to Wheel, and that just straight. Probably does more than straighten actually, but yeah, he's bowling it from very wide of the crease. So it's, if it really does go off at 45 degrees, it'll be very difficult to play. Wheel again forward here, but it's sort of angled in, and then if it does straighten, it almost feels like it turns a long way from the batsman's point of view.
It's ripping, yeah. You're a West Countryman. Is apple cake a delicacy in this part of the world?
It would be in my house.
Excellent.
Definitely. Leach in. Oh, that's got to be out. That kept very low, and nothing Wheel could do. It's 5 wickets for Jack Leach, and Somerset have bowled Gloucestershire out. They haven't got a batting point, and Matt Taylor has to walk back to the pavilion. But this is the first one that's really shot along the ground, and it was fired in. It did keep pretty low. Wheel was well back. It hit him on the back leg, and Leach has bowled Somerset into a position where if they want to, and there would appear to be no reason why they wouldn't, they can enforce the follow-on. And Leach finishes with 5 for 49. Gloucestershire 186 for 9, but with Graham Van Buren not batting, that is the end of their first innings.
Yeah, I'd like to look at this again because he was an absolute grubber, Brad Will, but I'm wondering if he got his pad outside the line of off stumps there. I know it can look bad when it shoots along the deck like that, but that is the first one that we've seen do that. But I'm wondering if Will has got outside the line of off stump. As Leach takes a 5 for 49 and leads his side off to warm applause from the visitors who've come up the M5 from Taunton. There's many of them not far away, many of them sort of in the south of Bristol, supporting Somerset as well, don't they? And many sort of down in that neck of the woods support Somerset.
Yeah, the only a light roller being used here this time. And I find it impossible to comprehend that Somerset would bat from this position. They are 405 behind going into the second innings. That to me is 5 sessions batting. They've got to bat till tea tomorrow, assuming we have a completely clear period of play.
Yeah.
To make Somerset bat again. So it is a very long game here for Gloucestershire to play. They've conceded 9 wickets in 77 overs. That's not much over 2 sessions.
No.
So it really is a sizable task for them to save this game from just after lunch on the 3rd day. They've got to try and do it with a batsman short in Graham Van Buren. That's a genuine batsman short as well. It's not as if it would be a tail ender who couldn't bat. It's a genuine batsman short, and they've got a spinner getting purchase and turn out of the pitch who's very much on song. 119 for 4 is where Gloucestershire started today. They've ended up on 186 for 9. Wheel LBW Leach for 10, leaving Matt Taylor not out 24, and Leach finishing with 5 for 49. Gregory 1 for 38. Davey 2 for 11. Siddle 1 for 31. And the Gloucestershire card, as regards the batsman out today, Ryan Higgins, the first to go. He was, my screen will just update, LBW to Davey for 31. Zafar Gahar caught by Hildreth off Davey, second ball for naught. Zach Chubbell had his middle stump knocked out of the ground by Gregory for 2. And then Jacob Bethel, LBW to Leach for 37. He then got the last wicket as well, that of Brad Wheel. Only 6 extras on that card, not a single bye or leg bye in that Gloucestershire total of 186. There's the whole card, and as Dan picked out, 4 players getting in, and I kind of exclude Bethel from that in a way because of his inexperience, only his second first class game. But Harris, Bracey, Higgins, almost identical in terms of balls faced, runs scored and strike rate, but each of them then succumbing, and Gloucestershire have a huge task ahead of them.
They certainly do, but sometimes you have to credit the bowler, and I thought Jack Leach bowled absolutely beautifully. He bowled at just the right pace for this wicket. If you bowl it too flat and too fast, you don't get anything out of it. And if you give it too much loop, it's too slow. The batsman, you've got time to adjust to the turn. And I thought Leach bowled at exactly the right pace, and I thought it was a real lesson for any youngster watching on how to bowl slow left arm. But yes, Gloucestershire have got a big task, and I think the most important thing for them today is to get through the day. That is number one priority. They've got a couple of hours to the tea interval, no doubt, and it's going to be
60 overs remaining today.
60 overs remaining, so we're going to have a long interval here of 28 overs, aren't we? We're going to have a long session of 28 overs, and the damage has got to be minimal that we get.
Somerset have, we understand, enforced the follow-on, and that's absolutely no surprise. There's our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. If you want to make a quick tea, I'll get the kettle on briefly. We'll have 5 minutes and then be back with you for the Gloucestershire second innings. So here at the Seat Unique Stadium, we have Gloucestershire batting a second time. And I mean, I don't know whether this was the case first time round, Dan, but that blow that James Bracey took on his finger on the first day, I mean, we don't know whether he's batting with any kind of support on that finger, but I suspect even if he's not, it's probably pretty sore out there when he was batting. So, you know, it will take an even. I mean, he could have an injection in it. We don't know about that. How they manage the pain that's come from that blow, because it was clearly painful to him while he was keeping wicket. But they've got to manage that if he's going to be out there for a long time in this second innings.
Yeah, I think it's the little finger anyway. So they're the least painful, although it can be quite hard to grip a bat. But we're going to see Peter Siddle start off from the Ashley Down Road end, and George Scott's on a king pair.
Yeah, I think George Scott needs to be aware that Siddle first time was immediately on the money, and the fact that Leach had a long bowl means that none of the seamers have had too much work.
No.
And it will be shared around this time, even if Overton can't bowl or has to be used sparingly. You know, Davey, Gregory, Siddle, no mean attack. Siddle in, and first not a king pair for George Scott. Otherwise a full toss actually out to mid-on. Back to the four slips. Hildreth, Renshaw, Overton, Gregory, and Marcus Harris will know that he's got a long job to do here. Not impossible to bat on this pitch. Siddle in and Scott lets that go. That's what Del Benkinstein said last night, actually. You know, it's not impossible to bat on it. So here's a thought, Dan. Was there a lack of application? Or is that being too harsh, or are you just having to say, look, you know, Somerset have got a decent bowling attack, and they are stronger than Gloucestershire at the minute? Here is Siddle in, and Scott defends. I don't think, you know, generally speaking, there's a lot of in other sports, fans are very quick to jump on teams that they don't believe try, and I don't think in any sense you would generally say this season that Gloucestershire haven't tried to compete.
No, I don't think it's a lack of application either. Sometimes you just have to take your hats off to the opposition, and I thought Jack Leach, doff your cap to him.
Scott waits for Siddle. He plays it round his pad. There's George Scott, but he's clipped that away through the onside, and he'll get underway with a single. So Gloucestershire starting 405 behind. In a sense, that's kind of irrelevant at the moment, and it won't become really relevant until middle afternoon tomorrow, if they're still batting, in terms of whether they might get to a situation where they're ultimately in the lead. But at the moment, it's about batting time, and 60 overs remain at the start of this innings on the day's play. Siddle coming round the wicket now to Marcus Harris, and as Harris lets that go outside the off stump. Couple of long emails, Dan. Do you want to take one? I'll take the other.
Go on, you take them both, and I'll do them at the end of the over, and whilst I commentate on the over, that's probably going to be bowled by Craig Overton, I think, at the other end. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
One is from Jerry Wolstenholme, who's been in touch yesterday and in touch again this morning.
I struggle to see my laptop screen in the afternoon with the sun here, actually.
Siddle round the wicket to Harris. And he's pushed that away. Well, more than pushed it, actually. He's driven it. It's gone pleasantly away through the covers. There's a big gap there, and up to the Kennington Avenue boundary for 4. So Harris is away, and Gloucestershire are 5 without loss. Jerry says, I did. It goes back to an earlier conversation about him doing commentary for both Radio Lancashire and Radio Gloucestershire. And he said it was quite amusing in a way. I was doing updates every half an hour, and on one of them I summed up the situation as I did not use notes. I forgot how one of the batsmen, sorry, I don't like the word batter, was out. So I carried on until suddenly I remembered. I said, oh, that other wicket was Ian Austin caught by Jack Russell off Courtney Walsh. That other wicket. Another interesting little incident came as on the close of a match, the close of a day's play. Radio Gloucestershire rang me and said, could I do a 30-second summing up of the whole day for the 6 o'clock bulletin?
We're going to see Craig Overton, and he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. George Scott leaves that alone.
I do not wear a watch and couldn't see a clock, so when he rang to connect me through, I just ran through the day as I remembered it. After I'd finished, it came on the line and said that was superbly well timed, 29 seconds. I told him it was a pure fluke because I didn't have any timepiece with me. Thank you, Jerry, for your email, or third email in fact since yesterday.
Craig Overton in, Scott leaves that alone. And who's the other one from Ian?
The other one I will just turn up. For some reason, I know it's a Saturday, the internet a little bit slower today. That was that one. I was sure there was 2. I'll find the. Here it is. It's from Brian Ward, and I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, it's Craig Overton bustling in, and Scott defends out to mid-on.
Brian says, hello Ian and Dan, thanks for the enjoyable coverage over the last few days. I'm a Somerset born and bred supporter. I've been following the county since the 60s, and my first season ticket cost 15 shillings, which is obviously 75p, when I was at primary school. Cable knit jumpers still look smarter today than counties that choose modern style jumpers, in my opinion. Why have Gloucestershire abandoned their traditional colours even on their cable knit jumpers?
Overton in. Scott lead outside edge, goes out to cover point. Well fielded.
He says, I'm afraid I cannot agree with the modern top. And may I request that if your conversation today meanders towards a football game that kicks off at 4:45, to give a spoiler alert. That will enable me to put you on mute to avoid my planned viewing after Somerset have mopped up the second innings.
Oh, whoa, that's fighting talk.
Thank you again. Thank you. He was polite. He was polite about it.
Overton in, and Scott nudges him into the leg side. No
we will
run.
refrain from talking about said football game.
There's only one game of football this afternoon, and that's 3 o'clock at the Hive, Barnet versus Bromley. In a meaningless end of season fixture.
Yeah, there is the FA Cup final later on, but I say we will.
It's not the same, not being 3 o'clock, isn't it? It's 4:45. What's all that about? I know it's for TV purposes. Overton in, Scott defends. I know it's for TV purposes, but it's lost its magic, hasn't it? Its pizzazz. You know, watching it as a kid, where they used to sort of get on the team coach, follow the coach down. There used to be all the crowds thronging Wembley Way, and it's lost its mojo, its oomph, and it's a very, very sad thing.
I was going to look up something actually in terms of overs batted in the second innings. A couple of the games that Gloucestershire have had this season. Perhaps during the next over. Here's Siddle in to Harris. That's out onto the offside, into the hands of the Somerset captain Tom Abel in his cable knit jumper.
He has got a cable knit jumper.
But it isn't a rule that all the players have to wear them at all times, because Siddle's not bowling in one, Lammonby isn't fielding in one. And to be fair, I'm not sure that actually in the sun you actually need one today. I get if the sun goes in and the breeze picks up a little bit, then it might be worth it. Siddle round the wicket and Harris lets that go.
Well, I'm just here in my t-shirt while Ian's got his customary 6 layers on, including a rather pleasant gilet.
Yeah, it's not quite as warm as it looks.
This is tropical. Costa del Horfield here in Bristol.
Siddle, that blonde dye on the top, blonde dyed hair. It isn't naturally that colour. I'm sure it isn't. But on his arrival at Somerset, presumably somebody thought it was a good idea, or he did it for a bet, one of the two. Oh, I mean, just as a slight aside, you know what the it's been what would I call it? The introduction at Gloucester Rugby for some time to new players. It's a sort of I'll come back to that after this delivery from Siddle, which is let go outside the off stump. It's kind of it's not a trick or treat situation, but it's a kind of the lesser of two evils. What would you rather have? Would you rather have your head shaved by one of the players?
Yeah.
Or would you eat 8 pints of milk in 20 minutes? Because if you can do the one, you get out of the other.
I'll take the head shave. I'll take the head shave without a shadow of a doubt.
And I believe there are not a very few players have managed the 8 pints of milk in 20 minutes. Some don't challenge it. Some take it on. And then fail. And
it's normal milk. It's not. You can't have sort of like the almond milk.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's probably detailed beyond my knowledge. But I know that is seen as a sort of an introduction, an induction.
Because 8 pints of the blue top creamy stuff, that's going to come straight back up, isn't it?
Apologies if I'm having lunch. Here's Siddle in again, and Harris defends off the back foot out in the offside, fielded by Davey. I thought was quite actually harshly treated this morning. I mean, he took 2 wickets, he bowled beautifully, but he wasn't used very much.
No, he wasn't. What do you go for, Ian? What do you?
Well, there wouldn't be much on the floor after the head shave, that's for sure. Actually, 8 pints of anything. Even 8 pints of water in 20 minutes would be an awful lot to drink, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So
I think anyway, here's Craig Overton. Scott defends. We're at 8 pints of Guinness.
Oof. Gee. Thought of that.
Sort the men out from the boys. Get the big dogs out.
Four slips here for Somerset.
Lovely evening, or lovely afternoon here in Bristol. Looks very peaceful over the top there. Overton in, bowls a bouncer. Scott goes hooking. Gets over, rolls his wrist, goes out to long leg, but a dangerous shot to play. Gets one for his troubles. Moves on to 2. Score on to 6. Harris with 4 was that glorious cover drive. We've seen so many of them during his time here in Bristol, and he's an absolute joy to watch, Marcus Harris. He really is. And Gloucestershire are really going to need him to bat for a long time if they're going to save this game. Here's Craig Overton doing his best to dismiss him as that one goes through outside the off stump, through to Steve Davis. So we've got 4 slips, we've got a cover point, we have got Lewis Goldsworthy at mid-off, we've got mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. We've got Peter Siddle down here to the just in front of the Jack Russell stand to our right as we look down the pitch slightly over towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground as Overton comes in. Harris equal to it, defends it, prods it off the front foot to Goldsworthy. Who's Goldsworthy on for, do you think? And is that Goldsworthy?
I think someone's just trotting down the steps.
Yeah.
So whoever it is might be. It looks like it might be Renshaw, I think.
Overturn, and Harris goes hooking, and one bounce to Siddle. Again, taking the short ball on, the Gloucestershire openers. Can be a dangerous game to play.
And the more they do, the more they take Siddle on, the more he will keep using that as a tactic.
Well, Overton, yeah, Overton will definitely bang the ball in. And who is that there? That is it Leach? It's Leach, I think. Overton in, Scott down the leg side. Scott has a little fend at it. Doesn't touch anything, goes through to Steve Davis. That's the end of the over. 7 for none. 3 overs gone. 4 overs gone.
Yeah, James Hildreth then. And I think Hildreth used to bowl a little bit, almost doing a dummy run-up then at the what will be Siddle's end at the Ashley Down Road end, but actually didn't actually deliver a ball, even a mock delivery. But it's him now back at first slip.
I can now officially tell you, viewers, that it's the warmest day that we've had here at Gloucestershire this season. Ian Randall has removed his coat.
I've gone earlier than usual with the hat as well.
You have, yeah.
Just to avoid the glare. Here's Siddle in, and Harris again pleasantly drives away through extra cover. That will race away. That'll be 4 more. There is a chase, but it will be in vain. And Gloucestershire have got the deficit down below 400. It's a small step,
Yeah.
I think we'll say. Siddle back at the end of his run. Past umpire Baldwin. Umpires, of course, having changed ends after 2 innings.
I would say that the runs, though, are irrelevant. I know you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
You don't want to get bogged down,
No,
do you?
exactly.
Almost ultra cautious.
Exactly, because the bowler then is in the ascendancy. But I would say that the score is more or less irrelevant, because I think it's just time now, and Gloucestershire need just to bat time, but need to bat and bat and bat.
Siddle in on a little jumpy jab a bit from Harris out on the leg side, in control of it, but it didn't look as gamey as some of the other shots that he's played. George Scott wants, I think, someone to take his jumper, so he's signalled to the dressing room. I can't believe he wants another one. And he looks on as Siddle hustles in again and worked again off his pad by Marcus Harris down to Jack Leach, who's down at wide long on. Just takes the single once again, rotates the strike and gets Scott back down to face Siddle. And Scott got 77 at the Aegeus Bowl in the second innings last week. Career best score. And then got a first ball duck first time round here, so
We do apologise if there's a little glitch on the screen there in front of you. It's showing there the end of the Gloucestershire first innings card at the bottom, and it's because of only 9 batting. There's a slight glitch in the software. We're on the case to get it amended, and we hope it doesn't ruin your enjoyment of the stream.
So we will keep giving the score as a result of that. Here's Siddle in, and Scott gets that away through the covers. They'll take one. That's a bit of a hair back for the second, and they're fortunate in a way that the throw was not accurate. So Gloucestershire up to 16 for no wicket. Scott goes, and in fact the scoreboard's been so fast, he's got the runs up before they've actually completed the 2, so it's 14 without loss. Harris has 10, Scott has 4, and indeed Scott has asked for his sweater to be taken off the ground. Our email address remains open throughout the day, whether you're just up there to put a pin on the map in terms of where you're following the game from, or whether you want to converse with us on other topics. Please do. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is, top right hand corner of your screen, and that email will be open until the close of play.
Overton about to commence from the pavilion end, and Harris plays that back. It was a real ding-dong between these two yesterday afternoon. Umpires got involved. Overton throwing the ball back, hit Marcus Harris on the pads. Marcus Harris giving a little bit back to the England man. And that's quite a tight leave, but well judged.
Yeah, probably 5th stump, I would think.
Lots of excitement there from the Somerset slip cordon, but they're quite an excitable bunch, aren't they?
I think it's that thing, isn't it? You're trying to keep the bowler's morale up, even if nothing's happening for them, nothing much is happening for them. They haven't got a wicket yet, right? How can we just make sure that the bowler still thinks he's got a chance of getting the man out?
Overton over the wicket, and that's crunched off the back foot, much to the angst of Craig Overton. Through the offside there by Marcus Harris.
I think Overton was angry about the length he bowled there, because he doesn't have anybody in that cover region on the offside, and it did sit up. And it was wide too, so there really was every invitation there for Harris to climb into that and power it away.
Having a Angus Fraser style kick at the turf there, wasn't he?
playing in this match, but I've seen Benny Howell do that on occasion in a T20. But bowl's a bad ball.
Doesn't bowl many either, does he? Overton in, and Harris pumps him down the ground. That's well fielded. They're going to get one. He's only parried it, but he's probably saved 4 runs there. Mid-off, and it was a good stop. It's quite firm ground there. It's quite very dry here. We've had a exceedingly dry spring in the West Country. Craig Overton bowling to George Scott. Oh, and he plays that into the offside, thinks about the single. Harris doesn't fancy it. And he's turned back. As I mentioned yesterday, Scott was originally from Potters Bar Cricket Club, who are a very hospitable club. They've got a reputation of enjoying a beverage or two post-match. In fact, the skipper there, Steve Gale, only signed for Potters Bar because he thought it was a licensed premises. Oh, and that's off the glove. Short ball. Scott goes pulling. Is that off the glove? Let's have another look at that.
I certainly thought it was off.
Oh,
it was
and
off
Overton's kicking the ball away again. Here we go. Is that going to attract the attention of the umpire? Oh, Scott wasn't in control of that there at all. Kicked it at George Scott there. Which,
I'm not sure it was at him, really. I think it was kicked away in disgust, really, at the fact that he didn't get a wicket off that last ball. But I'm with you, Dan. Scott was not in control of that shot. And Jacob Bethel, in a sense, showed how to play the short ball. And since you don't play a shot at it at all,
no,
you're swaying, you're getting out of the way every time. Siddle then to Harris, who gets beaten by that, wraps him on the pad. The score for Gloucestershire is 19 without loss in the second innings. They started 405 behind. Here's the replay.
This is the point here, isn't it?
Jag back a bit.
This is the point here where we've spoken about all season. The first few overs don't tend to do much, and then the lacquer comes off the ball, doesn't it? And around 6-7 overs it starts to do a bit.
This is the 7th. Oh, and that's nicely bowled again by Siddle. Harris inside the line, but canny as a bowler, Peter Siddle.
Very.
Somebody and Somerset clearly have signed him because they see him as somebody you'd really want in your team, adding his experience and know-how. And again, that jag back again at his fellow Victorian, and Harris at the moment just being a little bit of a working over. Gloucestershire losing their last wicket of the first innings shortly after the lunch break with a dismissal of Brad Wheel. 186 for 9, but with Graham Van Buren unable to bat, effectively all out. Siddle in, Harris lets that go. Good carry that time. To Stephen Davis, and now setting off with 60 overs to bat today and 96 to bat tomorrow, assuming the weather holds. 156 overs to bat to save the game. I mean, if they bat that far, they will be certain, they'll be pretty close to getting their noses in front.
It'll be there or thereabouts, yeah, definitely.
But that is it's a long time, and they've just got to keep Somerset out in the field for as long as they can, because they will have the enthusiasm today for sure, particularly with Leach having had quite a long bowl last night and the ability to rotate the quicker bowlers with as sure as sure as eggs are eggs, so to speak,
Yes.
that he will have a long bowl again here. Therefore, the work will be shared. Siddle in, and Harris again just pushes softly at that. But it's a good over from Siddle. Genuine examination of his fellow Australian, and he and at the moment Craig Overton have shared 7 overs with the new ball without success. Let's see where Leach is. I mean, he won't need to warm up very much, really. Let's be honest. He's had a long bowl yesterday and today.
25 overs
already.
Yeah.
He won't need to do much warming up to get back into the rhythm once more, and that's what he showed. Actually, very good rhythm.
Very good rhythm. Very good rhythm. Anyway, here's Craig Overton. Fired up. Oh, and that's a good delivery. Beats George Scott on the outside edge. Overton standing mid-pitch. The cry of Craig-O comes from the travelling Somerset fans down below us. I wonder if Somerset have got any regrets possibly about not picking Roloff van der Merwe, because he's a good left-arm spinner. He's used predominantly in white ball cricket. He opens the bowling in the power play, where his darts are quite hard to get away. Overton comes in and Scott just gets that away. I think it comes off the inside edge and onto the pad. Yet Nigel Long has given that as a run.
Do you think Surrey missed a trick by not playing Verdi here in the game?
Very much
against
so.
Gloucestershire?
Very much so.
Because effectively Somerset are faced with the same situation, and the spinner has been the key bowler.
Massively, and I think he's a really good bowler, Amar Verdi, and he's a lovely lad. We had a chat with him, didn't we? And he's a really nice guy. And I think he's going to be a fantastic ambassador for the game. So here's Craig Overton to Marcus Harris. And that's short and pulled, but only to mid-on. Somerset have become one of the stronger counties over the last 15 years. They made a conscious decision to actually make their ground in Taunton as the hub of their community, and it's in use for about 350 days a year out of 365. And they have a very forward-thinking chairman in Andy Nash, who became part of the ECB's board. There's Craig Overton bowls, and again plays football with that, but that's legitimate. He sticks his boot out to stop that one. But yeah, Andy Nash was on the ECB's committee. He's very vocal on Twitter. He's not a fan of franchise cricket or the 100, and he's
so he probably wouldn't engage too much with one Mr. Kevin Peterson on social media then.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Overton in, and that's a good delivery. Beats Harris on the outside. But yeah, Andy Nash was part of the think tank there at Somerset and leading from the front, and was the man who has cemented their position at the top table of county cricket, where they have been in Division 1 for longer than any other county. And when you think Somerset has a population of 500,000 compared to Yorkshire's 5 million, that's outside the off stump. Harris lets that go. We think of Yorkshire having 5 million people, Somerset having just 500,000. I know they've got a big catchment area down to Devon and Cornwall, and they've got fans from all over the country, but it really is fantastic what the Wyvern is doing. And it's singing proud and breathing fire.
And also, Dan, you'd probably say that they have a higher percentage of members per head, if you employ that kind of model, in their, what you might call their catchment area,
yeah,
than anybody else.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, Surrey have got 15,000 now, so they've done very well, and they should be very proud of what they're doing down at Surrey. But Somerset have done extremely well, and we've got the scorecard back for you as well. It's not quite up to date, but we're
It'll
getting
get there.
there. We're getting there, yeah.
The software has worked out what's happened. Siddle then to continue his opening spell to the right-handed Scott, who gets that away off a thickish edge on the bounce. It goes past Lewis Gregory. It wasn't a chance. It wasn't of catchable height, and they're going to come back for 2. I'm just conscious I was going to look something up about those second innings overs, just to compare them from earlier in the season. I must remind me to do that at the end of this over.
I certainly will. I certainly will. You'll be put on the naughty step if you don't do it, Ian.
4 slips still for Siddle. Scott waits for him and gets solidly behind that, back up the pitch. And this opening phase with the new ball is obviously kind of a subplot in itself, but the next element of the game, and actually was introduced quite early yesterday, and you wonder whether that was part of why he was so influential in that immediate period where he got 3 quick wickets. Leach bowling with a harder ball.
It turns quicker, it spins quicker, doesn't it? And yeah, I thought it was good captaincy from Tom Abel. I've been very, very impressed with him, full stop.
Scott looks down to see Siddle coming at him again, and once more it's very accurate by Peter Siddle, but on that occasion with the front foot over the line, so called as a no ball. And Gloucestershire up to 24 without loss. The scorecard at the bottom of your screen is just updating at the moment. It's getting through to the live play.
But the pictures are live, aren't they?
The pictures are live, yes.
Yeah.
The maths is not quite there yet, but it will get there. 24 without loss is the actual total. And there is Scott, and he is edged to second slip, and Siddle gets his first wicket of the second innings. Renshaw, I think, with the catch, and Gloucestershire are 24 for 1, and George Scott, having got a big score at Southampton last week, has to go this time for just 7.
Big blow. Big blow that, because you want the openers to try and take as much of the shine off the new ball as possible here, as it's crucial. This new ball will be absolutely crucial to the outcome of this game. And Somerset now just needing 8 wickets if Graham Van Buren doesn't bat again. And that's a big, big blow to the hosts.
So, departure of George Scott means we're now into the left-handers. And the first of those, James Bracey. And he and Harris did put together a good little stand yesterday, but in this division what's been noticeable is, you know, bits and pieces scores don't get you very far, and it's the sides that can bat big, or the individuals that can bat big, that make a difference. You might get away with it occasionally in the second division when you can recover in a different innings, but in the first division they're really, and when you haven't got a, I'm not saying that I'm using the phrase in a sort of in a lazy sense, but there is no hiding place against some of these attacks, is there?
No, there's definitely not.
Not at all.
No, there's definitely not. And you look at the quality here. You know, you've got a man who's played for Australia for over 10 years. Got a man who's forced his way into the England side through sheer weight of wickets. You've got the England spinner. You've got a very fine county bowler in Lewis Gregory, and another one in Josh Davey. And the quality of this Somerset side is shining through.
So Bracey in to face his first ball from Peter Siddle. Back around the wicket to the left-hander, and that finds the edge and drops short. He may have hit Bracey on the glove there by the way he took his hand off the bat and just harangued it there for a moment. It's just similar. Well, certainly Davis disappointed it didn't carry. A confident Siddle at the moment into Bracey, who digs that out, the cry of no. As Abel Fields in the covers. This session, 28 overs. Oh, sorry, as you were, 28 overs, correct, because there were 60 overs at the start of the second innings. So something happened to the ball there. Overton's asking. Quite how it would have been out of shape at that point, I don't know, but it's not out of shape according to Nigel Long, and Peter Siddle's got to get on with it.
I think what Gloucestershire are desperate for is somebody to better the 288 scored here by W.G. Grace in 1895.
Siddle in, and it's let go by James Bracey. That was against Somerset.
That was against Somerset, yeah. The record score for Somerset against Gloucestershire was 241 not out by certain Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, or Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards at Bristol in 1977, but it was equalled by Cameron White at Taunton in 2007, the days when Taunton was an absolute road. I think there was 800 scored there that year, wasn't there? Or maybe it was a couple of years later they had an 800 scored. Lovely ground at Taunton. The church spires in the background over Gimblet's Hill, named after that wonderful opening batsman from Frome, Harold Gimblett. Overton to Harris. Gimblett was scored a century on debut. Hitched a lift to the ground by all accounts and whacked a 100, I think in 63 minutes, I think it was, and never looked back. And the pavilions there are named after, or bits of the ground are named after their legends at Somerset. Overton comes in, and that goes past the outside edge of Marcus Harris. You've got Sir Ian Botham stand, you've got an Andy Caddick pavilion, Colin Atkinson, the old headmaster at Millfield School, who produced so many players for them. Got the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion now, which is situated at one end of the ground, and a lovely modern facility. Just opened, or was opened up officially. There's a story that Marcus was actually didn't have his pass a couple of weeks ago and was asked to leave it. Overton in, and that's gone straight up in the air by Marcus Harris, and that is caught at mid-on. Oh no, calamitous for Gloucestershire. Short ball, Harris goes pulling, it goes nowhere, just straight over the head of Craig Overton, and mid-on comes round and pouches the catch.
It's Lammonby, I think, with the catch, but unless he was looking right into the sun, then that would have been a very comfortable catch for him. And now there has to be a possibility that this game may not go into tomorrow.
Very much so. Yeah, very much so. I wonder what the thought process was there. I know he's looking to get on top, but when you're trying to save a game, to be caught at mid-on, pulling the ball up into the air, strikes me as being a little bit reckless.
Yes, I was just, before that wicket fell, I was just looking at the number of overs that Gloucestershire had to bat in this game, and it's 156, and how many they batted at Hampshire last week, when obviously they didn't quite save it. 114 they got to there, so it just, at various points, time just seems to be or has tipped against them in other matches. They felt perhaps in the Yorkshire game another half an hour's batting would have made that chase just a little bit more interesting. Obviously at Old Trafford they got within 4 overs of saving the game. At Hampshire they were well after tea. They still had 2 wickets in hand.
Northamptonshire, they nearly won it.
Northampton was a kind of a different situation because they were in the field then chasing wickets. But here, this has been the first one really where there looks to be quite a difference. It's Miles Hammond who's come in at number 4.
Overton into him first ball, and that's worked off his legs, and still a diving stop there on the onside. I think that's Tom Abel there, and they're still throwing themselves around the field. And even though the runs are irrelevant, it goes to show the spirit of this Somerset side.
And also, with every wicket, the chat will get louder.
Yeah.
And the Somerset's fans as well will get louder in the ground.
Overton in, Hammond leaves it alone, goes through to Steve Davis.
Yes, that's the first time I think we can genuinely say that Harris has played what you would call a poor shot and got out.
Yeah, I agree, and it's been a very, very difficult few days as Overton is about to go around the wicket. And in he comes. And that's just worked off the hip around the corner by Bracey. And that's the end of the over as the fans are getting louder and louder as you predicted, Ian.
Yeah, just looking at the day as a whole, Somerset have taken 7 wickets for 88 today.
Okay, we've had a number of emails coming in. Charles from Bromley says, hi guys, fantastic commentary and chat as always. Just to add an extra bit to your Kent stat of conceding 504 consecutive championship games. They also conceded 658 for 9 in their first class friendly against Sri Lanka last week. Against Sri Lanka's development 11. So in total, 5 games in a row, they've conceded 500 plus. I'm a Surrey supporter who's followed nearly every Gloucestershire. Sorry,
Siddle in, and that's squirted away down towards the third boundary in front of the club office. It's just about to be hauled in, and Hammond will come back for 3 runs.
He's followed the Gloucestershire stream, and he says, have a good afternoon. You may get a day off tomorrow.
Do you want to take all of these down as we
get
through this over from Siddle?
Go on. Tony Jones has said, I agree with you that football has lost its mojo, but so has cricket. Best competition must have been the John Player League, all teams playing at the same time. County games are also played at the same time. Now it's a job to follow them when games start and finish.
Siddle around the wicket. Oh, that's it. A big shout for LBW, but not upheld by Paul Bawby. He had a long think about that. Bracey trapped on the crease. So what did Paul Bawby have? What would you have to decide here? We get another look at this. Bracey yet to get off the mark. And Siddle and the whole of the slip cordon went up. Certainly Bracey wasn't forward. The question was, we'll have a look at it again, perhaps at the end of the over. How close was it? Siddle again into Bracey. Another off-cutter from Siddle beats the outside edge.
Siddle's all over him here. He really is. He's absolutely all over James Bracey. Anyway, Tony goes on saying the 100 is undermining cricket. And why play at the same time as the main supporters competition, i.e. the Vitality Plus? Stop the 100. Well, it's actually going ahead at the same time as the Royal London One Day Cup. But I don't think the 100's going to go anywhere, whether you like it or not, with the TV deals signed.
Siddle around the wicket again, and Bracey lets that go on length as much as anything. Goes over the top of the stump squad, away over the top, taken by Steve Davis down the leg side.
Yeah, I think, you know, whether you're pro 100 or anti 100, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Jeremy has said a couple of days ago you're recording test players with a single cap. Did you mention Ken Palmer's heroic call to the test side in South Africa when the MCC were touring in 1964-65?
No, we didn't.
Final test at Port Elizabeth. 1 wicket for 189 and 10 runs.
Siddle in again. Bracey lets that go. Getting well inside the line.
Became an umpire, I think, Kenny Palmer.
He did.
Yeah. Catherine from Saltash in Cornwall. This might not be of interest to everybody, but can you tell me the types of trees that are situated near the scoreboard? The one to the right looks like it might be an oak tree, but I'm not sure of the others. We have lovely cricket grounds in this country and some have lovely trees nearby. Well, thank you, Catherine. We do think it is an oak.
Siddle in again. This is a very good over. Bracey just covering up enough, but there was a big LBW shout, and he's beaten the bat at least on two other occasions in that over, Peter Siddle. And here is the replay of the LBW. Oh, that was the last ball. In fact, James will.
Games are also played at the same time. Now it's a job to follow them on games start and finish.
Siddle around the wicket. Oh, that's it. A big shout for LBW, but not upheld by Paul. Outside the line there. Well, there was.
Games are also played at the same time. Now it's a job to follow them on games start and finish.
Siddle around the wicket. Oh, that's it. A big shout for LBW, but not upheld by Paul. Being taken out of the attack, and Davey, I thought bowled very well this morning, has been brought back.
Here he comes from the pavilion end. And that goes through to Steve Davis.
Dan's just having a bit of problem reading his screen at the moment, so I might take Roger Trewella's email.
Yeah,
I hope I've
going back to Catherine's just quickly.
pronounced that correctly. I don't know, but I'm terrible on trees.
Oh, yeah, and I thought you were the
horticulturalist.
Arborealist.
Me, no.
Oh.
Absolutely not.
If anyone can tell us what they are.
I think I know somebody who would know.
Yeah.
Somebody in the office would probably know. Whether James can get on the radio and ask, is that I'm sure that
Davey in, and
I think you know who I mean. Who'll know? The Oracle will know. Yeah.
Who's that? Who would know?
He'll know who I mean. Just go back to Roger's email. He says, "I'm a Somerset supporter watching from France, but thank you for both the relevant and good commentary." That's a nice word to be used towards us. Thank you. Thank you for that. I will let Dan do this ball and then return to your email.
Davey ambling into the crease, and that's a good delivery, and that's out. Caught behind. Miles Hammond goes for naught. Gloucestershire are in the abyss.
The word tatters might be used for the first time. This is the replay. It's a well bowled delivery, and Hammond just is not quite positive enough to get to it. He's just a bit timid to get to the delivery. It's a feather of an edge, and Stephen Davis takes the catch, and this is unravelling very quickly. 28 for 3, in reality 28 for 4, and for the second time today Ryan Higgins is walking out to bat from the pavilion. He walked out at 11 o'clock, and here he is walking out again at 2:45.
Never mind a day off, we could get the evening session off of this rating.
Well, it's a crumbling at the moment, and everything Somerset is doing is coming off for them.
Yeah.
So whilst Higgins makes his way to the crease, I'll go into Roger's email, which says, regarding 2 divisions or 3 conferences, I cannot see the attraction of 2 divisions. The season is almost irrelevant for Leicestershire and Sussex already. Playoffs from conferences can be relevant through awards and prize money. 3 conferences, a north and east, a south and a west, with 10 matches each. 6 tiers of prize money for placings of 1 to 6, and he's then got a playoff structure after that, which we will get to in the process of this Davy over. But Ryan Higgins has got to take strike first.
Oh dear, Gloucestershire. Oh dear. Here's Davy in. And Higgins plays that firmly. Not a lot of foot movement there, which Davy will be looking to exploit.
And I think Roger's picking up on something that we said yesterday, that if you have the 3 6s, you've got to make the second phase relevant. So here is Roger's solution. 3 groups based on conference placings, 1 and 2, plus 3 and 4, plus 5 and 6. 4 matches per county, 2 home, 2 away. Well, that's what we had last year. And then the nub of his argument.
Davy in, and that's beaten Higgins. This ball's dancing about here. Somerset look like they're bowling with a different ball and on a different pitch to the one that Gloucestershire bowled on.
And this is the golden period that you're talking about. The ball is 11 overs old. This period between about sort of 8 and say 25, 30, that sort of time. I'll come back to Roger's point 2 after this delivery.
Davy in. Higgins takes one hand off the bat, defends it. That's the end of the over.
And it's a good over too, and Davy is clearly in a good place confidence-wise at the moment. So Roger's point about the second phase is that each team brings forward the average of the 2 matches against the same team from its conference. There are also 6 tiers of prize money weighted more for Group 1. The county champions will have won the playoff Group 1 plus the first or second in the conference. The possibility to rotate some counties between conference regions such as Hampshire and Northants and Derbyshire in particular. So Hampshire would be south or west, Northants north or south, Derbyshire north or west. Thank you, Roger. Here's Siddle in, and he has got Bracey and Higgins now to contend with, but both these 2 bowlers have got their metaphorical tails up, haven't they?
They certainly have. Going back to Roger's email, I'm not a fan. I think that we should just stick with 2 divisions of 9. I feel that, yes, it is a congested season, but counties do have bigger squads now, and also those in the west, like Bristol, Gloucestershire supporters love their trips to Lords. They wouldn't get that.
Siddle in, and Bracey defends. Dan says he's cheering on Somerset from Singapore, where it's a long weekend, as tomorrow is Buddha's birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, Buddha.
So thank you, Dan. Your pin is in the metaphorical map. And Paul Monroe says, hi guys, my wife and I are Gloucestershire Live members and have been watching the matches in Hong Kong for the past 2 years. It's a great service, so many thanks to you. Please let me know if the broadcast reaches the Philippines, particularly the Central Islands, called the Visayas, I think they are. Here is Siddle in, and Bracey just nudges that off his pad into the leg side, and fielded by Leach there. If so, that will be our first stop on the way to the UK, COVID allowing. I don't think there's any reason why it shouldn't. James is saying he sees no reason why it shouldn't be watchable from there. So do take us with you. A whole batch of emails there on various topics, and thank you for those.
We're not geo-blocked, are we?
Siddle around the wicket. Bracey forward and played dead weight out on the offside. 4 slips in Gloucestershire, already beyond where I thought was any kind of safety and chance of saving the game tomorrow. I said 2 down tonight would be kind of as much as they would want to give themselves a reasonable chance. They're 3 down already.
Still 16 overs to tea as well.
Yeah. Siddle in, Bracey in the air initially, but safely fielded by Lammonby. 3 bounces out. He's at point. They've left the gap through the covers to encourage the drive. And Siddle, you have a job to take the ball out of his hand at the moment. He has 1 for 19, but that doesn't actually tell you how well he's bowled. Not at all. Bracey waits for him around the wicket and again plays it into the ground off the back foot out in the offside.
You probably weren't of an age where you watched kids' cartoons in the 80s, Ian, but there was a chap called Banana Man I think he was a kid who would, James Healy's nodding his head here, he was a kid who would eat his bananas and suddenly have superpowers. And Peter Siddle, who's known to eat 20 bananas a day, has definitely got superpowers at the moment because he's bowling absolutely beautifully.
So come on, this is going to go in a very odd situation. How many different ways can you, obviously you can eat a banana in its ordinary form, you can mash it and put it in a sandwich. What else can you do? Make a fritter with it? What else can you do with it? At a cricket ground, what else can you do with it?
Yeah, I think you can fry them. You can fry plantain, can't you? As Davey comes in and Higgins takes one hand off the bag.
You can have a very well-known dessert you can have with banana and ice cream, where you slit the banana right, or splice the banana right down the middle.
Banana sundae? Banana split.
Split.
Yeah, banana split. Yeah. Bananas and custard are very nice as well.
You can have banana cake too.
Yes. You've got an apple cake.
But Peter Siddle, I'm sure, would not be, as an athlete, would not be looking at it being served that way.
Davey in, big appeal for LBW, turned down.
Not for me, going down the leg side.
No, not for me either.
1 or 2 of the LBWs have been pretty easy to give for the umpires in this match.
Yeah.
That one, pretty easy to say no to.
Yeah, how else can you have your bananas?
Okay, commentators at Gloucester, these things go in very odd directions sometimes, but commentators at gloucestercc.co.uk, your particular favourite serving,
or more to the point, Peter Siddle's favourite serving, his way of having his bananas. Davey in the air. That's not a million miles away from mid-wicket there from Ryan Higgins. He's going to trot back for a comfortable 2.
Scoreboard now at the bottom of your screen has just about caught up. 30 for 3 it is. And Gloucestershire again missing.
It does beat the 22 all out.
Or does it?
Here in 1920.
And
Davey into the crease. Higgins leaves it alone. He's quite a long way down the track there, trying to negate the swing. Best bowling in this fixture for Somerset was by a chap called J.C. White, not Jim of Sky Sports, but J.C. White here in 1914. He got 14 for 78, including 9 for 46 in one innings, just before the start of the First World War.
No, we were talking about Harvey Trump's 14 wickets, although not on this ground. It was in the Gloucester-Somerset fixture. That was in 92.
Davey in, rocked onto the back foot there. Higgins crunches it into the offside. No run. Yeah, Harvey Trump, and they've never played at the Wagon Works ever since, have they?
No, that was the last game there. It turned rather too much for the pitch inspector's liking.
Get the book out, did they?
And again,
not that Taunton never does that at all. But let's not go there. Let's not talk about that.
We could wind a few Somerset people up if we did.
Davey in, Higgins plays that out to mid-on. They'd be getting the pitchforks out in.
It's warm work out there for the quicker bowlers. Josh Davey just takes his hat, and looks as though Renshaw might just be trotting down to There's a message for somebody else. He'd be coming on at Renshaw's trotting off the field. Goldsworthy back and forth like
He's a gopher.
a set of scales at the moment. And we're going to see Somerset with a bowling change at this Ashley Down Road end. It won't surprise you to know that one Mr. J. Leach is coming back into the attack. Interesting, there was a period, and it never quite perhaps really materialised, that there were two J. Leaches in the county circuit who are both being talked about as potential internationals. Joe at Worcestershire and Jack obviously at Somerset. Joe remains very much a good county player, but probably never quite quick enough to bowl at the top level. But good county all-rounder.
Very much so.
Actually, probably more of a bowler who bats rather than a genuine all-rounder.
The one who's having a very good season at Worcestershire is Ed Bernard from Shrewsbury School. Best thing to come out of Shrewsbury since the pop group to power.
Come on, Salop, as they shout up there.
They do.
Here is Jack Leach in, and Bracey defends. Just talk of Ed Barnard. I was talking to our other friend Ed Seaborn on one night last week actually. And we were talking about Ed Barnard, and Leach has a slip and a short leg with Gloucestershire 3 down in the second innings, and Bracey comes forward and uses his feet to try and kill any movement. And he used an interesting term about Ed Barnard. He said he is, you can have effectively the full version and the light version of something.
Yeah.
But Leach in, that was in the air, but very fast past the man. That's short leg. I don't think Banton, well, it would have been a miraculous catch, and it probably one of those ones where he might have had to almost deflect it up in the air and catch it second time. And as it is, Bracey has got a single, and now Leach to bowl to Higgins around the wicket, and it's still the short leg and the slip. Lammonby is at short extra, Gregory at extra cover. Off the back foot by Higgins, cut this time. It's a chase for Gregory, goes down towards the boundary at deep backward square. They're going to come back for 2 and 1 on the throw. There's a long boundary out there, and Bracey scuttles home for the 3rd. So Ed Seaborn referred to Ed Barnard, the Worcestershire player, as Ryan Higgins light.
Okay.
The light version of Ryan Higgins. So it's not quite at either level.
Yeah.
In his opinion.
Interesting.
Cut away by Bracey this time, straight into the hands of Hildreth, who is at backward point. Got some useful runs on the first day, look pretty comfortable. 4 players for Somerset past 50. Leach in, Bracey uses his feet, gets it past Abel, that's going to go all the way to the rope. Nothing that any cover can do on that. There's no boundary rider on that offside to the slow left armour, and Bracey picks up a boundary. Gloucestershire are 38 for 3. They've already lost both openers. George Scott caught by Matt Renshaw in the slips off Siddle for 7. Marcus Harris pulling a ball off the top half of the bat, off the splice really, to Lammonby at mid-on off Overton for 15, and then Miles Hammond caught behind by Stephen Davis off Davey for 4. And the Scotland ODI International is to keep going from the pavilion end. Quite a good sprinkling of spectators around the ground now, particularly on the roof garden above the Thatchers, and also on the main stand side as well.
Davey from the pavilion end. to Ryan Higgins, who plays empty on side. And an email from Peter, who's watching in Taipei with his 6-year-old son John. He's cricket and stats mad and is very disappointed that Gloss have consistently struggled with the bat this season in county games. He's got a fair idea of Gloss needing the side to sort things out. Root, Bresnan and Lythe. Well, Bresnan's just retired, but I like your thinking, John. I like it. Keep up the good work. And that's from Peter out in Taipei. So another one to pin on the wall as Higgins defends that.
I could do one more actually for that. This is from Manfred, who says, I'm a Somerset supporter watching via VPN, I'm not sure what that is, on Hainan Island in China.
Oh,
Thanks very much for the stream. It's a welcome bit of England in this foreign land, and good to see Somerset having a good game or two after a disappointing start. An earlier chap from Canada said he had breakfast when the players go for their lunch. I'm at the other end of the scale here. I tried to stay up until tea time and watch the last session in the morning.
oh, that's dedication. We like that. As Davey comes in, and that's through an outside edge. That's going to run away down for 4 runs down below us in front of the Jack Russell stand. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. As Jack Leach bowled the last over, man of Taunton, and I did a show for Melanoma UK, did a live stage show down there at the end of March, and had the misfortune to stay in possibly one of the worst hotels I've ever stayed in. I won't mention the name of it, but let's just say that it's the sort of place where they actually nick towels off the guests. It's that bad. Here's Josh Davey, and that's defended.
We were just looking earlier on for recommendations of how Peter Siddle might consume his 15 to 20 bananas. Richard Watkins says, how about bananas and Demerara sugar baked in rum?
Ooh, now we're talking. Oh, I like it. I like it.
We didn't talk about the volume of this, but Dan's been talking about the fact that apparently Siddle consumes can consume around 15 bananas a day.
20 is? I mean, that's like, surely that's potassium poisoning, isn't it? Davey comes into the wicket, and that's hit firmly out onto the leg side where they're going to pick up one. Yeah, this hotel was either a vista of a railway line in the distance and looking over the warehouses with a bowed roof with a pool of water in it, and that was the pool view, I think.
Oh, right.
Sort of place that was advertised with running hot and cold water. I just didn't realise it would be up and down the walls.
He thinks up these lines on the motorway in the morning, you know.
When they said you want a free breakfast, I misheard, and it was free bed bugs.
Oh, gee.
Davey in from the pavilion end to James Bracey. That's left alone. That completes the over. 43 for 3. Bracey's on 5, Higgins on 10, and we've got 12 overs left to tea.
We've got 12 overs left until tea, correct. And I think you can be pretty sure that Leach will bowl all 6 from this end of the ground. Dan hasn't quite got his prediction that he thought Leach would bowl almost every over from this end today, but certainly the seamers that have bowled from the far end have had more joy than the seamers from this Ashley Down Road end. But people ambling around the ground. Powell and Anna doing a decent trade on the ice creams, I think, today as well. They will do in this warmth.
A few outside of Thatcher's bar sampling the wares.
For saving a single on the offside for Jack Leach, but they won't save the boundary that Higgins has cut away past point. That was too short, and Higgins at least helped himself. Their rare poor delivery from Leach.
Thatcher's is probably halfway, actually, because they're based in Sanford, aren't they, which is near sort of Axbridge, Winscombe, which is near where I stay, sort of between Cheddar and Weston-super-Mare. And it's probably halfway in between Bristol and Taunton, actually, isn't it?
Leach 5 for 49 in the first innings. Davey 2 for 11. The pick of the Somerset bowlers. Obviously only 9 wickets to take because Van Buren didn't bat. and won't bat again in the second innings either. Higgins goes back and plays Leach on the bounce to Banton. There he is at short leg. Overton the solitary slip. Leach doesn't take long to get ready to deliver, and in any long form cricket game you look at the various tipping points, what might have happened if Miles Hammond had clung onto that catch when Abel had made 52 rather than 140 he went on to get. Cut away again by Higgins, a sliding stop on the boundary, and a good return from Lewis Gregory, and gets the applause from his teammates, and they'll come back for 2 more. 49 for 3. Higgins has got 16, and Somerset have got plenty of runs to play with here, and I think it's right that Gloucestershire just don't go into a block mindset.
Higgins, I don't think, can play like that anyway. I think he's got, he's got one gear really, isn't he? I think. I mean, he's responsible, but he's. I think he's always going to be looking to get the scoreboard ticking over.
You saw that second innings 100 he got at Northampton. What sort of pace was he batting at there?
Very sensible. He marshalled the tail extremely well, and. I thought it was an absolutely fantastic knock. I think he's a lovely cricketer. I really do. I think he's a competitor. He wants to win, and you need that in your side. And that's why he's been one of the few that have been ever present this year. I think only James Bracey, and I think it's only Bracey, isn't it, who's been ever present?
As those two and Van Buren.
Yeah,
only those 3. Tom Lace obviously played the first 5, isn't playing in this one, but only 3 players have been ever present for Gloucestershire.
Yep.
Someone hasn't done the washing up yet by the sounds of it. So had some Crocs in the background.
Davey in. That's outside the off stump through to Steve Davis. There with the gloves. Davis been around for a long time now. So, good cricketer. Made his debut for Worcestershire all the way back in 2005. And he made his debut for England in white ball cricket back in 2009, but was replaced by a man, Somerset keeper at the time, Craig Kieswetter. He moved to Surrey in 2009 and Somerset in 2016, so he's on his 3rd county, as that's defended by Bracey into the offside.
Can you think of people who've played for 4 counties?
Sam North East last season.
So would that be Hampshire, Kent, Glamorgan, Yorkshire?
Chris Rogers. Peter Siddle.
Peter Siddle, yeah, actually that's a good point. I mean, back in the day it was unusual, very unusual.
Davey comes in, that's left alone by Bracey. Does it have to be first 11 games? So Jack Brooks, who's 12
I think it has to be first 11.
Yeah, he played for Surrey second 11, played in a couple of trial games there, didn't quite make it before going to Northants, then going to Yorkshire, then going to Somerset.
I'm just thinking of I think there's at least one former Somerset bowler I can think of. I'll just check. I'm sure his name and one other were tended to be bracketed together because of the year in which they played.
Davey around the wicket to Bracey, forward defensive.
Actually went on to become a first-class umpire. Yeah, Alan Jones, A.A. Jones.
Yeah.
Morgan, Middlesex, Somerset and Sussex.
Was that Alan Jones or Adrian Jones?
No,
that was Alan Jones. Yeah.
A.A. Jones went on to become a first-class umpire. Somerset 70 to 75. That was number 3 on. That was number 2 on the list. Went on to Middlesex and Glamorgan after that.
Davey, and that's defended by Bracey. So it was Adrian Jones, who was had a bit of a hot streak, wasn't he? He was at Sussex. He had a bit of a no ball problem, and it caused one of the members to shout from the the pavilion there, the members' pavilion, as he was quaffing a gin and tonic. Oh, come on, Jones, not another no ball. And Jones shouted, you come down here then if you think you can do better. And his contract wasn't renewed after that, funnily enough. Davey around the wickets, and that beats Bracey, probing away here. And that completes the over, 49 for 3.
And the other player who I think played for 4 counties was Jim Coombs.
The old goalkeeper.
Yeah, so obviously he was a professional footballer as well, but Worcestershire, Surrey, Lancashire, that's 3. He obviously then served Lancashire as chief executive. I thought he played for 4 counties. I'll just check that. But in a time when players didn't, by and large, move very much, Coombs was a bit of an unusual beast. Obviously, went on to have an important role off the field afterwards. But I say, in terms of Somerset, Alan Jones was the one player that really sprang into my mind. Anyway, so here's Leach to continue. Gloucestershire 49 for 2, following on, and sorry, 49 for 3, following on. In reality, 49 for 4, with Van Buren effectively ruled out of the equation. Leach off about 2 steps and a hop, not much more than that.
Number of footballers, weren't there, who played cricket as well?
Phil Neal. Yeah, that
was the last one, I think. Chris Balderstone.
Chris, I want to say Chris Marples. Did he keep wicket for Derbyshire?
I think he did, yeah. And Steve Ogrizovic played minor counties cricket, I think, for Shropshire, didn't he?
And forward Higgins to
Dennis Compton.
Leach, who doesn't have the footholds to the right-hander that he does to the left. So he's working off a different part of the pitch here, but I mean, he did produce whether he bowls what you might call is it an arm ball or something, like you refer to it as a dart. The one that got Brad Wheel was a bit like that. It was fired in, and that's the one there. It's what you might call it a fizzer, perhaps. And Higgins was equal to it. Wheel wasn't earlier on. 49 for 3 is the score, and the 3 wickets to fall. The openers, George Scott and Marcus Harris, and also Miles Hammond gone to Davey. A wicket each for Siddle, Overton and Davey. There's the card, second time round. And Gloucestershire still haven't got anybody who's got to 40 in this match.
I'm trying to think of footballers. The only one I can think about, the current lot. I mean, James Hildreth's in this game. He's a trialist at Luton Town. Keith Barker at Hampshire. Didn't he play at Blackburn and Rochdale?
Rotherham.
Rotherham
And Rochdale, I think.
Yeah. Here's Davey around the wicket.
But I mean, the calendar for both is now so congested. There is no real period where you can say somebody can have that sort of crossover. I mean, this was going back into one of the earlier games, and David Bridle, long servant here as groundsman, used to say that you mightn't start it, but if you had the first game away from home, you mightn't play at Bristol until the beginning of May.
Here's Davey, Bracey defence.
So and you'd be done by first week in September, and now it's extended at both ends to try and get all the competitions in.
Certainly is. I think you had a few that played rugby as well. Alistair Hignall, who was of this parish.
Tony Underwood,
yeah. Steve James, who was played his rugby in Gloucestershire and his cricket over the border. Played at Lydney, didn't he?
He did.
Davey around the wicket to Bracey, plays that into the onside.
I may have bowled you a googly there. I didn't mean to say Tony Underwood. I'm not even sure either of the Underwood brothers played cricket. Rory was a pilot in the RAF, as I recall. But no, I don't think either of the Underwood boys played.
It was a googly, a flipper and a zooter all in one, Ian Randall.
All in one.
Davey probing away from around the wicket into the crease. Flash and a miss from Bracey. Oh, no need to play out there.
He's only got 5 and he probably feels he's getting a bit stuck.
Gloucestershire can make this going to tomorrow. You never know how heavy the rain comes down in Bristol. You never know. That Surrey game, it was only due to be a little light rain in the morning and we were washed out. So you never ever know. This game is still alive. Bracey tucks that one around the corner. Nice little single. No risk shot.
Obviously no risk shot. 50 up.
50 up. Hey.
It's a ripple of
20th over. No, 17th over.
Ripple of sympathetic applause. And actually, if you play your club cricket on a weekend, and if you are a club player, then chances are you won't be watching the stream today. But if your game is you've not been selected, or you play on a Sunday, or play friendly cricket on a Sunday, then actually getting your game washed out on a weekend is a real disappointment, isn't it?
Oh, huge. Davey in, and that's Higgins trying to cut too close to his body there. Misses it, luckily, doesn't find the edge. And he lives to fight another day. Yeah, this is a massive, massive disappointment to everyone apart from the treasurer, because all good club men, as soon as the game's called off, go and get a jug in.
Do they?
Well, good club men do.
Oh, right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And you would consider yourself one of those, obviously.
Well, I've just been polite, you know.
But it's how late do you leave it? You know, how much of a, do you really want a 10 over thrash on a pudding? Not really.
No.
There's no fun in that.
Depends where you are in the league, doesn't it?
Well, to some degree. But in the scheme of things, nothing worse than waiting and waiting and waiting, and then have the game called off.
Yeah.
No such issue here. Blue sky overhead, and you would have thought this would have been a batting day for Gloucestershire, and they are batting, but it's a day that's been. I know Dan likes this word. It's been They've been sprinkles of wickets, not sprinkles on the ice cream, but sprinkles of wickets, and they've lost 8 in all across the 2 innings.
We've got an email from... Who have we got an email from? 5 emails, wow.
Here is Leach in again, worked into the pads of Banter, who is at short leg, rebounded off his pads, almost back onto the stumps. He almost went to put his finger up in a gesture to indicate a run out, but it wasn't. And Leach has the ball back in his hand again, and once more Bracey defends.
Andy Brassington's listening in, and he's sat by the pool with a nice cold beer in the Greek island of Rhodes. Oh, Andy, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
Leach in again to Bracey, who defends.
He's loving the commentary, but not our batting. Clear to see Division 1 has so much more quality. And he's doing the walkers and talkers, isn't he, here? Which has gone down extremely well. It's every Wednesday, 10 till midday at the Seat Unique Stadium.
Again, Leach sees Bracey defend. A tumbling, diving stop by Banton under the lid.
But he signs off his email. He said he's got to go as it's time for a dip in the pool. Oh, Andy. We've had another email from Anonymous. We don't know who this is from. He's a big fan of West Ham and Gloss. How about Jim Standen, Hammer's goalkeeper and Worcestershire wicket-keeper? I think Hurst and Moore also turned out for Essex too.
Well, Hurst played a first-class game, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
One, I think.
Yeah, he did. I think Gary
famously.
Lineker might have played for the MCC as well. But West Ham had a good European run. Irons. Richard Hart enjoying the streaming coverage commentary from Cheshire, for which many thanks. Somerset supporter, he's a junior member back in the 60s and Bath Rugby. I'm pleased to see the boys in white redeeming the blue, black and whites after their humiliating drubbing at King's Home a fortnight ago.
64-0 that was.
You didn't mention that, Ian. You never mentioned that one at all. I'm only joking. Now living in exile in Cheshire, we've been overflown by a Lancaster bomber. Lewis Gregory's in from the pavilion end. And he's coming on for Josh Davey. And immediately takes the edge of Higgins' bat, I think, which goes through to James Hildreth at slip. Yeah, he's just had a Lancaster bomber flying over. Online search says it's heading for Nottingham County Showground at Newark. They make a racket, don't they, those things? Wow. You know when they're coming through. Paul in Thailand, great commentary, thanks. Viewers in Hong Kong perhaps grateful to view because YouTube, the platform news, is actually banned in China. I'll come on to it. Lewis Gregory. Oh, that's a good delivery. That goes past the outside. Ryan Higgins' bat. Actually banned in China, North Korea, Iran, Syria and Turkmenistan. Officially, anyway. So you can listen in pirate, can you? Wonder if anyone's listening to us sneakily against those governments. And finally, as Gregory comes in, that's played out to middle.
I think our final correspondent is splitting his interest this afternoon.
Yes. Yes.
He says, greetings from a scorching Penzance. Once again enjoying your excellent commentary and coverage. I will have the one ear on the Corners Pirates Championship Cup semi-final against Ealing as well.
Oh, well, say Ian. I'll come on to it. Well, you come on to it after this ball from Lewis Gregory. Oh, and that's nicked. Higgins disappointed with himself. Steve Davis takes the catch. And that, I think, is more or less that. 50 for 4. And Ryan Higgins departs. Caught Steve Davis, bowled Lewis Gregory. And goes for a bright and breezy 16.
But bright and breezy 16s, when you're 400 behind on first innings, do not the difference make, as they say.
Certainly, yeah. You need someone, someone. As I said, the runs are irrelevant, and Bracey's been there ages for 6. You don't need to be wafting at those balls outside the off stump. You don't need to be flashing shots in this stage of the game.
Well, Higgins goes, and Jacob Bethel comes out again to, hopefully from a Gloucestershire point of view, show us what he can do with the bat, because he looked really good this morning. He finally got one from Leach that undid him, but he got 37. And just to complete our correspondent from Penzance, who says, regarding Josh Davey, one of the underrated new ball bowlers, or most underrated new ball bowlers on the circuit. I know that Siddle now likes the new ball with Overton, but prior to that, I believe that Overton and Davey had the best strike rate of any opening pair in first-class cricket. And let's hope that Abel gets his chance for England soon. He's looking in fine form. Best wishes to you all. Drink up ye cider, he says.
Oh. That's a Wurzel song. Drink up the cider, wasn't it?
Well, ye cider is how he's typed it.
Yeah, the cider. Bristol City song as well, I believe. Talking about going to our friends up the road, the Pirates, and stealing their cider, I believe is their version.
I've just had a message on my phone from somebody who's also watching the stream and says, I have stopped watching through circumstances beyond my control, but it looks like men against boys. That's perhaps a harsh way of putting it, but there will be some supporters who might come to that conclusion.
Yeah, it's tough few days at the office.
Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, Bethel's
back in again.
Face his first ball. Gregory around the wicket to him, and he rocks forward. He's shown some application, Bethel. You know, he's not giving it away. And I think that's all people ask. I think people just want, you know, people to apply themselves, don't they? And not just go out there and flash shots, because it doesn't matter. Emails are flying in today. Gregory around the wicket to Bethel, who tickles that one around the corner, gets off the mark with a single. And yeah, the emails are flying in.
Steve Rose says, good afternoon, gents. Ex-pal Bristolian checking in from Baltimore. Cricketers, footballers. How about Arthur Milton, Gloucestershire cricketer and double international, 6 tests and 1 cap. And of course, Steve, you're quite right to point him out. There's the card. It's not a very conspicuous affair.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, for this wicket, which is flat wicket, to be bowled out for 186 and then to be 51 for 4. A question should be asked, really.
Well, Dale Binkenstein tried to pep the team up with 3 loan signings, all of which he picked in this game. This young man, I suspect, will be seen as the star of the 3.
Yeah, I think Chappell bowl well as well. I think he's done well. And we expected, you know, Brad Will to be the star of the 3, didn't we? And
on past form, yes, but you know, he hadn't had any first-team cricket this season, and that perhaps was shown. You know, 4 games down the line, or 3 games down the line, he may have been more like the Brad Will we saw last year.
yeah, Bethel just needs to play straight here. It's how Leach got him in the first innings, trying to work a straight one square on the leg side. He just needs to play with a full face of the bat.
That's a nice cut. In fact, he played one of those in the first innings and got a bit tight too. I mean, almost got out, but that was eased away, and he's picked up his first boundary second time round. The scoreboard, it does say 55 for 4, but you can see what the deficit is, 350. Leach in again, and Bethel defends. Oh, he's almost bounced it into his stumps.
I think it's hit the stumps, isn't it?
Has it hit them and not knocked the bails off? Only he and Davis may know that. But he's played it into the ground and very nearly played it into the stumps. Bethel forward this time, bat and pad. Well, not absolutely side by side, but together enough to keep Leach out. Leach over the wicket to the left-handed. Bethel goes back and content to defend. 55 for 4. Bracey the only survivor from the top order. And beyond Bethel, who was in effect batting at 7 with Van Buren not able to bat, you've got Zafar Gohar and the 3 bowlers, and that's it.
Yeah, 5 overs left to tea. In fact, Gloucestershire, this is, you know, so far behind the 8 ball here that they need another 180 runs just to beat their worst ever defeat, which came back in 1893 by an innings and 170. Taunton in 1891. There's an innings and 130 at Cheltenham in 1923. And then there was one we haven't got the year of, by 343 runs at Taunton, as Gregory comes in and Bracey works him into the leg side, and they're just going to have one. Thanks to Adrian Thomas for those stats.
And thank you to you for all your emails today. And James has been doing the cameras for us, but also keeping an eye on the emails as well. And you know, your interaction makes the stream for us as well as the cricket, and also in terms of, you know, hopefully making it entertaining and picking up other topics for you as well.
Gregory, and that's cut in the air by Bethel. He's going to get 4 runs for it, but
I mean, he may have seen there was a big gap on that offside. There is no boundary rider out there.
No. I mean, Abel doesn't need one of those. I'm surprised he hasn't got a short leg in it either.
It was way out of Jack Leach's reach. I mean, however far ahead Somerset may be, bowlers still don't like being
There speaks
powered
one
to the boundary.
There speaks one in Randall. That's pitched up, and it's driven back to Gregory, who sticks out one of those big mitts of his and catches it in his hand.
There is a round of games next week, isn't there? Albeit Gloucestershire don't play.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
And then we're into the T20 after that. I think you and I start against Glamorgan here on the 27th.
Yes, we do. That's around the wicket into the pads of Bethel, but going way down the leg side.
So actually, just to go back to that conversation I had at lunchtime about the 500s being conceded by Kent, the same gentleman said to me, is Bethel's move to Gloucestershire for a game the equivalent of, you know, a Chelsea loaning out one of their youngsters to a team in the Championship?
It's a very good point.
For example.
Are the big boys getting bigger in cricket as Gregory comes around? Are the big test match hosting counties now starting to monopolise the best players coming through, and will their financial weight edge out some of the smaller guys?
And then I'm sure if you're a follower in sport in a wider sense, what tends to happen is that the smaller club doesn't pay all the wages of the player to the bigger club, but what they say they're doing, and obviously not all these work this way, is that they add value to the player by giving them experience.
Yes, certainly do. Gregory now over the wicket to Bethel. Plays that one defensively. Out to backward point. That completes the over. There's 4 now to T.
So you may know this better than me, Dan. If Jacob Bethel is seen as a middle order batter, let's just make that assumption for a minute. Who is he trying to dislodge in that Warwickshire team? Because people like, you know, Sam Hain have got a long part of their career still ahead of them, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, that's a big call.
And I get the fact that he is, you know, still a youngster, you know, still a teenager. Leach. To bowl from this Ashley Down Road end, just straightens that a little, and it's well to be smothered by James Bracey. How many bowls has Bracey faced? 38 is the answer to that. In once more. Oh, was that a missed-stumping chance? It was a charge from Bracey. It's going to go all the way to the rope. It's beaten Stephen Davis, and it's going to go all the way to the rope for 4 byes down in front of the pavilion. And how difficult a possible stumping chance was that. Here's a second look. All right. If it wasn't an easy one, fling up of the right arm, unable to gather that ball in. Even if he had done, he would have been pretty well off balance, to be fair. 64 for 4. Leach to Bracey again, who sweeps, and he might get 2 for that. It's a good stop out there on the bound. Lewis Gregory's out there, and it's a good stop from him, and they'll come back for 2 runs.
Jim Graham's been in touch from Taunton. We missed the 2 great Somerset cricketers who played football. Sir Ian Botham at Scunthorpe, played for Yeovil as well. And the King, Vivi Vantiga, the only cricketer to play in a World Cup.
Leach in again, and once again.
I've got a feeling Viv might have played for
Bracey.
Bath City as well.
Really?
Yeah, the odd game.
Leach close to the stumps, bowling over the wicket. And Bracey just almost lets that bounce away off his body. And they want a helmet here, Somerset.
If I imagine that.
For another close catcher. Well,
I imagine that Viv played for Bath City. We've had Jerry come in as well. Lancashire once had 2 cricketer footballers in the side. Jack Dyson, an FA Cup winner, and goal scorer with Manchester City, and Ken Greaves. Bolton Wanderers and Bury. Jim Coombs' 4th county was Warwickshire, by the way.
thank you, Jerry, for correcting me on that. I thought there was 4.
Barry Mayer, who was here at Gloucestershire, he had a long football career with Bristol Rovers, Plymouth Argyle, Newport County, Bristol City, and Newport County again. We won't get many of those in modern times. Sadly not, Jerry, sadly not. But thank you for the email.
Out comes the lead here, and Somerset are going to go back to a leg slip and a short leg, as well as an orthodox slip. So Renshaw and Banton both fielding in helmets, close on the leg side, and Banton just ducked there. He didn't look, and that's well stopped by a tumbling Goldsworthy, I think. So why is he out on the field at the moment? End of Leach's over. Anyway, 66 for 4. The slow left armer, unsurprisingly, has had a long bowl in this second innings, having taken 5 wickets in the first. He's not got a wicket yet, and at the moment the wickets have gone to the 4 seamers, 1 each to Siddle, Overton, Davey and Gregory, and there are 3 overs until tea. And actually we're almost going to be at tea at the right time today. We're going to be probably 2 overs late, which is partly due to the fact we've had a lot of spin from one end today.
Yeah. Yes. Right. Gregory.
We've got those lightweight pads being strapped in here to Matt Renshaw, just to make sure that if he wants to go back in at short leg in Leach's next over, at least he's properly kitted up.
Slips a long way up here. Gregory to Bethel. He pumps him out into the onside. Diving sprawl there by Lammonby. Doesn't get it, and they'll run 2 on the misfield.
So I don't want to be unkind here with 4 down, effectively 5 down. Do you think the crowd sense that there is almost an inevitability about what's going to happen? Do you sense that?
Yeah.
It's gone quite quiet.
Yeah, I do. I do as well. Do you?
A bit.
Yeah. It's a matter of time. The only thing that can save Gloucestershire here is the weather. Gregory into
It might not be
Bracey.
the only thing, but it would be a big factor, and you'd have to say that these 2 would have to get to stumps tonight.
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
And then you'd have
pray.
to have an interruption tomorrow, delayed start,
light be poor,
and take some overs out of the game that way. But there is no doubt that these 2 have to get to stumps tonight to give Gloucestershire any manner of a chance.
Ian Randall will be doing his rain dance tonight if these 2 get there. Gregory around the wicket. That's a good delivery. That's a tight leave there by Bracey. The oohs and the ahs coming from the Somerset slip cordon.
I think it was a bit wider than the Somerset cordon made out. I think Bracey knew where his off stump was on that occasion.
Yeah.
And actually, his innings this season have tended to be a bit all or nothing. 2 big hundreds.
Certainly have.
And not a lot else to go with them. So, could do with another one.
Yeah. Oh, and that's close as well. Lewis Gregory looking at James Bracey as if he wasn't a million miles away from his off pole, going halfway back to Winterbourne.
Yeah, 328 runs James Bracey has got, and he's got 177 and another 100 in there, so you can do the maths yourself.
That knock against Yorkshire was a really, really good innings against a quality attack.
There really isn't much else in there.
Saying Jack Leach has probably bowled the best here this season. As Gregory comes in to Bracey, drives him firmly into the covers, doesn't get any runs. Best seamer I've seen here this season was Matt Fisher at Yorkshire, who I thought was absolutely spot on and has been out injured for them. But his in that first innings, they bowled Gloucestershire out for 227. Fisher was 4 for 19 or 14.
In fact, Bracey's highest score other than the hundreds has been 14.
Well, yeah. Gregory around the wicket, driven nicely, handsomely by Bracey, only goes to mid-off. 69 for 4. Long way to go for Gloucestershire to even contemplate saving this game. We've got a couple of overs left for tea, so we've got 34 left in the day. They'll do well to make this go into tomorrow.
Yeah, and Somerset have the option of adding 8, and certainly the weather won't stop them doing that if they think there is a chance of a victory tonight.
Can they do that anyway, or do they have to be a certain amount down?
That's a great question.
I think they've got to be 8 down.
8, really? That's only 2 wickets, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought they had to be 8 down. Maybe I've got that wrong. Maybe.
We'll check that.
Yeah.
Here is Leach in, and a sweep, a full-blooded sweep actually, but straight to the fielder at backward square, halfway to the boundary.
That's
from
a few there.
Bethel. It's a good stop, all the way along the ground, and as a result, he is still on strike. Leach to well to him, uses his feet, and clips it out to Lammonby at short mid-wicket. There are 2 men saving the single, really, only on the leg side. Gregory, there is a single to him at mid-wicket. Davies at long on. Again, on the one. Bethel goes back again, and again, that fielder is at short fine leg. That might be Siddle out there, actually, under the hat. Only one man in front of the wicket on the offside, and Bethel cuts into the gap in front of square. Hildreth will trot round, and he'll just have the single. Hildreth, I think he used the word pretty about his innings on the first day, and indeed it was.
He was. Advert there for Barkin and Kirby solicitors. They categorically deny that it's not Steve Kirby moonlighting.
Oh, and almost played on by Bracey. Just one that bounced over the stumps earlier on in the session. That one dribbled through, but didn't hit the timbers. And here is Leach wheeling in once more, and again Bracey defends. So Somerset have done pretty well with their over 8 this afternoon. In fact, they are. Well, it looks like they are +6, which is a very healthy position to be in. And
See, that's good captaincy as well, isn't it? You know?
I've got 1 over left to negotiate up until tea, and then these two have got to come out refreshed again afterwards to try and get Gloucestershire to stumps. And if they could get them to stumps, there might just be an outside chance tomorrow. It would be slim, and you've got to factor in the fact that there might be some rain overnight that would impact on the number of overs bowled tomorrow.
This is the Gloucestershire streaming, and we're allowed to clutch at straws if we want. Gregory, and that's pulled. High, wide and handsome. And that goes for 4 runs.
It's a short arm pull, wasn't it?
Yeah. Almost took out Paolo's ice cream van there.
Williams on the Kennington Avenue side. Davey is sort of halfway back there at mid wicket, but he's really there for the mistimed shot, not the one like that, which was well past him. And here's a replay of that shot from Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, lovely shot. Here's Gregory in, and Bethel plays that into the offside. Something seems on fire over in the distance in Bristol there. Plume of black smoke rising in the distance. Looks to be sort of the Clifton area, perhaps. Maybe it's the other side of the gorge, actually. Maybe it's over sort of towards Lee Woods, that area. Gregory approaching the wicket. Bethel equal to him.
He's got 2 starts, Jacob Bethel. He got to 17 last night, then ended up obviously being dismissed by Jack Leach in the first innings earlier today, having got into the 30s, and he's got another 17 here, and he's going to have to start again after tea. But on neither occasion has he, made it easy for the bowlers to get him out.
No, he doesn't give it away. He's a good hard-nosed cricketer. Bethel leaves that one well alone. Again, big oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but hey,
it's not a surprise when they've had the day that they've had.
No.
Wicket-wise.
Nice.
Gloucestershire have lost 9 wickets today in 2 sessions.
And on this wicket, that's just not good enough, is it? Gregory around the wicket. Bethel on the front foot. Last ball before tea.
1 to go. That will tick up to 27.5. Don't think we'll see a great deal of seam bowling from this Ashley Down Road end for the rest of the day.
No.
I
think Abel will rotate his bowlers, actually. He's done that very well so far, and I think that's what he'll do in the evening session. And that's cut away by Bethel, and that concludes the afternoon session, where Somerset have again taken the spoils. 74 for 4 Gloucestershire, having followed on, only reaching 186 as Brad Wheel was LBW to Jack Leach just after lunch. They lost George Scott. He was caught by Renshaw in the slips off the bowling of Peter Siddle. Then Harris tried pulling a short ball and only ended up skying it to Tom Lammonby at mid-on. That was off the bowling of Craig Overton. Miles Hammond departed, caught behind by Steve Davis, Josh Davey for naught. And then Ryan Higgins feathered one through to Davis as well for 16 off the bowling of Lewis Gregory. So we're going to be back in 20 minutes. Come and join Ian Randall and myself. We'll be back about 17, 18 minutes. So go and stick the kettle on, make yourself a cup of tea, possibly even get involved in the cup final preview.
Oh,
and we'll be back. as
preview
soon
maybe,
as
we
can.
won't mention what happens at 5:15. Bowling figures at tea: Siddle 1 for 19, Overton 1 for 9, Davey 1 for 8, Gregory 1 for 13. Leach hasn't taken a wicket yet, but 5 for 49 in the first innings says he's already had a big part to play in this game. We'll be back with you just before 10 minutes past 4. Join us for the resumption on this third day. Voice of Terry Blake welcoming back the umpires for this post-tea session. I'll try and give you the scores from the other matches in Division 1 on this third afternoon. A lot of big first innings totals all round these games. At Edgbaston, Northants 597 for 6 declared. Warwickshire 290 for 3 in reply. So going quite slowly, but probably looking to get 3 batting points. There, they still trail by 307. Kent have been dismissed by Surrey at Beckenham. So 671 for 9 was the Surrey score. Kent all out 230. They trail by 441. You can't believe that Surrey will not enforce the follow on there. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 251 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 5 to 66 for 9 declared. So again, a long way to go there just to avoid the follow on. Here, Gloucestershire have been asked to follow on, and Jacob Bethel on 17 and James Bracey on 9, as you will see on the bottom of your screen, will resume after tea. 32 overs to go, plus, I suppose, Dan, the possibility of another 8.
Yeah, quite probably. It depends on, how this session goes, but Gloucestershire making a bit of a meal of this, aren't they? It's not been a great response, and there's a few angry Gloucestershire fans, some on the email as well. We'll read those out. But just as we thought, Jack Leach will get us underway for the first over.
And David Quine has sent us quite a long email during tea, which we'll probably get to during the next over because it is quite detailed. So
he's not happy, is he?
He's not happy, but I think he does make a kind of a valid point as well, and maybe about the, if I can put it this way, the haves and the have-nots on the county circuit. And one point he does make, he raises about a salary cap, and there is a notional salary cap, but only Surrey, from my information, spend anywhere near up to it. Here is Jack Leach then to start after tea to James Bracey with a leg slip, a short leg and a slip as his close catches. Davey is down in front of us in his sleeveless sweater at long on, and Leach in once more and swept and caught one-handed by, I think that's is it Goldsworthy, the sub-fielder?
It's Abel, I think.
It's Abel, is it? It's a sweep, and it's a brilliant one-handed catch at backwards square leg. Everything off the floor when he catches this, swept by Bracey, and it's a really good catch by the Somerset captain. He gets a big hug from his bowler, and James Bracey goes for 9, and that is hastening the inevitable, it feels.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the worst possible start after tea. Spoke about big shots, and the sweep is always a dangerous shot, especially on a wearing pitch, out of the footholes in the rough. The bounce is variable, and he got a top edge, but nothing should detract from what a wonderful catch that was.
And it was Tom Abel,
skipper.
Good spot. Tom Abel with the catch. I mean, Bethel had played that shot a couple of times all along the ground, but Bracey couldn't keep it down. I wonder if James can possibly look at a different angle so we could see Abel actually taking that. I'm not sure which camera it would come from, and it might take an over or two, but we'll try and locate that for you. And here is Zafar Gahar coming out, and 74 for 5 with Van Vuren unable to bat is not a good place for Gloucestershire to be.
Yeah, he's on a pair.
So he survived only 2 balls in the first innings. I mean, he should be able to play Leach, you would have thought. Spinner to spinner. But
wonder catch there, wasn't it? Wonder catch.
And when you're having a really good day, those stick, don't they?
He's had a marvellous game, hasn't he? He really has. He's captained well. He's got 100.
So Leach to Zafar Gahar. He goes back. That was a bit short, really, first up. And it just plays it on the bounce into Renshaw into Banton, rather, at short leg. Leach In again. Oh. Zafagahar goes forward. Half a stifled appeal that there might have been a bit of bat and pad there, but it dropped easily safe. Oh, no, an excuse for Banton to come 2 strides to his right, actually, but Leach is looking for that one that just pops up. And now he's going to bring Davey up from.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Let's say, right, you're going to hit us over your head.
To mid-on, Leach again to Zafagahar, who just pushes that quietly out on the leg side. So Leach now has his wicket in the second innings, and all the 5 Somerset bowlers used have a wicket apiece. Let me see if I can get to David Quine's email. He said, I heard one of you, one asked the other earlier today to speculate on the prospects for Gloucestershire in 4-day cricket this season. I was astonished that Gloucestershire, with limited resources, actually made it to Division 1. They seemed to play above their level last year, but I feared for them in Division 1. Why? Because of the comparison of averages of the batting and bowling with the other top counties. We seem to have 3 reliable batsmen and a good all-rounder in Higgins, but in this match we've had to import 3 players. I applaud Gloucestershire for developing young players, Charlesworth and Price notably, but rather like football and now rugby, are the top county sides going to be the ones with the most money to sign players and import overseas players to take a shed load of wickets, make hundreds, and then disappear?
Peter Siddle's going to start us off after tea from the pavilion end as he bowls to Bethel and beats him outside off stump.
And he said, for example, Gloucestershire losing Craig Miles and Liam Norbell to Warwickshire. If there isn't a salary cap, I think there is a notional one, then counties with test match grounds and reserves of money will prevail, just like the top 6 teams in the Premier League. Keep up the good work. Kind regards.
He's got a point.
Yeah, it is tricky. And we've spoken on other days about that.
Siddle and Bethel.
We spoke during the Surrey match, for example, about Mark Footick going from Derbyshire to Surrey, hardly getting a game, and then making the journey in the reverse direction. And what you don't want is the bigger counties almost stockpiling players.
No, you don't.
And that doesn't do anything for the player themselves, other than maybe a nice contract. But that isn't the be-all and end-all.
Yeah, I mean, do you think we're going to see a transfer system in cricket? I mean, there's already. Siddle comes in. That's gone through. That's shot along the deck a little bit. In fact, that's going to be 4 byes. Went through Steve Davis there.
Wasn't the tidiest bit of work you've seen from a keeper ever?
No. We're going to have a look at the Tom Abel catch, I think, at the end of the over. And we've got a good shot of it, I believe. So shot. We've got a decent
David,
shot.
thanks for your email, by the way. And, those well thought out ones are, actually interesting for people who really get their cricket and look at the wider picture.
Siddle to Bethel, nudges him around the corner down to long leg for a single.
And to be fair, his point about the 3 loans is one that has been mentioned to us around the ground, in the sense that supporters have said, OK, we've got a squad, we could pick a fit 11 from the people we've got. Why have we gone and got 3 loans? And that is a valid question.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting one. I was shocked. I thought, I'll come on to it after this ball from Siddle. Zafagahar defends it solidly into the offside. I mean, I thought that the injury list is huge here at Gloucestershire. I don't think many counties could cope with what's gone on. But I thought we might see perhaps 1 loan. Didn't expect to see 3 loans. It's got to be said.
And particularly, I suppose, with one of them being a young man who'd only played 1 previous first-class game.
Siddle, Zafagahar just gets an inside edge onto that, goes into the leg side as he's looking to play it on the off. He favours the offside, Zafagahar. But, I mean, it is interesting, and it's interesting that they're all of various lengths, these loans as well. And some are just here for 1 game.
So 1 game for Bethel. I think 2 weeks for Zach Chappell, which seems an odd duration given that umpire
That's the over.
Yeah, that was the end of the over. I think he
Miscounted.
Yeah, couldn't find the coin or had to check in his other pocket.
He'd been on the sherry at tea.
Nigel Long walks away. I think yes, 2 weeks for Chappell, which is a slightly odd one in terms of.
Here's the Abel catch.
Not playing next week. There is Abel.
There he is. Oh, what a catch! What a grab! One-handed.
And you can see the Somerset supporters in the crowd with their celebration. Here is Jack Leach to continue, and pushed out into the offside by Jacob Bethel. Oh, they'll come back for two. There was never two there. That should only ever have been one run. And for once, Somerset were dawdling in the field there. And I think Leach wanted a bowl at Zafar Gahar, and his fielder didn't help him.
Yeah, if you think Tom Abel, he's got 142, rescued his side. Well, didn't rescue his side, but came in when the door was slightly ajar.
Leach, and again that's slightly leg side, and there could be a run out here, and Zafar Gahar's going to go. And that's unfortunate because Bethel slipped. There was nothing he could do there. Zafar had committed himself to the single. Bethel slipped. His natural indication was to stop, and the ball goes to the bowler's end, and Zafar had gone far too far. The throw was accurate, and Jack Leach broke the stumps, and Zafar goes. So he's got 2 ducks in this match, Zafar Gahar. That one arguably wasn't anybody's fault. There probably was a single there. If Bethel had gone straight away, he went to go, lost his footing, and I'm afraid Zafar was hung out to dry.
Again, good throw though from Tom Abel, right over the stumps, straight into Jack Leach, who had the easy job of just removing the bails. Tom Abel's had a fantastic game, 142 with the bat. He came in with his side. They had a good opening partnership of 172, but they lost 3 quick wickets. But I think it's the way he's captain that's impressed me. He's rotated his bowlers well. He's brought them on at the right times. They've generally taken a wicket when he's made the changes. And he deserves a hell of a lot of credit. And those who are touting him for England captain, well, I think let's get him into that side. Let's ingrain him into that side, and let's see how he gets on at test level as a batsman. I
don't know who it was who emailed yesterday, but somebody, James might be able to look it up. They've had a lot of emails over the last 2 days. Somebody said, as almost as you did, get Abel in the team on his own merit, and then perhaps have a look at him in terms of maybe his captaincy skills, integrate him into that what they call the leadership group.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Somerset would miss him badly though. They really would.
So Zach Chappell has come out at number 8. He's not on strike at the moment. Jacob Bethel still is. And he goes back. And again, the teenager is going to be batting with the tail.
Yeah, the
second
end is
time
nigh.
today.
The end is nigh.
Leach into Bethel. He steered that past Overton. He didn't really go towards it. He's going to get at least a couple. It might go all the way to the rope in front of the Thatcher's bar. No, Overton just stops it, and they're going to come back for 3 runs.
Yeah, deliberately played there.
Overton was quite fine at first slip. Wasn't as wide as some of the Gloucestershire slip cordons have been in this match. And Somerset closing in, I think you can say.
Yeah.
Into miracle territory. Chappell forward.
Close catches there, like vultures, aren't they?
Yes, and again to pick up your point from earlier on, it's not something I've seen often, but the second slip on his knees, really close in. Oh, it's back down the pitch from Chappell, almost a tough caught and bowl chance for Leach. It didn't carry, but it very nearly did. And the card doesn't make very happy reading. This is the replay of the last ball. How close was this? It probably was a good foot and a half short. Oh, yeah, foot and a half short perhaps, but not much more.
No.
And Leach not quite getting to it, fielding it almost on the half volley. Peter Siddle's coming back, and Leach at the moment 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 26. All the Somerset bowlers have now got a wicket.
Yeah, Siddle back after second over after tea for him. So as Bethel plays that into the covers.
We had so one of our regular correspondents is a gentleman called Mike Cook from Pensacola in Florida, and he said, you were talking earlier about internationals who have played both, or players who've played both sports. I think we didn't quite get as far as internationals, and he reminded me of a gentleman who played for the club I played for, and also played in the Football League for Oxford and Swindon.
Siddle in, Bethel,
Bit of a leading Ken Skeen, who was also a very good golfer.
Okay. What was he like at downhill?
Oh, I'm not sure. To be fair, I think he may have even played Gloucestershire seconds, actually.
Right.
So, we can't claim him as being quite in the Arthur Milton class, but certainly quite a good ball player. Any kind of ball sport, he was on it.
Peter Siddle. It's down the leg side. Siddle there with his dyed blonde hair. I'm sure we're going to see some Peter Siddle lookalikes in Eurovision tonight, for those who watch it.
It's one of the evenings of the year to keep the TV off, in my experience.
Yeah, I think I'll be...
I think Mr. Healy and I might be coming to blows over that later on.
I'll be giving it a wide berth myself, Ian. Here's Peter Siddle. Bethel leaves that one alone.
So I'm going to go back, actually, Dan, to something that Dale Benkenstein said last night, and he said it's not impossible to bat on this pitch. So is it what have Somerset extracted from it, or why have they extracted it from it?
No, we spoke about attitude earlier, yeah, and at that time I don't think we could blame Gloucestershire for their attitude, but in this second innings, some of the shots, as Siddle comes in, bowls to Bethel, plays it out to mid-on, Marcus Harris pulling a short ball up to mid-on, James Bracey sweeping in the air, Zafar Gahar getting run out for naught.
I think Zafar perhaps the least to blame. I mean, but Bracey's sweep was in the first over after tea.
It was, and it's just, you can't blame James Bracey. He's probably absolutely shattered. Siddle in, and Bethel just works that one off his hips. They run the first one quickly.
6 first-class games in a row, keeping wicket as well as batting at the top of the order.
Exactly, and how many overs he spent in the field this season? He's like, he must be absolutely shattered. And there are loads of questions here for Gloucestershire. Here's the Bracey catch from Leach, and he bowls it into the rough. And it's an amazing catch there from Tom Abel.
It's very well judged, actually.
Yeah.
You could easily get that wrong and it'll go past your shoulder, but just read the trajectory of the ball really well. We've had a swamp of emails today. Can you have a swamp of emails? That's what I'll call it. And thank you for that. And the email does remain open.
Is that the collective now?
Yeah, something like that.
Like a murder of crows.
Leach in once more, clipped away by Beth once more. That's tight, but they've got a single. He called Chappell. Chappell answered. And they'll get one more. Bethel to 25.
Don't hit it anywhere near Tom Abel around that corner there.
86 for 6. The crowd a bit soporific at the moment. They can probably see what's coming.
Beautiful vernacular here. Beautiful.
Back to the man in at silly point. So 2 fielders under the lid, plus Overton at slip. Leach. Sort of 3 steps and a little hop, and he almost tries to York Zach Chappell, who tried to come down the pitch to negate the spin. Just about got the bat down on it. 28 overs left today, plus a possible potential 8 more if Somerset think they can finish it, and that's a decent delivery to a good batsman, let alone somebody who's batting down the order like Chappell. Lovely delivery from Leach. Here he is again, short, and Zach Chappell goes back. That was the last delivery, but yeah, he has varied his pace quite nicely, hasn't he? Just the odd quicker one, but he's got into a very good rhythm. Leach, and that's a bit short, really.
It's the arm ball, quicker arm ball.
End of Leach's over. The job to take the ball out of his hand now, I should think. 86 for 6. Somerset need 3 wickets to win the game, and Gloucestershire are a mile and a half behind. As you can see, they trail by 320. Well, that's not quite up to that. There's one more run to go onto that board. It's 86 for 6 on the ground, so that will no doubt tick up in due course. The last Bethel single isn't on there. 85 it is now, and
Siddle from the pavilion end, still running in. Bethel up on his toes, defends him into the offside. Abel still full of energy in the covers, giving his side that energy.
And the rest of the side are bound to feed off what is going on out there.
Yeah.
And actually, strangely, Somerset are a bit less noisy now than they were earlier on. Almost as if they think they've broken the back of the game.
I think they have. Yeah, I don't think they need to be as aggressive as they were. Siddle in, Bethel defends. Abel again cleans up. Yeah, it gives the side that oomph, doesn't it? And it's a tale of 2 captains this game. One who's been in the ascendancy, made really good bowling changes, got 100, and the other one going off sadly in a sling. As Siddle comes in, good bump up, Bethel takes it on but misses it.
It's the first time he's done that, really. The first time he's been tempted in either of his knocks to try and play the hook shot. He swayed out of the way of most of the bouncers, but not this one. He felt it was just that bit tighter line, and maybe he felt he couldn't sway out of the way.
Siddle in, and Bethel gets forward in that pleasing on the eye style of his.
You can't. I mean, if he's only here for one game, I think we thank Warwickshire. Well, Gloucestershire will thank Warwickshire for his time and his opportunity. And I think certainly from what we've seen, and he's a tidy fielder too. Gloucestershire would like him back on loan at some point if that was possible.
Siddle in, he leaves it alone.
If there were batting injuries again, then they would, I'm sure, ask the question.
Yeah.
And clearly the relationship between the counties is good enough that obviously Warwickshire answered in the affirmative. And once again, Mark Thorburn and David Payne wandering around the ground. That's bowling coach and certainly not completely fit fast bowler at the moment.
Siddle in, and that's
hopefully Payne will be ready by the time the T20 starts in just under a fortnight.
Yeah, I mean, you look, and Gloucestershire have been shorn of 2 of their best players virtually all season. Chris Dent has only played 2 games so far. He had COVID initially, then 3 games. He had COVID initially, and then he picked up an ankle injury. And David Payne has also been missing initially through COVID. just played the one game, and they're two of Gloucestershire's best players, or better players, and you're going to notice that difference.
Yeah, I think as David Quine's email said, that there is a noticeable change between Division 2 and Division 1. Leach continues. And just trying to find that spot for the right-hander, which is a trickier one to really trouble him with, because he doesn't have the footmarks to work out. But Zach Chappell's got the man at City Point in his eye line, and Leach bowling full like that is not an easy man to keep out. Beaten there, and Steve Davis just hinting that they might want somebody else in. Yes, they're going to have a 2 slips now. So I think that must be Hildreth going back in to first, Overton at second, and the 2 men just in front of square. Leach again to Chappell. That's 2 straight, and Chappell can defend that comfortably. Leach isn't going to get hit very far here. It's a question of whether he can get the breakthrough, and Chappell, in trying to presumably lob that, I say loft it would be a better word, over Josh Davey. Actually didn't get enough on it, it dropped short. Here he goes again, it's pulled into the leg side, and he is going to get 4 for that. That was a bit of a hoik, but he got enough on it. And takes Gloucestershire 90 for 6.
Ended up going to wide mid-on. It was a hoik.
Was it a very strange looking shot?
But look in the book, as they say.
It'll say 4. This would be tense if this was the 4th day, wouldn't it?
Certainly would.
But it's only the 3rd day. Leach into Chappell, who steers that onto the leg side, and they'll get 1 just to rotate the strike, and he'll keep the strike, in fact, at the end of that over. Yeah, Leach wants to, the looks of it, get rid of a jumper and possibly a cap as well. Oh, he wants a sun hat perhaps instead.
Absolutely beautiful afternoon, isn't it, here?
Yeah, it's a lovely sunny Saturday here in Bristol. 25 minutes to 5. Somerset have got 25 overs to bowl, so they won't quite be at 6 o'clock, despite Leach having a large part to play in the game. In fact, Leach has just trotted off at the moment, so Goldsworthy is back out on 12th man duty. And Siddle will continue.
Here he comes. Chappell defends him back down the pitch. Siddle's still runs in, doesn't he? I mean, this game's almost done, and yet Siddle's still running in for his new county. 37 years old, still steaming in. Wonderful, wonderful professional.
And he's the example to young players trying to make their way in the game.
Here he comes again. Oh, and that's a thick inside edge, or very fine inside edge actually, that whistles past leg stump and goes for 4.
No justice for Siddle. That could easily have been dragged on by Zach Chappell. Siddle must feel that if he keeps pitching it there, then he can do what Lewis Gregory did to Chappell in the first innings.
Yeah. There's an inevitability about this, isn't there? Siddle to Chappell, that's better. Bat and pad together there from Chappell, much better.
You were at Backwell Flax Sport and Cricket Club last night.
I was, yeah.
Yeah. Did we find out where your diary was taking you this evening?
It's taking me to the Gloucester Road somewhere, with maybe a couple of the Somerset guys. Possibly. Potentially.
For an orange?
Just 11-18, you know me. And that's just gone into the leg side. It depends though. I'm sure if they wrap this up this evening, they might want to have a team one, mightn't they? So,
possibly.
Yeah, so it might be, I might be surplus to requirements. Which I wouldn't mind actually, if you know, if I am, then so be it. Siddle bumper, Chapel ducks underneath him. It's a very tiring few days down here with my hectic social diaries and
Commentary during the day. Travelling up and back from Winscombe.
Yeah, chickens to put away. So the foxes don't get them, or the badger. Dogs to feed.
What breed?
It's a cross. It's a red setter and sheepdog cross. Siddle comes in and that goes away. It was going to be 2 dogs. In fact, I was going to be injecting a diabetic dog who was 14 years old and blind, but this was put down last week.
Oh.
So, yeah, so I've been excused sticking a EpiPen into a dog's neck, which...
Attractive dogs, red setters.
Yeah, she's a lovely dog. She's not the brightest.
Steve Hallam has some words of wisdom. I'm going to see Josh Davey back. Actually, Jack should go off the ground.
Yeah, Steve Hallam's not happy.
No, he said, I described the first 2 days of this match as embarrassing earlier, but this second innings has reached new lows. It's a sad state of affairs, he says, when an 18-year-old low knee is the shining light. Well, there's no question that Jacob Bethel has been a bright light in this match.
Certainly has.
Davey into the attack, and with a floating full half volley as a first ball, which is pleasantly clipped away by Bethel for 4. That was a gentle loosener from Davey, unlike much of what we've seen from him earlier in the day.
Yeah, Steve's got a point there.
And particularly for the real hardcore Gloucestershire supporters, if I can call them that, the ones who do, you know, follow the team home and away rather than just have a passing interest. It's been quite sobering these last 2.5 days. Again, Leach in, and Bethel will pick up one more. Takes him to 30, so he's got to 30 twice in this match. Twice to 30 today, actually, and the 100 is up for Gloucestershire in the second innings. 100 for 6. The board on the screen just a little in arrears at the moment, but it will get there. So Chapel with just the 2 slips, but a man in at straight short mid-wicket. Faces Davey, who bowls that sort of 5th stump outside the off stump, and it's gone through to Stephen Davis. Just looking at the card, who's conscious that Davis has had 2 catches in the second innings, but none in the first.
Could have had a stumping as well, couldn't he?
Could have done. Davey in, and let go by Chapel. So in fact, with the exception of Chapel in the first innings, that's the only Gloucestershire bowler that has been out bowled as well.
Yeah.
So does that say that there have been a certain amount of errors of shot that have given catches?
Yeah, it probably does. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're definitely right there, Ian.
Davey in, all clipped safely away by Chappell into the gap at deep square, and that's a good stop out there. A very good bit of fielding, and that might be Banton, I think, down there, but he's chased round and hauled that in, and they've come back for 2.
Jacob Bethel, I think what we're seeing here is a future international player. But it'd be interesting to see, because I reckon he possibly will have English qualification through residency. I think it wouldn't surprise me if he's eligible to play for the West Indies as well, and it'd be interesting to see who gets their hands on him first. But he's got the class to be an international player.
Davey into Chappell off this straightish run, and just punched up to mid-on. Siddle is there in his hat, and Somerset steadily taken wickets today, and
you see Craig Overton
we're going to
from
have
the pavilion.
a burst of Overton here to try and dislodge one of these two after Bethel and Zach Chappell. It's Matt Taylor, Brad Wheel, and that's it, because Graham Van Buren is not going to bat in this game, having had that shoulder injury yesterday. Word seems to be that it'll be let to settle down for today and tomorrow in all probability, and then scan the early part of the week to see what the damage has been.
I think when it pops out like that, it obviously tears the muscles around it, doesn't it? And the tendon as well. I believe that, you know, once you do a shoulder, it can keep popping out, and some people need an operation to shorten the tendon to keep it from popping out. As Overton comes into the attack with a bouncer at Bethel. So it's the surrounding area, and see what damage that's done as well. And we can only wish Graham Van Buren all the best, because he's one of the good guys. Very popular man in this parish, and always got a smile for people and a chat. Overton in. Bethel plays that to mid-on. A little bit aerial. Goes one bounce to him, but it wasn't going to be ever going to be called.
Kent 18 for no wicket, following on against Surrey at Beckenham. Yorkshire still batting first innings against Lancashire, 271 for 5, still trailed by 295 there.
Overton in. Bethel drives him down the ground. A little bit of a misfield, but you don't run on the misfield, as Zach Chappell nearly did, and nearly got himself run out there. And I said to you a couple of weeks ago, when the injury list was mounting and there was no Chris Dent for the game against Hampshire, and I said I'd take 25 points out of the Hampshire and Somerset fixtures. The way it looks, there's going to be 2 points, a solitary point in each game. Overton in. Bethel takes him on and absolutely nails that one. Straight into the boundary boards in front of square. That's 4 runs. Gorgeous shot.
Yes, I do remember that 25-point haul that you spoke of.
Yeah.
Which would have been from 2 draws, effectively, you're saying, would you? You were looking at 2 draws?
I was looking at 2 draws, yeah, because I thought that, you know, I thought Gloucestershire, they bat deep. That's another bouncer from Overton. That looked like it went over the head, but he's got away with it. One over the shoulder.
I don't think, I might be wrong here, but I don't think Jacob Bethel is going to say anything to Craig Overton. So, in a sense, any chunter from him is kind of wasted, isn't it? Because he's not going to wind Bethel up with anything he might say.
Overton in. That's a good delivery. That's where he wants to be, not halfway down the pitch. He wants to be asking questions of the 18-year-old left-hander, probing away outside his off-stump. A couple of Somerset fans seem to have enjoyed their day on the cider.
Good be looking like lobsters by the end of it. There's the Gloucestershire second innings card. I'm afraid no better than the first when they made 186 for 9. Jack Leach 5 for 49. Josh Davey 2 for 11. And this time I think Goldsworthy is coming out onto the field. I'm not sure who that is trotting off, but Jack Leach is back. I think that may have been only because he temporarily left the field himself. And it's back to 2 slips, a silly point and a short leg for Leach to Chappell, who defends. And again, to kind of reiterate a point we made earlier about the relative time in some of the other matches. Leach in, Chappell goes back, does enough to keep that out, just gets the bottom hand through the shot up to mid-on. You know, half an hour against Yorkshire, probably half an hour at Southampton. At Lancashire, they were very close to drawing the game, although they ultimately lost it. This has been the first one though where they've been quite a long way second. Leach again in bright sunshine into Chappell, who goes back.
Looking to work that leg side, isn't he?
Yeah, Leach is getting as much joy around the wicket to the right-hander, is he?
No, he's not.
But Gloucestershire are packed full of left-handers, and they can't help that. Bowlers and batsmen, for that matter. Payne, Matt Taylor, Mohammed Amir. Chappell plays that from almost outside his front pad, almost on the leg side of his front pad to kill any turn and play it back down the pitch. I mean, not many sides would have 3 left armers in their bowling attack. There's the card since about 20 minutes to 3 this afternoon when Gloucestershire came out for their second innings. And there's the overall situation. 299 runs behind.
Oh, there's a lovely breeze blowing through there. Very nice.
So Overton to continue his particular battery from the far end.
Here he comes into Bethel, who pitches that one up, and Bethel plays him through into the covers.
He's 34 from 50 balls here, Jacob Bethel. Having made a good fist of the first innings.
That's short down the leg side. Davis takes, no run.
37 first time. But he's batting in a very similar position in the innings, isn't he? He's left to bat with the lower order.
Yes, he is.
Hasn't had much time in the middle with another genuine batter at the other end. I don't wish to be unkind to Zach Chappell, but what he really would have liked would be time batting with Hammond or Bracey.
Overton into him, and that's gone through Steve Davis as well. That goes away for 4 byes.
Not been that tidy behind the stumps, Davis. I mean, we said he's only had 2 catches. He hasn't dropped anything.
No.
But some of his gloves work has been a bit average.
Sun beating down here at the Seat Unique Stadium as Overton comes into Bethel, leaves that one outside off stump. We've had 39 overs, this is the 40th with this ball, and it starts to go a little flat around now. We've noticed the ball, not that that seems to have worried the Somerset bowlers who've been in the ascendancy here for just over a day. In fact, Gloucestershire, if they do get bowled out tonight, will have been bowled out in just over 4 sessions twice. That's a good bumper there. Bethel ducks it. And on this pitch, you should not be getting bowled out twice in 4 sessions.
Was it 11 overs yesterday, wasn't it? Up until tea.
Yep.
That little mini session.
Yep. But credit to Somerset, because I think they have been excellent. And I think Siddle's been outstanding. I think Davy's been really good. As Overton comes round the wicket, Bethel pulls the bat out of the way inside the line. I think Gregory's been steady. I think Craig Overton's, not been at his best, shall we say. He's had that knee issue this morning. I think Jack Leach has been absolutely superb. He's got 6 wickets in the game. And it's been the difference between the two sides, a quality spinner.
Yeah, the point I think we would make also is that they have been ruthless with any errors. They've capitalised on everything.
Yeah.
Leach around the wicket to Chappell, who goes back. He feels... Bethel certainly appears to have enough time to play the spinner going back. Now, Chappell so far has done. Waits now for Leach. Again, not tempted forward. Doesn't want to bring that silly point into play.
Another difference between the two sides is, I'll come on to it after this ball from Jack Leach.
Round the wicket, 4 close catches, and again that's bottom hand from Chappell away into the leg side and fielded at mid-on.
You look at their number 3, who's dropped in the slips when he's on 52. Our number 3 gets caught by him by an absolute worldie.
The inside half of Chappell's bat down to Hildreth at backward square.
Good sides take their chances, don't they? Give them a sniff and they'll punish you.
110 for 6, effectively for 7. Chappell plays that down into the ground. And I think Leach would rather bowl at Bethel probably, even though he's the more established batsman. There's a bit more for him to the left-hander, but Chappell's happy to take the spinner at the moment. And that's probably the better way around it for Gloucestershire, with Bethel, the better bat, having to contend with Overton. 110 for 6, Bethel 34. Chappell 11, as you can see, bottom of your screen, and this after Gloucestershire were all out in effect, 186.
19 overs left in the day as
with
well.
Graham Van Buren unable to bat. No score out of the 30s in the first innings. Nobody got to 40. Bracey, Harris, Higgins and Bethel all perishing in the 30s, either yesterday or this morning. 5:49 for Leach, a wicket each for Siddle and Gregory, and 2 for Davy.
Craig Overton's going to continue from the pavilion end. Coming into the crease, and Bethel, thou shalt not pass. Forward defensive.
Last wicket fell at 81 in the 31st over, so 10 overs these two have managed to see out so far. Bethel's been in for an hour and 10 minutes.
Here's Overton into him. Short ball, he takes it on, and he's nailed that one as well. Right in front of square. He's getting onto it early and hitting it a long way in front of square. And that either goes to show a man with a lot of time on his hands, or the sluggish nature of this pitch.
Or both, possibly.
Or both, yes.
I suspect it was a bit of both. That was very short, and he's hit that almost to wide mid-on, actually. It's so far in front of square.
Overton in, good bouncer.
Predictable response.
So
Fast bowler hates being hit, produces short ball next up. Refer to type.
Indeed, indeed. Jacob Bethel, not 19 until the 23rd of October. Born in 2003. He was still in nappies when James Hildreth and Steve Davis were making their debuts in county cricket. That's over the slips. Going to flash hard. And that goes away for 4 runs as well.
First Gloucestershire batsman to get into the 40s in the game.
Yeah. Jacob Bethel, thorn in the side of Somerset fan Jacob Rees-Mogg. He likes his cricket. Saw him at Lord's once with his son.
It would be a notable milestone for Bethel if he could get a 50 out of this, actually.
Yep, here's Overton to him, and that's well bowled. That's a good comeback. This is a good contest here. This is a game within a game, and I think we all know the result's done, but this is a little contest within the contest. And Overton to Bethel is wonderful to watch here. The youngsters coming out on top. He's still there. Here's Craig Overton. Oh, and Bethel's had a little fish at that one as well. It's time to just get your head down and get your 50 here, because he deserves it. That concludes the over.
Somerset supporters trying to give some more energy to their bowlers. They need too much, it must be said, at this point, with 118 for 6 on the board.
The weather forecast has changed for tomorrow, and there's rain up until lunchtime now, up until 1 o'clock, which will be interesting. These guys can save this, you never know. If they can still be there at the end of play tonight, you never know.
It will take a big effort. I mean, the question will be, of course, how, you know, as in any cricket and rain equation, when is the rain? We had rain on, what's today? Saturday. We had rain on Wednesday, both where I live and indeed here in Bristol, until lunchtime, but it cleared up and the rest of the afternoon was fine. And indeed the ground is so dry, you have to think that it would take a considerable storm to really make it wet. It would go straight through, I suspect. Leach to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Chappell goes back and plays that same shot he's played 2 or 3 times with the front foot up in the air, and he's sort of whipped it round with bottom hand past mid-on and all the way up to the boundary for 4.
Sometimes when it's so dry though, it just sits on the top, doesn't it? It doesn't go through.
It can do.
But Ian Randall, my co-commentator here, not only praying for rain but praying for plague of frogs, plague of locusts.
And just to say that our horticultural friend who asked the question about the trees on the ground before tea, we have asked the Oracle. No answer yet. But we will try and find one for you. Chappell to 15. 122 for 6. Bethel with his highest first-class score now, beaten the one he scored in the first innings. Watches on as Leach goes over the wicket to the right-hander just to change the angle a little bit. He's going to try and get as close to the stumps as he can. Chappell works that again round the corner to Hildreth. And the score advances by 1 more. The score is kind of irrelevant at this point in terms of the number of runs behind. The important thing is the wickets column, which shows 6, but in reality is 7 in the second innings. Not 6 in the first innings. Gloucestershire will be cock-a-hoop at this point. But it's 6 in the second innings. Now Bethel has got Abel again lurking at square leg, and he goes down the pitch to Leach, and Plays the ball into the ground, back to the bowler who fields on his follow-through. Those sat in front of the club offices are in the shade at the moment. But it's pretty bright everywhere else. Bethel goes back, lets that go, and worked out where his off stump was pretty well there. It did spin from Jack Leach, but it didn't spin enough to trouble the off stump.
It's seriously warm here.
Leach again. Bethel again uses his feet to come down the pitch to the bowler. And the end of Leach is over. He'll take his cable knit sweater, much discussed on email today. And just after 5 o'clock, Somerset have got 17 overs to bowl tonight, plus the potential of another 8.
Yeah, keep your emails coming into us to commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and we'll do our best. There it is in the top right hand corner of your screen, and we'll do our best to answer any queries, any questions, any recipes. Any questions on trees?
Yeah,
we can't answer.
Yeah, we've had
cricket. We will try our best.
Yeah, we will try our best on the cricket. Yeah.
Here's Overton back over the wicket to the right-handed Chappell. Good bouncer. Chappell just about ducks under it. Didn't miss him by much.
I mean, in terms of our topics of today, ways to serve banana.
Yeah.
For Peter Siddle.
Yeah.
As you say, the trees of the ground here in BS7 and the veritable pins on the map.
Yeah, we like those ones. Overton in as Chappell leaves it alone.
And also, we must say this. Thank you to the watchers who, sit down with considerable thought and pen a longer email, and those two are just as relevant and in fact often spark other conversations.
Yeah, we like them long, we like them short. We just love interaction, don't we, Ian? Overton in, and Chappell gets that one quite fine. That beats the man down here. That runs away to the marker lane stand, and that's 4 runs. Little tickle around the corner.
Amy Matthews has been in touch on the email. She says, I've only been watching cricket for about a year, but I'm totally hooked. It's the descriptive commentating which has helped me understand what is happening. I wanted to say thank you for your cheerful delivery. I hope that Gloucestershire players keep their chins up. Progress, not perfection, is what I say regards.
Amy, what a lovely email. Thank you, Amy. Here's Overton into the crease, and that's bowled him. Inside edge. Onto the leg bail, and Craig Overton does the trick. Chappell departs for 16, or 20 actually he's got. And just a little inside edge there. He's got that little flaw in his technique, hasn't he, where he got one through the gate earlier on from Lewis Gregory. And Craig Overton has managed to get another one there through that gate of Zach Chappell. But he's made a bright debut, I think, Zach Chappell. I think he's been decent. I thought he bowled quite well, and he's applied himself with the bat.
Yeah, I think that's, if you're coming out at number 9, really, unless you're really in the latter stages of a chase or the latter stages of trying to save a game, it really isn't your job, although you'll give it your best. And I'm afraid he's been left with far too much to do by those above him. And so Matt Taylor now comes out at number 9, albeit in reality number 10. So Matt Taylor, and then just Brad Wheel to follow, and Jacob Bethel and Taylor just having a word as the left armour comes to the crease. But yes, what your computation, Dan, was interesting about the number of overs that it might have taken Somerset possibly to bowl out Gloucestershire twice here, and it's going to be around about 130. And that really is where they should have been targeting batting in terms of number of overs in the first innings.
Certainly is. Certainly is. It tells a story. Going back to Amy's email, though, it was a very nice email, and we hope that you've enjoyed it, Amy, even though if the result hasn't gone your way over the last few days. But we're glad that you're enjoying your cricket, and let's hope to see you down here at the seat unique at some point.
If Amy's getting into cricket for the first time and it's been a year and she's hooked on the game, you don't lose that.
No, you don't.
You don't lose that.
No, once you're hooked, that's it. Craig Overton in. Matt Taylor's the new man at the crease. He just plays that one out to mid-off. So Somerset just needing 2 wickets, 17 overs, and if they take another one, I'm sure they'll claim the extra 8 overs.
Well, they might even do it from here.
They probably will.
To be fair.
Craig Overton in, and that's a fish away outside off stump by Matt Taylor, much to the angst of Craig Overton, who gives him a verbal spray. 127 for 7.
Yeah, Overton gets the applause, having taken the wicket in that over. Overall in this second innings, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. In fact, he's the only bowler with 2 wickets. Siddle, Davey, Leach and Gregory each have 1, and there's been a run out. But one of the moments of the day, Tom Abel's catch to dismiss James Bracey in the first over after tea. But I think, you know, there always is banter between the supporters after the matches, particularly after the T20 games. And there'll be a bit more here. Leach into Bethel, who comes down the pitch and kills any movement by using his feet and defending. I think Gloucestershire supporters might have to have a few good lines ready at the end of this one. Leach, again, 3 close catches, but swept safely by Bethel for a single out to Lewis Gregory. 3 parts of the way to the boundary at square leg. Back to the first morning when Somerset kind of got a racing start, really. A lot of boundary balls in that first session. 114 they scored in the first session. 229 for 3 at tea, and then pressed on again afterwards. Taylor prods forward at Leach, and you heard the ooh, I'm sure.
Yeah, if Gloucestershire haven't batted very well, they didn't bowl particularly well either.
Leach with umpire Paul Baldwin watching on, and cry for LBW. That was going down the leg side. Leach bowling wide of the crease to the right hand around the wicket, and Taylor forward and on the bounce, 1 bounce out to Banter, and then getting very close to the stumps, bowling to the left hander who's bowling over the wicket. That's the flatter one. He hasn't tried, and you might say, well, the numbers tell the story. He hasn't needed to, and you can do it. He hasn't. The fizzer is as we call it, is the flatter ball, the arm ball that goes on looking to effectively beat the batsman for pace. He hasn't tried almost the one that's tossed up, almost the floaty Yorker at all, has he? Not at all.
No, I think he's bowling a little bit flatter than he did in the first innings. I thought the pace was perfect in the first innings, but I think he's bowling a little flatter than he did then.
And I just wonder whether that almost that floaty Yorker to a tail ender might be a real problem.
Yeah, so Jacob Bethel's about to face Craig Overton on 43, and that is a very handsome shot out through mid-wicket. It's going to be cut off. It's going to get 2 for it, but it's a lovely shot. Just walked across his stumps. Like watching a left-handed Viv there, wasn't he? Just walking across his stumps and stroking him through the mid-wicket region.
Yes, he's played some nice shots on the offside as well. Let's be clear about that. In fact, he does appear to have a really good range of shots.
He does. Overton into him, and what he's got, which is what you need, and why I think that he will be an international player. He's got a good defence, and you need that at international cricket. You need to have a decent defence.
You know, he's not just somebody who is perhaps, and there will be players of his age who have played little more than limited over white ball cricket, but if that's the case with him, he's certainly adapted very well to the red.
Overton in, bouncer. Bethel goes after it, doesn't get anything on it, but a few cries of anguish from the slip cordon.
"87 balls he's faced. Sorry, 72 balls, that's 87 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, he's an attractive player. He's good to watch. Overton into him, gives him another bumper.
He's picking, I know you might say, well, he's ducking out of the way of that, but he's picking the length of that very early to me. And in a game of very, very small fractions in terms of time, if he shows that he's got the extra fraction, that's an invaluable asset.
Yeah, well, Craig Overton, here he is. And it just hurries him up a little bit and he jams the bat down. But Craig Overton's properly going at him here and he's not taking a backward step. And I think Mark Robinson of Warwickshire will be really pleased with the report he gets back from Dale.
Dear Mark, can we have him again? Yours, Dale.
Overton. He's pitched up, Yorker. Bethel digs it out. Moves on to 45.
Peter Siddle did the fielding there.
I think he moves on to 46 actually.
Yeah, the table at the end of the next round of games, which would be amazingly the halfway point of the championship season, is the table is the point at which you've really got to sort of make the judgment about how that first half has gone and who might be in contention for what. I mean, Gloucestershire will know that they obviously played 2 games back to back at Cheltenham in July, which is a time when most sides probably only play 1, and already that second week against Northants looks to be an absolutely critical game in the season, doesn't it?
Certainly does. The game away at Kent as well in June, that's one that they'll target because they need at least 3 wins to stay up. It's no good just getting high scoring draws.
Leach in, and Bethel again comes to meet him. Not all the way down the pitch, but at least a stride and a half. Getting to the pitch of the ball, and the England left armour is soon at him again. He sweeps once more, but safely down to Abel, who's hardly done anything wrong in this game whatsoever. And another good piece of fielding means that Leach will have to switch his line again to go to the right-hander, and Abel's going to come, I think, come back up into the slip cordon. He's where I can't see Overton at the moment. He's moved across the second slip, and Abel at first, Banton and Renshaw the other close catches, and a dabble by Matt Taylor for that. Didn't get a touch. Has to watch carefully again as Leach comes in, and once again almost on the semi-rebound. Renshaw flips the ball back to Stephen Davis. Somerset need 2 wickets. Leach Played with time by Matt Taylor, actually, out to point. Marchant de Langer's out there at the moment, so who has gone off the field? We'll look that out in a moment. Here's Leach in, and again defended very softly by Matt Taylor. 47 to Bethel. 3 runs for, I'm sure it will be the first of many first-class 50s for him. He and Matt Taylor just having a word mid-pitch. In theory, there are 13 overs to go in the day, but Somerset have the option to ask about a further 8.
Yeah, and when the inevitable does happen, it's 2 draws and 4 losses from the first 6 games this season, and it's tough times here in BS6. We'll see a change of bowling. We're going to see Lewis Gregory, I think, have a little bowl from the pavilion end.
Yes, Overton's been
decent bowler.
Taken off, and back into the slip cordon he goes.
Yeah, Gregory.
One blow from a 50 for Bethel.
Yeah, removed Ryan Higgins. Here is Gregory, and that's a pleasant shot, only out to mid-off. Plenty of birds flying around here. Some targeted my car as well.
That's not a surprise.
No, I'm hoping for rain tomorrow and get a free wash.
That smoke up that we saw in the distance has disappeared.
Yeah, it has gone. Yeah, I noticed that.
Well, that was only fleeting, pleased to say.
Gregory in. Bethel rocks onto the back foot. Tom Abel out there in the covers. Not a lot gets past him. Probably someone having a barbecue, isn't it? Daylight today, and maybe
well, to be fair, that plume was a long way in the air.
Maybe doing it too close to the neighbour's fence, perhaps.
No round of games next week. If there's some dry weather, we must do some creosoting at home.
Gregory to Bethel. Forward defensive.
I mean, I call it that because in my youth that's what you used to put on a fence, but now you can buy all kinds of treatments of various colours that you can use to do the same job. There's the card, the second innings card. Bethel top score by quite some distance.
Anyone's listening in and wants to sponsor Ian Randall's creosote, then you know that it does what it says on the tin. Gregory in, and that's a bouncer. Bethel thought about it, drops the bat, doesn't fancy it.
The one important thing, this is a slightly random conversation, that you must do with that sort of material, is you've got to keep it somewhere that it will stay frost free during the winter.
Okay.
Keep it in a garage,
okay.
Preferably in a garage rather than a shed.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't start separating a bit.
Gregory. Wide of the off stump. Nowhere near. Coat of varnish of the stumps, that one.
Now, just remind you of what the table looks like at the moment. This is obviously a table I suspect is the one after the round of games that was concluded last weekend. I don't think the bonus points tend to be added as you go along. So Surrey 89, Hampshire 81, Lancashire 72 from a game fewer, Yorkshire 64 from a game fewer.
Gregory in, bouncer, Bethel gets hold of that, and that is going to be his maiden first class 50. And well batted for the 18-year-old loanee. He's been a real shining light in this game for the hosts and thoroughly deserves to milk the applause of the Bristol crowd. Lovely knock, wasn't it, Ian?
Well batted, young man.
Yeah.
And There were 8 fours in that, and there were 84 balls used to make it. 84 balls, 95 minutes. And I think there will be more, no doubt about that.
12 overs in the day.
Leach to continue. I will give you the completion of that table. Perhaps I might read it up from the bottom actually, because that might be the more relevant end. Leach does toss that one right up actually to Matt Taylor, and he just about digs it out. Tom Lammonby does the fielding in the covers, but Leach soon at it again. Matt Taylor defends. So reading it from the bottom, Kent 30, Somerset 33, Gloucestershire 34, having played a game more than the bottom two. Northants 40, Warwickshire 50.
Northants are going to get points out of this, aren't they? They're going to get
I think
four batting. I think they got
4 batting. They might add to bowling points as well. It looks nailed on to be a draw, so they and Warwickshire will both advance. Essex 54 in the middle of the table. Again, Taylor defends out on the offside.
Somerset will probably jump pretty close to them, won't they?
They will. Well, they could get. Well, they'll only be 1 short, won't they? In effect, one short of the maximum if they can win this. Matt Taylor edged. I think Overton's claiming the catch, and Matt Taylor's walking. Catch at second slip, very close in. And now Somerset only need 1 more wicket. 136 for 8. Overton's a big man there at second slip. Yes, it just about carried, and even if they look towards the umpire at square leg, Nigel Long pretty convinced. Another wicket for Leach, and Matt Taylor has to go, I'm afraid, for 20. Tried to offer some support. Matt Taylor out for... that was Chappell's score, my apologies. Matt Taylor out for 0. And Somerset almost home and dry now, with just the last pair to be split. And you wouldn't argue actually with Bethel here if he wanted to play a few shots.
No, but there's still 11 overs in the day. If the forecast, you know, you never know, it's getting longer and longer, that rain. Bit of fight here. At least go and take the game deep, see what happens. Don't just have a swing and throw it away. I know it's easy to say, you know, let's get home, let's have a day off, but let's see if we can take it in. Let's see if Gloucestershire can take it into the next day and see if they can make Somerset work.
John Gordon says mitigating circumstances for this defeat. Sorry, I'll start that again. Mitigating circumstances, but this defeat has been depressing. In the other losses this season, we have fought well and taken matches to the last session. This hammering would have to be against Somerset, he said. By the way, Benny and I attempted to go and mow the lawn. Thanks, John. Yeah, that's the owner of Benny the Labrador, who is one of the most popular spectators here at the ground. And Dan has just seen an email which we're thinking is probably a wind-up.
I'm very much enjoying your commentary, and thank you for the honourable mention a minute or two ago. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Leach into Brad Wheel, who squeezes that off the bottom edge, and it's just bounced in front of Overton at second slip. So Leach, another wicket in that over for him, 5 in the first innings, and now in the second he's taken Somerset to the cusp of victory. He's got 2 for 39 in the second innings, 2 for Overton, 1 each for Siddle, Davey and Gregory, and a run out of course, which brings us to this point, 136 for 8.
I've got a feeling that might be the real Jacob Rees-Mogg there. It looks like a proper email address, and hope you're enjoying Somerset in the ascendancy, Jacob, with your feet up and laid back on the couch.
Still the 3 slips for Lewis Gregory.
Gregory got a deep square out for Bethel, as Bethel works that one quite fine, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Nice shot, just worked off his hip.
He'll take what's on offer here. There's no reason not to, is there?
No. You know, he's everyone's got personal milestones, and he's on 55. If he adds that to his first innings 37, he's got nearly 100 runs in this game. Gregory to him, and he plays it out to mid-on. He'll want a not out as well. I think professional pride, you'll want a not out.
Yeah, in his only previous game he made 15 and 8, but that was at the tail end of last season. September pitches are different, 10:30 starts. You know, it's a lot more due around than there is certainly this spring. Anyway, it's been. Why have we seen so many big scores?
Gregory in, and that's hit. Bethel nips back, hits him in the thigh pad, taking one out the slips now, moving him into the onside, moving him into square leg.
Sorry, Dan, go back to that table. Kent clearly would do very well to force a draw at Beckenham against Surrey. They're following on a long way behind. And if they, so what will they be bonus points wise?
Tom Abels rescinded that decision. He's turned it around and slips back in as Bethel just works that one, opens the face. No, not a run out, please. So they thought about a second. Brad Wheel just gets back in time.
Yes. I mean, Gloucestershire, if they do end up losing this game, it is not impossible that Somerset and Kent could both be above them by the end of this round.
Yeah, I think it's...
I mean, Kent got a lot to do at Beckenham, but...
it's a flat one, Beckenham. You can get draws there. Gregory into Wheel, who just about jams the bat down on that one. Gets a thick inside edge. And... gets off the mark. 141. 142 for 8. Remember, Graham Van Buren not likely to bat. Tom Abel surely take the extra time if he needs it as well tonight.
So Gloucestershire lost 13 wickets today. 13 wickets for 209 as in stand.
Gregory to Bethel, who drives that one firmly out to mid-off, and Jack Leach is going to have an over at Bradley Wheel.
And that's a horrible stat, isn't it? Down 13 wickets in a day is one thing, but 13 wickets for that relatively low tally is...
We shouldn't be bowled out for 186 and 140 odd on this pitch. You really shouldn't. There aren't demons in it like that.
No, it's not a dangerous pitch in that way, is it? Leach then, still with 4 close catches, and Brad Wheel to bowl 2. And he's just about got enough on the inside half of the bat. Big stride forward. Again out on the leg side. Leach in bright sunshine into Wheel, who defends. He did hang around in the first innings. He was still there with Matt Taylor at lunch, but ultimately that stand was broken and Somerset then enforced the follow on. Good stop from Overton off that Leach delivery. Lunging away to his right. Here he is again. And you know, some bowlers look for, you know, miracle balls and lots of variations. You think that Leach does that. He just tries to execute the skill as accurately as possible, repeatedly. And it's a simple action. It's not overcomplicated.
Yeah, he's got a repetitive action,
Yeah.
hasn't he? In the way Monty Panesar had.
He's an orthodox finger spinner. He's just a good operator of that discipline of the game. Wheel once more. Waits when he lets that go. That was a tight leave. If that had been the arm ball, I think Wheel might have been walking off, because that did straighten just a little bit and beat the off stump.
He picked it, Ian. He picked it early.
I hope you're right, Dan, for that. Who? If it is to be finished tonight, who is going to finish it?
Well, we've got 10 overs left in the day.
9.
9 overs left in the day.
9. Well, I say no. I think it's inevitable now. They would take the other 8, don't you think?
If they're allowed to.
And the umpires will know about Van Buren, that's for sure.
Gregory around the wicket. Bethel works him backward a square. They're just going to take the single. And so it's going to be 5 balls at Brad Wheel.
Mention of the salary cap comes from David Quine. Thanks for reading out my email, he says. The only bright spot in the match for Gloucestershire is the 18-year-old Jacob Bethel. Such a shame he's only available for one game, especially with that Old Testament background. The resources that Warwickshire have compared to Gloucestershire makes my point. You say there is a national salary cap. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Gregory to Wheel.
I asked the ECB about this cap and got no reply. Perhaps you can meet you at Cheltenham on August the 2nd when Gloucestershire play Warwickshire. That's in the Royal London Cup. Just to say that what I understood about the cap was that there is a squad cap, but that I believe the last figure I was given was 2.5 million, but that only Surrey got anywhere near to it. Nobody else. I mean, it was there, but frankly, nobody really needed it because none of the squads were costing that much.
Gregory, and that's a good leave from Wheel, goes through to Steve Davis, 143 for 8.
We have to think with Surrey, the London waiting, ...
Yeah.
Might take them, and they've got they would have the biggest squad in terms of numbers, but they would certainly have a very, very deep squad.
Yeah.
And that, David, is the last. I say that's the last figure I was aware of. But I say it is notional because none of the clubs spend up to it.
And that's outside the off stump. Another leave. Ball's ticking down. Gregory trying to finish this off. Somerset can then get a day off. Going to have their Sunday lunch in the Ring of Bells pub, just outside the Brian Rose gates at Taunton. Lovely little venue. Fantastic venue, actually. Well, there's a very nice chicken place on the river there. Gregory. And that's outside off stump. 1 ball to come in the over.
And who was talking about the location of the ground at Taunton? It wasn't. It may have been you and I in another game, but the fact that it's only 5 minutes from the centre of town.
Bumble on our podcast.
Oh, that was it. I must have heard it there.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. There's a bridge. The bridge that goes over the River Tone next to the ground. It is the coldest bridge ever. It's got a microclimate all of its own, which is like something out of Siberia. Gregory in, Wheel, forward defensive, but it is Arctic there. It really is. The wind whistles through the waste ground to the right of it, and it can be a chastening experience. That's the end of the over. 143 for 8, Wheels on 1. Jacob Bethel having batted really well for 57 to add to his 37 in the first innings. what a prospect he looks like being. Ian Bell described him as the best 17-year-old he's ever seen. I've got to agree. I think he is. I think he's going to be an absolute superstar.
Yeah, looks a very compact, composed young batsman, and I think I can speak for Dan and myself that we've been humbled by the number of emails that we've had today, so thank you for your interaction. Bethel thinks about a single, first ball of the over here, and he will take it up to long on and Josh Davey, and that will open up Brad Wheel to Jack Leach. They go back to 2 slips. Leach around the wicket, and Wheel lets that go. He's trying to pick the one that is the genuine.
Yeah, he's got an arm ball coming.
Finger spinner.
He's got an arm ball coming here. It's going to bowl him, I reckon.
Leach. It's a straighter one.
So one that turns to prepare him for the arm ball.
Excuse me. Leach with 4 close catches in, and Wheel does well just to block out on the offside. Again, played absolutely with soft hands. That breeze is just picking up again.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Leach around the wicket to Wheel, and again he's beaten with the one that spins. Wheel's coming forward and the ball's just going past the outside edge. Forward, out past the outside edge. The question is he just covering everything? And he does it again there. And the end of Leach is over. Gloucestershire ticking down the overs to the theoretical close. We're 20 minutes from the close of play. Somerset are +6 on the over rate, so there's no issue there. And there are 7 overs remaining in the day, plus a theoretical 8 more if they, and I'm sure the umpires will concur with this, think they can finish the match tonight. The other important score perhaps in terms of the other games is how Kent are getting on at Beckenham. They are the most vulnerable potentially to lose that match, but second innings they're 68 without loss. They still trail by 373, but they're making a better fist of it second time round.
It's Lewis Gregory attacking the crease. Bethel hits the stumps, and they're going to jog through for a single. The stumps there saved.
That was via Gregory's boot, actually.
Let's have a look there. The stumps saved 4 runs, whatever it was.
I wonder whether he actually flicked the ball onto the stumps with his boot. I mean, it might have been inadvertent, but
yeah,
it's one of those back heels you sometimes see with the bigger ball, if you know what I mean. .145 for 8. That board on the bottom of the screen not quite up to date at the moment.
Gregory in, and Wheel drives that one attractively into the covers. Doesn't get anything for it.
Yes, apologies that the software doesn't seem to have quite computed yet from the last wicket, but Gloucestershire are in fact 8 wickets down, in reality 9 down, because Graham Van Buren isn't going to bat, so this is the last pair.
Yep, 145 is the score, with Jacob Bethel on 59, Brad Wheel on 1, who is facing Lewis Gregory, and that's a tight leave.
Gregory can't believe that's not come back, and
much to Gregory's chagrin.
Bowled him off stump. Nathan Caven has retweeted our message from Rosie, who made the apple cake earlier on today.
Ah, Gregory in. That's got to be out. Oh, bit of bat involved. They're judging by the signal from Nigel Long. Because if it wasn't...
Gregory can't believe that, can he?
He's laughing, he's smiling. But the end is nigh, isn't it?
Yes, I think that there looked to be an inside edge onto that, even
Yeah.
at normal pace, and obviously at slow motion, which we have sometimes, but not always. It's an erratic option on our computer. The umpires don't have that; they only see it once in real time.
Gregory in, and that's flashed past third slip. And you've got the runs to play with. Why is there not a fourth one in there? It's not as if the runs are going to come into it.
Somerset making chances now.
Yeah.
Even with a ball that's 53 overs old.
Any Chave Somerset fan listening in? She'll be very pleased with the way it's gone today. She's got 6 live streams going on in her house. Whoa, Addy. Gregory in, and that is the end of the over.
And I think I'm right in saying Annie's been at Beckenham for part of this week. I think on the quiet, she's a ground hopper.
She is.
Likes to go to different grounds.
Oh, she loves it. Yeah, there's a bit of...
And having not been to Beckenham before, I chose to go this week and certainly picked a good week weather-wise to go. There isn't really any cover at Beckenham if it rains. It's an outground after all.
She's got the commentary. She's been asked which commentary she's listening to. And I'm pleased to let you know she's listening to Vipers v Thunder and Gloucestershire v Somerset. So, but yes, she is a bit of a ground hopper. She's a bit of a... She's a lovely lady and a proper county cricket geek.
Certainly a big supporter of the red ball game.
Oh, superb what she does, and you know, she won't let it die.
Jack Leach into Jacob Bethel. 6 overs, and then we're into what you might call the added time, the extra half hour.
We're just checking on that.
Potentially. Leach in, it's cut away by Bethel. Thinks about a single, but there isn't one there. Hildreth is onto it.
It might become irrelevant anyway if there's a wicket taken.
Leach has got just the 3 close catches for Bethel. And he tries to sweep, and that's hit Renshaw on the pads as the sweeper, and it's rebounded back onto the stumps. That's at least Bethel's back foot was absolutely solidly in his crease, but that would have that's why you field in those lightweight pads at that range, even though it did bounce off them pretty fiercely. Leach over the wicket, that's above the eye line and swept away. There is a fielder out there who's Lammonby, and at least he'll get one, and he will then
retain the strike.
Just
that's 150.
150 up for Gloucestershire, second innings, but they are effectively 1 wicket from losing this match. Wheel then, who looks like he's taking leg stump. Leach to bowl to him, and again he is turning it now regularly, and he's almost turning it too much for a lower order batter here.
Yeah.
Wheel almost can't get an edge, which from a Gloucestershire point of view is keeping the game going. Leach once more, it's clipped away. Oh, is that? It is dropped. Oh,
no, I think it's a bump ball, isn't it?
Well,
let's have a look at it again on the replay.
Banter, I think, is the fielder. In the lid at square leg. Let's see if we can tell if this goes down first.
Yeah, it's hit it into the ground.
Yes, I mean, it may be just that he would like to have stopped it cleanly, but didn't. 150 for 8, 60 to Bethel. By some distance, the highest score by any Gloucestershire player in this match. And remember, he got 37 in the first innings, so actually he'll have batted quite a lot of today.
Yeah, he has. And lovely player he looks too. Gregory around the wicket to him. And just plays that into the offside and trots through for
He must
what's
be
a rather casual scene.
Yeah, he must be reasonably confident in Brad Wheel, because he's not absolutely monopolising the strike.
No, I mean, Wheel's not the worst number 11 I've seen. Well, he's number 10, technically, isn't he? But you know what I mean, Ian.
I do, Dan. I do, Dan. He's not an absolute rabbit.
No. Gregory to Wheel, who plays that out into the offside. No run.
Yeah, quite a few people have stayed right to the end.
Well, it's a lovely evening, isn't it? It's glorious.
A, it's a nice evening, and B, they probably know they're not coming tomorrow.
A few cars went when the wickets started to tumble after tea. Didn't see anyone quite wheel spinning it out the car park in anger, but a few disappointed home fans.
Yeah, it is a sobering equation at the moment.
Certainly is. Gregory to Wheel. That's a very nice shot there. That goes for 4 runs. That's driven on the up. That's a very, very good shot by Brad Wheel. 4 runs. Look at this. Let's have a look at it from the side camera. No, we're looking at it from the end, but it wasn't even a half volley. He just played it on the up. And Tom Lammonby can't stop it there in the covers.
It's a little more than a push.
Yeah. Bet this one's not in his half of the wicket. Gregory. In. There we go.
Predictable. Wheel has 9. Bethel has 61. We do apologise that the graphic on the bottom of your screen does not give you the picture in short form at the moment.
No, it's 155 for 8. This is the last wicket, 'cause we don't think Graham Van Buren's going to bat. Bethel's on 61. Brad Wheel's on 9. We're just checking on whether it's the extra 30 minutes as well, which as Gregory comes in to Wheel, who gets on top of that. Oh, gets a top edge. It's off the glove, I think. And it's going to run away for 4 more. There's 4 and a bit overs left in the day after this one. Well, 4 overs after this one. And
some late resistance here from these two.
yeah, Custer's last stand.
They've added 24. But it's still going to be, you feel, an almost inevitable defeat, and a heavy one at that, an innings and a big margin.
Gregory to Wheel. He's had a little fish at that one. And
Gregory feels he's probably bent his back quite a bit today and not had any joy. He's taken 1 for 38 in 9 overs.
right, we've had clarification. There are 4 overs after this one. Somerset can call an extra 30 minutes or 6 overs if they want it. So if Tom Abel wants it, he can call it. They can say no and come back tomorrow. So I think they'll probably call it, get a day off, and as I said, spot of Sunday lunch in the Ring of Bells.
So 1 or 2 making their way towards the exits at the far end. Leach continuing to try and spin his side to victory here. 20 overs he's bowled, 2 for 41, but he's done an important job to keep this seamers fresh at the other end. Bethel sweeps. Where's that gone? It's gone deep into the outfield and it's taken by Lammonby. And that is the end of the match. Leach gets the last wicket. Lammonby safely under Bethel's sweep. He is last out for 61. Handshakes in the middle. And Somerset have won this match by an innings with a day to spare. Gloucestershire deprived of their captain Graham Van Buren from batting in both innings, but Bethel trying to play that sweep shot, which is actually been quite productive for him, but he got that one in the air, and Lammonby was in exactly the right place. Leach finishes with a 3rd wicket, and Somerset take maximum points other than the one they couldn't get with the bat, and Gloucestershire take just the one.
Somerset thoroughly deserving their victory. They've been outclassed, Gloucestershire, from start to finish. From Matt Renshaw's 94 at the top of the order, Tom Abel with 142 set an imposing total of 591 for 7. And there was heartbreak for Gloucestershire as they lost their skipper Graham Van Buren. When they batted, the tone was set with George Scott going first ball of their innings. And there were a few 30s there from Marcus Harris, James Bracey, Ryan Higgins, Jacob Bethel. But 186 on this wicket really wasn't enough. And then when they followed on, only Higgins was 16, Bethel was 61, and then a couple of tail enders with 20 and 13 got into double figures. And quite simply, it's not a good enough batting performance.
132 overs it's taken for Somerset to bowl out Gloucestershire twice, and that is the sort of volume of time that Gloucestershire really need to be batting in the first innings. It's been a problem throughout the start of this season. They don't have a game in the round next week, and it means that they will go into the T20 certainly in the bottom 3 in the table, and possibly even in the bottom 2. In fact, that's where the live table says they are, only Kent below them, and they'll be hoping that Surrey can complete a win at Beckenham tomorrow, otherwise they will be at the bottom. As Dan said, 186 the first innings total as an all-out, and then following on 159, Jacob Bethel with 61, the only batsman to get past 20. Well played to the young teenager from Warwickshire. He's only on loan for the one game. He will go back. Reputation enhanced, I think, suffice to say, for somebody only playing his second first-class match to get a start in the first innings and a half century in the second. Credit to him. The final situation with bowling-wise: Leach 3 for 41. Overton 2 for 28, Siddle 1 for 25, Davey 1 for 15, Gregory 1 for 38. The margin, an innings and 246 runs in Somerset's favour.
Yeah, that's a thumping. And Jack Leach 8 for 90 in the game. Very well bowled at this the right pace for this wicket, and he posed questions of Gloucestershire's left-handers out of the rough both innings, didn't he? And he was absolutely fantastic. And it goes to show the difference between international class and maybe sort of the part-time spin options that Gloucestershire had up their sleeve behind Zafika Haas. So Somerset record ever victory over Gloucestershire, and an innings and 200 plus runs is an absolute thumping. And Gloucestershire really need to have a look at themselves and how they come back for that game against Kent, which is crucial in about 4 weeks' time. Is going to be.
And apart from anything else, Dan, I absolutely concur with that. They're going to need to have a bit of an emergency ward 10 roster check, because Chris Dent obviously has been out, but we believe he's making better progress than originally thought. Graham Van Buren, what would be the position with his shoulder? James Bracey clearly injured that little finger of his on his right hand while keeping wicket. Has he been batting in discomfort? What's the position with that? Hopefully that's not a break. Charlesworth, Payne, Nazim Shah. Hopefully some of these players are going to get back fit to strengthen Dale Benkenstein's options in terms of selection.
Yeah, meanwhile, Gloucestershire's attentions will turn to white ball cricket with the Vitality Blast game, which starts away at Radler against Middlesex on the 26th of May, followed by one the following evening, where Ian Randall and I will be covering that here live on the stream. And
that's against Glamorgan, I think.
That's against Glamorgan.
First home game.
Yeah.
Hope you can join us for that. Coverage, of course, from Radler will be provided by our friends from Middlesex. headed up by Adam Collins and Kevin Hand. Thank you to Matt on the camera outside today, to James on the cameras inside. We have an outside camera and an inside console. I won't bore you with all the mechanics of that. And to you for your contributions on emails. I think Dan and I are truly humbled by the interaction from you today. It's been a very busy day on the emails, partly, I suspect, sparked by what's happening in the middle. It tends to be the way of it. But ultimately, congratulations to Somerset. They have won handsomely here. 591 for 7 decade, Gloucestershire 186 and 159. From us all in BS7, join us again in terms of cricket here for the first home game in the T20, but for the team for the game at Radlett, which starts the tournament the week after next. From us all, from a sunny Bristol on this Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.